Chapter 1. The alley behind the old shopping arcade in Kuoh smelled like rain even though it had not rained in 3 days. Izuku Midoriya noticed that detail the way he noticed everything, cataloging it out of habit even as his legs burned and his breath tore ragged through his throat. He had been running for 6 blocks. He did not know this city. He did not know why the man chasing him had wings made of black feathers, or why those wings blotted out the streetlights whenever he banked low over the rooftops. He had come to Kuoh on nothing more than a rumor, a whisper picked up during an internship exchange program that had gone sideways the moment the transfer portal misfired and dropped him 300 kilometers from where he was supposed to land. One First Corp had called it a containment breach in the dimensional relay. Izuku privately suspected it was something stranger than a machine malfunction, because the sky here did not smell like his sky, and the people did not carry themselves like people who knew what a quirk was. He rounded the corner into a dead end and understood, with the calm clarity that always arrived a half-second before real fear, that he had made a mistake. The man landed in front of him without a sound, which should have been impossible for someone who stood over 6 feet tall in dress shoes on concrete. Up close the wings were worse, black and glossy and too many, folding and unfolding like something with its own private weather system. "You have interesting eyes," the man said. "Green like a struck match. Do you know what you are, boy?" A hero, Izuku thought, but did not say, because a hero explained himself with actions and he had no actions left. He raised his arms in the stance his mentor had drilled into him 1,000 times, weight low, guard high, and it did not matter at all. The light that gathered at the man's fingertips was not a punch he could read or a trajectory he could calculate. It was simply there, and then it was moving, and the alley filled with a violet brightness that turned the wet brick walls the color of a healing bruise. He heard himself make a sound he was not proud of. He felt the spear of light pass through him with a heat that had no right to hurt as much as it did, given how quickly the world afterward went soft and distant, like a television losing its signal. He thought, absurdly, of his mother's face. He thought that he had never gotten to explain to anyone here why he had come, what he had been trying to become. He thought the sky above the alley had turned a very deep red, redder than blood, redder than anything, and that the red was descending toward him in the shape of a person with hair like a sunset. Then he thought nothing at all, for a while. When thought returned it arrived in pieces. First the sensation of lying on something soft. Then warmth, real warmth, not the false heat of a wound. Then a voice, low and unhurried, speaking words that did not quite parse yet but carried an unmistakable weight, the cadence of someone performing a ritual they had performed many times before and took seriously every single time. "I, Rias Gremory, of the household of Gremory, do hereby reincarnate this soul as my servant, that it might serve the cause of the underworld and stand at my side as a devil reborn." Izuku's eyes opened on a ceiling he did not recognize, carved with a crest he did not know, in a room lit by candlelight that flickered without any draft to explain the movement. A young woman knelt over him, hand still glowing faintly with residual crimson light, her expression caught between fierce concentration and something gentler underneath it, relief, maybe, or the particular tenderness of someone who has just decided to keep a life she found broken on the ground. "You're awake," she said, and exhaled like she had been holding her breath for longer than was comfortable. "Good. That's good. I was not certain the bishop piece would take. Your soul resisted the transformation at first. I have never seen that happen before." Izuku tried to sit up and found his body answered with a strange, doubled sensation, as if he were wearing his own skin slightly loose, room enough for something new to move around inside it. "Where?" he managed, and then, more urgently, "Who are you, and what did you do to me?" The young woman sat back on her heels. She was beautiful in a way that felt almost unfair, crimson hair falling past her waist, blue eyes that held both warmth and the flat calculating patience of someone used to being the most powerful person in any room she entered. But there was no cruelty in the way she looked at him, only curiosity, and underneath the curiosity, worry. "My name is Rias Gremory," she said. "You are in the old school building of Kuoh Academy, in the human world, in Japan. As for what I did, you were dying. A fallen angel had put a spear of light through your chest and there was no version of events where a human doctor could have saved you in time. I had 8 unused evil pieces and a soul in front of me too stubborn to simply stop fighting even with a hole in its chest. So I made a choice. I reincarnated you as a devil. Specifically, as my bishop. Izuku stared at her. Devil, he repeated, the word sitting strangely in his mouth, like a costume borrowed from someone else's story. I don't understand. Where I'm from, devils are, they're not, there's no such thing as, I mean there are villains, but not actual. Rias tilted her head. Where you're from? It came out of him in a rush after that, because his brain had always worked that way under stress, words spilling faster than judgment could sort them, a world with quirks, a hero course, a mentor with a smile like the sun and a body held together by willpower and old injuries, a transfer program, a portal that misfired, a man with black wings and a spear made of light. Rias listened to all of it without interrupting, her expression sliding slowly from polite attention into something more focused, more intent. The look of a strategist recalculating an entire battlefield in real time. When he finished she was quiet for a long moment. Then she said, very carefully, I have never heard of a world like the one you describe. Which either means you are lying to me, and I do not think you are, your soul does not read as deceptive, or it means you crossed a boundary that should not exist. A dimensional rift. Those are supposed to be theoretical. I didn't mean to end up here, Izuku said. I just wanted to get back. I believe you, Rias said. And I am sorry, because I do not know how to send you back. What I can offer you is this. You are alive. You are part of my peerage now, which in the underworld means you are under my protection, and in turn, you serve me and fight for the things I care about. It is not the life you were building for yourself. I understand if that feels like a cruelty rather than a gift. Izuku looked down at his own hands, flexing his fingers slowly, testing the doubled feeling that lived under his skin now. He thought about one for all, humming somewhere in the marrow of him the way it always had since the day it was given to him, and found, to his cautious relief, that it was still there, still present, a low green thread of power woven now through whatever crimson current the evil piece had layered on top of it. 2 inheritances. 2 debts. He was not sure yet what that meant. But he knew, with the same bone-deep certainty that had carried him through every disaster his old life had thrown at him, that he was not going to waste whatever this new life turned out to be. I don't know anything about being a devil, he admitted. But I know how to try. I've always known how to try. If you'll teach me what I need to know, I'll do everything I can to be worth the piece you used on me. Something shifted in Rias's face, surprise first, and then a small, genuine smile that made her look younger than the composed authority she had been projecting a moment before. Most humans I reincarnate ask about the mechanics of devilhood first, she said. Powers, contracts, the peerage system. You asked how to be worth it. Should I have asked something else? No, she said, and the smile widened just slightly. No, I think you asked exactly the right thing. She helped him sit upright properly, and it was only then that he noticed the others in the room, and understood he had an audience for the entirety of his undignified reawakening. A black-haired girl with intense violet eyes and a build too developed for her apparent youth stood near the window with her arms folded, watching him with an unreadable, appraising expression, a faint smile playing at the edge of her mouth that seemed equal parts amusement and interest. A small white-haired girl sat cross-legged on a nearby windowsill, eating something out of a small paper bag, cat-like eyes flicking toward him without much apparent concern, though she was clearly listening to every word. A blond young man leaned against the doorframe with the easy, theatrical grace of someone who had decided a long time ago to make everything he did look effortless, offering Izuku a small 2-fingered salute. Era, the black-haired girl said, stepping forward with a fluid, deliberate motion, he's cute. Fought a fallen angel and lived to talk about it with that face on. I like him already, Rias. Aquino, Rias said, a note of fond exasperation in her voice, give him a moment. He just died. I did notice that part, Izuku said weakly, and the small white-haired girl on the windowsill actually laughed, a short surprised bark of a sound she seemed to swallow back down immediately, as if laughing were an expense she rationed carefully. Kaneko, Rias said, by way of introduction, gesturing to the girl on the windowsill. And Aquino Himejima, my queen. And Yuto Kiba, my knight. He tilted his head in a small answering nod, still smiling. Izuku looked around the circle of faces, all of them watching him with varying degrees of curiosity, and felt something in his chest loosen that had been wound tight since the alley, since the light, since the moment he had thought he would never get to explain himself to anyone again. He was a long way from home, in a world that operated on rules he did not understand, wearing a body that was not entirely the one he had grown up in. But there were people in the room who had chosen, deliberately, to keep him alive, and that was, he decided, as good a foundation as any to start building on. Okay, he said, out loud, mostly to himself, working through it the way he worked through everything, piece by piece, note by note. Okay. New world. New rules. New team. I can work with that. Rias watched him mutter, watched his eyes take on the distant, rapid focus of someone already 3 steps into a plan only he could see, and found herself smiling again, wider this time, unguarded. I have a feeling, she said to Akino, quiet enough that Izuku, still muttering, did not catch it, that this one is going to be interesting. Akino's smile curved wider still. She murmured back, I certainly hope so. Later that night, once the others had drifted off to whatever homes and routines waited for them beyond the old school building, Izuku sat alone on the balcony outside the clubroom, looking out over a city skyline that was not his own, under stars that, when he found the effort to look closely, did not quite match the constellations he had grown up naming. He thought about his mother, who did not know where he was and had no way of finding out. He thought about his mentor, and the promise he had made to become someone worth the power passed down to him. He thought about the strange doubled feeling still settling under his skin, one for all and the evil peace learning, slowly, to share the same house. He did not know yet whether he would ever find his way back. He did not know what the coming weeks or months would ask of him, what wars he might be pulled into simply by standing at Rias Gremory's side, what dangers waited in a world where fallen angels traded blows with devils in the shadows behind ordinary human lives. But he knew, with the same stubborn certainty that had carried him through every dark morning of his old training, that he was not going to waste the second chance he had been given, however strange its shape, however far from home it had landed him. Rias found him there an hour later, unable to sleep herself, and settled onto the railing beside him without a word, the two of them watching the unfamiliar stars in a silence that felt, despite everything, remarkably comfortable. Regretting it yet? She asked eventually, softly. The peace. The peerage. Any of it. Izuku considered the question honestly, the way he considered everything. No, he said finally. I lost a lot today. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't hurt. But I also got a second chance I didn't ask for and probably didn't deserve, and I got it from someone who didn't have to give it to me. I'm not going to waste that by spending it on regret. Rias looked at him for a long moment, something quietly moved and a little disbelieving in her expression, as if she were still working out what exactly she had found in that alley. I think, she said again, softer this time, that I am going to be very glad I found you. They stayed on the balcony a while longer, saying little else, simply sharing the quiet, and somewhere beneath the mismatched stars of a world that had not existed for him a week earlier, Izuku Midoriya allowed himself, for the first time since the light had torn through his chest, to feel something close to peace. Chapter 2. Kuoh Academy in daylight looked nothing like the alley that had nearly ended him. Cherry trees lined the main walkway, their branches heavy with the last blush of spring blossoms, and the old European-style buildings gave the whole campus the feel of a postcard rather than a battlefield. Izuku stood at the gate in a borrowed uniform one size too large in the shoulders and stared up at the school crest like it might explain something about the last 24 hours of his life. You will attend classes as a transfer student, Rias had told him that morning, over a breakfast he barely tasted. It maintains the balance between the human world and the supernatural. Devils who live among humans keep a human routine. It also means you will have somewhere safe to be during the day, and somewhere Akino or Kaneko can find you quickly if trouble comes looking. Trouble, in Izuku's experience, did not wait to be looked for. It found him within the first hour, in the unglamorous shape of a girl crying quietly behind the chapel on the school's edge, a building technically deconsecrated but still carrying, to his newly sensitized senses, a faint uncomfortable hum, like standing too close to a downed power line. She was small, blonde, dressed in a plain traveling coat that marked her as a foreigner even before he heard her accent, and when she looked up at him her eyes were the pale unnerving green of stained glass, wide with the particular fear of someone who has been hurt so many times that kindness itself now reads as a threat. "I'm sorry," she said, scrambling to her feet, wiping at her face. "I did not mean to be seen. I will go." "You don't have to go anywhere," Izuku said, hands raised, palms out, the universal grammar of "I am not going to hurt you" that he had used 100 times on frightened civilians during his hero training. "I just heard someone crying. I wanted to make sure you were okay. My name's Izuku." She stared at him for a long moment, as if checking his face for a lie and failing to find one. "Asia," she said finally. "Asia Argento." They sat together on the low stone wall behind the chapel while she told him, in halting pieces, about a church that had cast her out for the crime of healing an injured devil out of simple compassion, about wandering since with nothing but a small case of belongings and a power she had been taught to think of as sacred and was now told was corrupted. Izuku listened the way he had always listened, completely, without once glancing at his phone or letting his attention drift, and when she finished he found that his hands had curled into fists at his sides, not from anger at her, but on her behalf. "That's not fair," he said, simple and direct, because sometimes the simplest true thing was the most useful thing to say. "None of that is fair. You didn't do anything wrong. You helped someone who needed help. That's not a corruption. Where I come from, that's basically the whole job description of being a hero." Asia blinked at him. "A hero. Long story," he said, and offered her a small, crooked smile. "But the short version is, I think you're allowed to be proud of what you did, even if the people who were supposed to protect you couldn't see that." It was Aquino who found them an hour later, drawn by some sixth sense Queens seemed to develop for locating exactly where their bishop had wandered off to, and it was Aquino who took one look at Asia's downturned eyes and worn traveling coat and made the offer before Izuku had even finished the introductions. "Rias would want to meet you," she said, warm and easy, the kind of warmth that made refusal feel almost impossible. "We're always glad to find someone the world has been unkind to. It's something of a habit with us." That evening, in the clubroom in the old school building, Rias listened to Asia's story with the same still, focused attention she had given Izuku's the night before, and at the end of it, she extended a small crimson chess piece across the table, a bishop, the twin of the one that had already reshaped Izuku's soul. "I cannot promise you an easy life," Rias said. "But I can promise you will never be alone in it again. Not while you're part of my peerage." Asia looked at the piece for a long moment, then at Izuku, sitting a few feet away with an expression of open, unguarded hope on his face, silently rooting for her to say yes without daring to influence the decision itself. She picked up the piece. "I would like that," she said, very quietly, and then, in a voice that cracked slightly with the effort of hoping again after so long spent not allowing herself to, "I would like that very much." The reincarnation ritual took longer this time, the magic circle drawn with more care, Rias murmuring the old words with the same gravity she had used the night before, and when it was finished Asia gasped and pressed a hand to her own chest as if checking that her heart was still beating in the same rhythm it always had. "It is," Izuku told her gently, kneeling beside her. "It just has some new company now." Over the following days, Izuku learned the rhythms of his new life the way he had once learned the rhythms of hero training, methodically, exhaustively, filling 3 separate notebooks he had begged off a stationery shop near the school with diagrams and notes. He learned that devils drew their power from an ambient reserve they called demonic energy, distinct from but not entirely incompatible with the strange bright thread of one for all still coiled inside him. He learned that a bishop's talent lay in amplifying magic rather than in raw physical combat, which frustrated him at first, until Rias pointed out, patiently, that amplification applied to more than just spells, that it could be layered onto physical technique as well, if he was creative and disciplined enough to figure out how. He learned that Kaneko preferred sweets to conversation but would talk for 20 straight minutes if the topic was cats. He learned that Kiba trained alone in the mornings with a wooden sword and did not like to be watched while he did it, not out of arrogance but out of an old grief he had not yet chosen to share. He learned that Aquino hummed under her breath when she brewed tea, an old habit from a childhood she rarely spoke of directly, and that her teasing, sharp as it often was, came from a place of genuine and careful affection once you learned to read past the surface of it. And he learned, more than anything else, that Rias Gremory carried the weight of her entire household on her shoulders with a composure that rarely cracked in front of others, and that the composure cost her something every single time she had to spend it. You don't have to be strong every single minute, he told her one evening, when he found her alone in the clubroom long after the others had gone home, staring at a letter bearing a wax seal she had not yet opened. You've got people now who'd help carry it, if you let them. Rias looked up at him, startled, and for a moment the composed mask slipped entirely, revealing something tired and young and afraid underneath it, an engagement she had not chosen, a family expectation she had spent years quietly resisting, a war she could feel gathering on a horizon none of her new servants could see yet. Then she folded the letter, set it aside, and looked at him properly. You've been a devil for 4 days, she said, and already you're trying to take care of me. Old habit, Izuku admitted. I don't really know how to turn it off. Rias studied him for a long moment, something warm and unresolved moving behind her eyes. Don't turn it off, she said finally, quietly. I think I might have missed having someone try. Classes at Kuoh Academy turned out to be a strange, almost soothing kind of normal after everything else, and Izuku found himself grateful for the mundane rhythm of it, the scratch of chalk, the murmur of lecture, the ordinary chatter of students who had no idea that 3 of their classmates spent their evenings hunting stray devils and fallen angels through the city's forgotten corners. He sat 2 rows behind Asia in his literature class, close enough to keep half an eye on her without hovering, and found himself unexpectedly popular among the other students within the first week, his easy willingness to help with notes and his quiet, earnest focus earning him a small circle of friendly acquaintances who knew nothing about what he truly was. You're oddly good at blending in for someone who fell out of the sky 2 weeks ago, Aquino remarked one lunch period, finding him seated under a cherry tree with 3 other students clustered around comparing notes for an upcoming exam. Lots of practice acting normal while carrying something extraordinary, Izuku said, once the other students had wandered off. It's kind of the whole skill set I grew up building. Different mask, same idea. Aquino settled onto the grass beside him, tucking her skirt neatly beneath her. Rias mentioned you have questions about the peerage system. The pieces, the ranks, how it all connects. I could walk you through it now, if you'd like a study session that doesn't involve grammar homework. He welcomed the distraction gladly, and Aquino explained it all with the patient, thorough clarity of someone who genuinely enjoyed teaching when the subject mattered to her, the king who anchored the set, the queen who carried a blend of every other piece's strength, the knights built for speed, the rooks for raw endurance, the bishops for magical amplification, and the pawns whose true value lay hidden until the exact right moment on a metaphorical chessboard, when a single piece could promote itself into something far greater than its starting rank ever suggested. Pawns sound like the most interesting piece, honestly, Izuku said, turning the idea over. All that hidden potential, waiting for exactly the right circumstances to unlock it. Aquino's eyes glinted with quiet amusement. Careful. Keep talking like that and Rias will start wondering if she wasted a bishop piece on someone who was secretly built to be a pawn all along. I don't think it was wasted, Izuku said, and meant it, thinking of the strange new color his amplification circles had taken on that morning in the clearing. I think I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. It just took losing everything else to end up here. Chapter 3. Training with Aquino began at dawn, before the sun had fully cleared the tree line, in a clearing behind the old school building where the wards were thick enough to hide the light show from any human passerby unlucky enough to be out walking a dog at that hour. She did not go easy on him. He had not expected her to. Again, Aquino said, standing loose and relaxed at the center of the clearing while lightning crackled harmlessly along her fingertips, more amplification this time. You keep trying to push power into the spell circle like it's a fight you can win through force. It isn't. Magic listens. You have to ask it, not order it. Izuku, breathing hard, lowered his hands from the half-formed circle that had sputtered and died for the 4th time that morning, and forced himself to think it through the way he thought through everything, breaking the problem into its component pieces. One for All had always answered to intention married to precise physical control, a philosophy of output he had spent a full year of his life learning under a mentor who believed technique was itself a form of respect for the power being wielded. Maybe this was not so different. Ask, not order, he repeated. Okay. Okay, let me try again. This time, instead of forcing his focus outward like a punch, he let it settle inward first, the way he settled his stance before a technique, feeling for the quiet green thread of one for all and the newer crimson thread of demonic energy where they lay tangled together somewhere under his ribs, and instead of commanding them, he simply asked them, silently, to work together. The circle that formed beneath his palms this time was thin and unsteady, but it held, glowing a soft mingled color that was neither pure red nor pure green but something new entirely, and Akino's easy, teasing expression shifted into something more serious, more impressed. Era, she said softly, stepping closer to study the circle before it faded. That's not a color I've seen a bishop's amplification take before. Rias is going to want to see this. He collapsed onto the grass afterward, spent in the particular full-body way that only came from touching a genuinely new limit, and Akino settled down beside him without being asked, offering a thermos of tea she had apparently packed with exactly this outcome in mind. You throw yourself at every wall like it personally insulted you, she observed, watching him drink. Most new devils pace themselves. You don't seem to know how. Where I trained before, Izuku said, between sips, my mentor used to say power without control just hurts the people around you. So I learned control. And once you've spent a year learning to control something that could break your own bones if you used it wrong, everything else kind of feels like it's worth throwing yourself at. Akino was quiet for a moment, turning her own cup slowly in her hands. My mother taught me to control lightning before I could properly walk, she said, eventually, in a voice that had lost its usual teasing lilt. It was not gentle teaching. For a long time I hated what I could do because of how I learned to do it. It's strange, watching you enjoy the struggle of learning something new. I think I forgot that was allowed. Izuku turned to look at her properly. It's allowed, he said, simple and certain. Whatever happened before, however you learned it, the fact that you can do something amazing with it now doesn't have to be tied to how it hurt going in. You get to decide what it means now. Something in Akino's expression softened, unguarded in a way he had not seen from her yet, the flirtatious mask she wore so easily around the others quietly setting itself aside. Era, she murmured, you say very dangerous things for someone who has been a devil for less than 2 weeks. Dangerous how? She smiled at him, small and genuine, and did not answer directly. Finish your tea, she said instead. We're doing it again. And this time, I want to see if you can hold that circle for longer than 4 seconds. They trained until the sun was fully up and Kaneko wandered out to watch with a rice ball in each hand, offering one to Izuku without comment when his circle finally held for a full 10 seconds and Akino actually applauded, a real, delighted sound rather than her usual performative amusement. Not bad, Kaneko said around a mouthful of rice, which from her, Izuku was beginning to understand, counted as genuine praise. High praise from someone who rations her words like they cost money, Akino said, nudging Kaneko's shoulder with an easy familiarity that spoke of years of shared history between them. Kaneko only shrugged and offered Izuku the second rice ball without further comment, which he accepted with the particular gratitude of someone whose stomach had just noticed how much energy the morning's training had actually cost him. Thanks, he said, and meant it for more than just the food. For all of it. I know I'm not exactly a normal case to train. Appreciate you two putting up with the trial and error. Trial and error's how anyone gets strong, Kaneko said, already turning to head back toward the school building. You're just doing it faster than most. Rias picked well. That afternoon, Rias called the full peerage together in the clubroom for what she described as a briefing, though the word did little to prepare Izuku for the low, serious weight in her voice as she laid a map of Kuoh's outskirts across the table. There's a stray devil in the abandoned district past the river, she said. A former servant who killed her own master and has been feeding on strays and stragglers since. She's grown strong enough that the local response teams flagged it for a full peerage, not a solo cleanup. I want everyone ready by nightfall. Izuku's first mission. He felt the old, familiar mix of fear and focus settle over him, the same cocktail of feelings that had carried him through every hero exam and rescue operation in his old life, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that it fit just as comfortably into this new body as it had into the old one. Kiba caught his eye across the table and offered a small, understanding nod. First time's always the strangest, he said quietly, once the others had turned back to the map. After that it starts to feel like just another Tuesday. Any advice? Izuku asked. Trust your team, Kiba said. That's the whole thing, honestly. You're not doing this alone anymore. None of us are. Before nightfall, Izuku found himself alone in the clubroom kitchen with Kaneko, who had appointed herself in charge of preparing a small meal for everyone before the mission, moving through the motions of rice and grilled fish with a quiet, methodical calm that reminded him a little of the way his mother used to cook when she was thinking through something difficult. You're worried, he said, not quite a question, settling onto a stool nearby to help slice vegetables under her brief, critical supervision. Stray devils get more dangerous the longer they go unchecked, Kaneko said, not looking up from the stove. This one's been loose for weeks. Local teams should have caught it sooner. Didn't. Now it's our problem. Is that normal? Things falling through the cracks like that? Kaneko was quiet for a moment, turning a piece of fish with practiced economy. Underworld's got a lot of old families more interested in politics than patrol schedules, she said finally. Rias isn't like that. Never has been. She checks every report herself. Comes out here herself instead of sending juniors to handle it. That's rare, for someone with her name. You respect her a lot, Izuku observed. Kaneko's ears, or what would have been ears on the cat features she sometimes let show at the edges when she was relaxed, flicked slightly, an old tell he was already learning to read. She's the reason I'm not still what I used to be, Kaneko said, quiet and clipped, the way she delivered anything that touched too close to old wounds. Won't say more than that tonight. But yeah. I respect her. Izuku did not push. He had learned, in his old life, that the most important thing you could offer someone guarding a painful history was patience rather than curiosity, the willingness to let a door stay closed until its owner decided otherwise. Thanks for telling me even that much, he said instead, and returned his attention to the vegetables. They ate together as a full group an hour later, the mood lighter than the coming mission probably warranted, Akino teasing Kiba about a training bruise, Asia laughing softly at something Rias murmured under her breath, Kaneko quietly claiming a second helping of fish before anyone else could. Izuku sat in the middle of it, chopsticks forgotten for a moment, and thought that whatever this world eventually asked of him, exactly this, ordinary warmth around an ordinary table, was worth every bit of the fight it would take to keep it. Chapter 4. The abandoned district past the river had once been a small manufacturing quarter, and the buildings still stood in various states of collapse, concrete husks with rebar reaching up through broken roofs like the ribs of something long dead. Rias led them in with quiet, economical instructions, Akino and Kiba fanning to the flanks, Kaneko moving low and silent along the ground, Izuku and Asia held back at Rias's side as support. Stay close to me, Rias murmured to him. Amplify Asia's healing if anyone takes a hit, and hold a circle ready in case I need a boost on my own casting. You've got good instincts. Trust them. The stray devil, when it finally revealed itself, was not what Izuku had braced for. He had pictured, from Rias's clinical description, something monstrous and purely animal, and instead found a creature that still bore the ghost of a human shape, twisted and fused with segmented insectal limbs, its face a mask of old human features stretched too wide over something chidnous underneath. It moved with a terrible, jerking speed, and its first strike caught Kiba across the shoulder before he could fully bring his blade up, sending him skidding back through a collapsed doorway with a grunt of pain. Asia was moving before Izuku had finished processing the hit, her hands already glowing with the soft gold light of her twilight healing, murmuring the old prayer under her breath despite the flinch that still crossed her face every time she used a power the church had once told her was blasphemous in a devil's hands. Izuku dropped to one knee beside her without being told, feeling for the crimson demonic thread inside him, and this time, instead of asking it to build a spell circle of his own, he asked it simply to reach outward, to wrap itself gently around the edges of Asia's healing light and press it wider, deeper, faster. The gold light around Kiba's shoulder brightened, and the wound there, which should have taken a full minute to close, sealed itself in 15 seconds instead. Asia gasped, staring down at her own glowing hands in open astonishment. She started, it's so much stronger, how did you? Later, Izuku said, already turning toward the fight, because the stray devil had recovered from Akino's opening lightning strike and was barreling toward Rias with a speed that made his chest go tight with an old, familiar reflex, the reflex that had once sent him diving in front of Bakugo without a second thought and now sent him diving, without hesitation, between the charging creature and the woman who had given him his second life. He caught the first blow on a guard stance that would have made his old mentor proud, forearms crossed, weight sunk low, and the impact still sent a shockwave of pain up both arms hard enough to crack the pavement beneath his feet. But he held. And in the half-second the creature spent recoiling from the unexpected resistance, he felt one for all surge up through him, unbidden, instinctive, the way it always had in the moments that mattered most, and he drove a single, precise punch into the creature's exposed chitin with everything both of his inheritances had to offer. The sound the impact made was less like a punch and more like a small detonation. The stray devil was thrown backward through two collapsed walls before finally skidding to a stop, twitching, badly wounded but not yet finished. Rias, freed by the opening, closed the distance in a heartbeat and finished it with a compressed sphere of her family's signature power of destruction, a crimson light that unmade the creature at the molecular level with a terrible, quiet efficiency. Silence fell over the ruined district. Izuku stood in the middle of it, breathing hard, knuckles split and already knitting themselves back together with a speed he was still not fully used to, and became aware, gradually, that everyone was staring at him. That, Akino said, into the quiet, with a low delighted laugh, was not bishop behavior. Rias, what exactly did you reincarnate? I don't entirely know yet, Rias admitted, walking over to inspect Izuku's hands with a critical, professional eye, checking for damage even as something warmer moved behind her scrutiny. But whatever it is, she added, glancing up at him, it's the strongest first mission performance I've ever seen out of a new servant. Are you hurt? Nothing that won't heal in an hour, Izuku said, and then, more honestly, that was terrifying. I'm glad it's over. You handled terrifying well, Kiba said, rolling his once wounded shoulder experimentally, testing the healing Asia and Izuku had given it together. Most people don't stand between Rias and a charging enemy on their first outing. Most people don't stand between Rias and anything, ever, honestly. She usually doesn't let them get close enough to try. Kiba fell into step beside Izuku as the group started back toward the tree line, the two of them trailing slightly behind the others. That instinct you showed back there, Kiba said, thoughtful, stepping in front of Rias without even thinking about it twice. That's not something you can teach. Either it's already in someone or it isn't. It's just what you do for people who matter to you, Izuku said, simple and unembarrassed. I never really thought of it as a special instinct. More like the only option that ever made sense to me. Kiba was quiet for a few steps, something more serious moving behind his easy smile. I used to know someone who thought like that, he said eventually. A long time ago. Different circumstances. It didn't end well for either of us. I'm not saying that to scare you off it. Just, be careful how far you take it. The people worth protecting usually want you to still be standing at the end too. Izuku glanced at him, hearing the old grief underneath the words, the same grief he'd sensed watching Kiba train alone with his wooden sword in the mornings. I'll try to remember that, he said, gently, and did not ask for more than Kiba was ready to give. Rias caught up to walk on Izuku's other side a moment later, her earlier clinical inspection of his hands having given way to something more thoughtful. You didn't hesitate, she said, quiet enough that it was almost just for him. Most new devils freeze the first time real danger closes in fast. You didn't freeze for even a second. I've had practice not freezing, Izuku admitted. Doesn't mean I wasn't scared. I was terrified the whole time. I just learned a long time ago that being scared and doing the right thing anyway aren't actually opposites. They just feel like they should be. Rias smiled at that, small and genuine, the kind of smile Akino had noted out loud that he seemed to draw out of her more easily than anyone else managed. I think, she said, that piece I used on you might be the best decision I've made in a long while. That night, back at the small apartment near the school that Rias had arranged for him within his first few days as a devil, Izuku sat at his desk and finally allowed himself a quiet moment to process everything the day had held, the fight, the fear, the strange new strength blooming out of the fusion of his two inheritances, the warmth in Rias's voice on the walk home. He opened his notebook and wrote, at the top of a fresh page, the words "New World, New Team, Still Trying," and beneath it began a list of everything he still needed to learn, a list that grew longer with every hour that passed, exactly the way he had always liked it best. Rias shot him a look that had no real heat behind it, and Kiba only grinned, unbothered. On the walk back through the quiet streets of Kuoh, Asia fell into step beside Izuku, still turning her glowing hands over in wonder even though the light had long since faded. "Thank you," she said quietly. "For trusting my power was worth building on. Not everyone would have. Your power was always worth building on," Izuku said. "I just helped it do what it already wanted to do." Asia smiled at him, small and warm, and did not say anything else, but she walked a little closer to his side for the rest of the way home, and Izuku, glancing sideways at her, found that he did not mind that one bit. Chapter 5. The message came 3 days later, folded into a paper airplane that Kaneko intercepted midair on the clubroom balcony with the flat, unimpressed reflexes of someone who had long since stopped being surprised by how supernatural mail arrived. Rias unfolded it, read it once, and went very still in a way that made the whole room go quiet around her. "Another fallen angel," she said finally. "2 of them, actually, working together this time. They've been spotted near the old church on the west side of town, the same district Asia used to frequent before she came to us. Local intelligence suggests they're looking for something. Or someone." Asia's face went pale. "They're looking for me," she said, quiet and certain. "They know the church cast me out. They probably think I'm easy to reclaim, since I don't have anyone protecting me." "You have all of us protecting you," Izuku said immediately, before anyone else could speak, and the certainty in his voice was absolute enough that Asia's shoulders, which had begun to curl inward with old fear, straightened again slightly. Rias nodded slowly. "He's right. This changes nothing about how we handle you, Asia. But it does mean I want everyone at full readiness. Fallen angels who hunt in pairs are not to be underestimated, and if they are indeed after Asia specifically, they may try something reckless." That evening, after the others had gone home and the clubroom had settled into the particular hush of a building nearly empty, Izuku found Akino alone on the balcony, watching the sun go down over the rooftops of Kuoh with an expression more contemplative than he had seen from her before. "Everything okay?" he asked, settling against the railing beside her. "Fallen angels always put me in a strange mood," Akino said, after a moment. "It's complicated. Old history. I'll tell you the whole of it someday, when it doesn't feel like reopening something I only just finished stitching shut. For now, just know that if a fight comes, I intend to make sure nothing with black wings gets anywhere near this clubroom or the people in it." "I believe you," Izuku said, and meant it completely. Akino glanced sideways at him, something soft crossing her expression before the usual playful mask slid back into place. "You know," she said, "you've been here 2 weeks and you've already made Asia trust a devil's touch, made Kaneko share her rice balls unprompted, which never happens, and made Ria smile more in a fortnight than I've seen her smile in the entire year before you arrived. I'm starting to think Rias got very lucky with that stray bishop piece." "I think I got lucky too," Izuku said honestly. "I lost everything I knew in one afternoon. I could have landed anywhere. Instead I landed here, with all of you." "That's not nothing." Akino was quiet for a long moment, watching the last of the sunlight fade behind the school's western wall. "Era," she said finally, very softly, "careful now, Midoriya. Keep saying things like that and I might start to believe you actually mean them." "I do mean them," Izuku said, simply, because it was true, and because he had never learned any other way to speak about things that mattered to him. "It's not really a skill I ever picked up, saying things I don't mean. Never saw the point of it." Earlier that same evening, before the sky had fully turned toward dusk, Izuku had found Asia sitting alone in the clubroom's reading nook, a borrowed book open on her lap and unread, her attention fixed instead on the middle distance in the particular unfocused way of someone replaying old, painful memories. He did not say anything at first, only settled into the chair across from her, close enough to be present without crowding the quiet she seemed to need. "They cast me out for showing mercy," Asia said eventually, not looking up. "I think what frightens me most about the fallen angels coming isn't that they might hurt me. It's that some small part of me still wonders if they're right to want me back. If maybe I really did do something wrong. You didn't, Izuku said, immediate and certain, the same certainty he'd used behind the chapel 2 weeks earlier. Healing someone who's hurt isn't a sin in any world I've ever heard of, this one or my old one. The people who told you otherwise were wrong, Asia. Not you. Never you. Asia finally looked up at him, her pale eyes bright with unshed tears she was visibly fighting to hold back. It's easier to believe that when you say it, she admitted, small and honest. I don't know why. Maybe because you never once looked at my power like it needed explaining or excusing. You just accepted it as something good, right from the start. Because it is something good, Izuku said simply. You are something good, Asia. Whatever happens tomorrow, I need you to hold on to that, because I think you're going to need it more than you need to be afraid. She reached out, hesitant, and he took her hand without a second thought, holding it steady while she breathed through the last of the old fear working its way loose. I'll try, she whispered. For you, I'll try. For yourself, Izuku corrected gently. But I'll take being part of the reason too, if that helps. That startled a small, wet laugh out of her, and some of the tension eased from her shoulders, enough that when Akino found her 20 minutes later to begin the defensive spell coaching, Asia's hands were steady around the practice circle in a way they had not been at the start of the evening. Izuku watched them work from across the room for a while afterward, Rias occasionally correcting the angle of Asia's circle with a gentle, patient hand, and thought, not for the first time since arriving in this strange new world, that whatever else it cost him, he had landed somewhere worth fighting to protect. Below them, in the courtyard, Kaneko and Kiba were running a final check on the Peerage's equipment for the coming confrontation, and inside the clubroom, Rias sat with Asia, quietly coaching her through a defensive spell circle meant to buy time if the fallen angels found her alone, her voice patient and warm in a way that had nothing to do with duty and everything to do with the fact that she had, in a very short span of time, come to genuinely care what happened to the frightened girl who had walked out from behind that chapel 2 weeks earlier. It was, Izuku thought, watching the whole scene from the balcony with Akino quiet and thoughtful beside him, a strange kind of family, assembled out of a series of accidents and rescues and reincarnations that none of them had asked for and all of them had chosen, in the end, to keep. He did not know yet what waited for them at the old church, or how many more fallen angels stood between this fragile new piece and the life he was slowly, carefully building for himself in a world that was not supposed to exist. But he knew, standing there with the last of the sunset catching in Akino's dark hair and the sound of Rias's patient voice drifting up from the room behind him, that whatever came next, he would not be facing it alone. And after everything the last 2 weeks had cost him, that felt like more than enough to build a future on. Chapter 6. Preparations for the coming confrontation took over the clubroom for the better part of 2 days, maps and old church blueprints spread across every available surface, Rias tracing likely approach routes with a red pen while Kiba catalogued the group's known offensive options against whatever the two fallen angels might bring to bear. Izuku, true to old habit, filled another notebook with observations, not of combat technique this time but of his new teammates themselves, the small tells that preceded each of their abilities, the half-second of stillness before Kaneko moved, the way Akino's aura thickened at the edges when she was building toward a larger spell rather than a quick strike. You're studying us, Rias observed, catching him at it on the second evening, a faint, amused note in her voice rather than any real objection. Habit, Izuku admitted, closing the notebook. Where I trained, we were taught that understanding your allies is just as important as understanding your enemies. Maybe more. You can win a fight through raw power. You can only survive a war by knowing exactly who's standing beside you and what they need from you in the moment it matters. Rias set down her pen and studied him for a long moment, something unreadable and warm moving behind her eyes. That's a very old soldier's philosophy for someone who was, by his own account, still in school 2 weeks ago. I had a good teacher, Izuku said, and something in his voice went soft and a little distant, the particular ache of missing someone across a distance no ordinary travel could close. He used to say a hero's greatest strength wasn't the flashiest technique. It was showing up for the people who needed him, over and over, even when it cost him something. I think that's true whether you're calling yourself a hero or a devil. Rias reached across the table, unexpectedly, and rested her hand briefly over his. I am glad that alley in Kuoh was the one you landed in, she said, quiet and sincere. I don't say that lightly. I mean it. Izuku felt his face heat, an old, familiar reaction that apparently transferred without issue between worlds, and Rias, watching him fumble for a response, allowed herself a small private smile before turning the conversation back to the map, sparing him the trouble of finding words that weren't quite ready yet. On the morning of the operation, Asia found Izuku alone in the training clearing, running through slow, deliberate forms meant to test how well the newest layer of his amplification synced with his physical technique. She watched from the tree line for a while before stepping into the open, hands folded in front of her, an old nervous habit that had not fully faded even after 2 weeks of gentle proof that no one here intended to hurt her. I wanted to say something before we go, she said, when he paused and turned toward her. If today goes wrong, if they come for me and something happens, I don't want to have never told you. You were the first person in a very long time who looked at what the church called my sin and saw something worth protecting instead. I don't think I can put into words what that meant. What it still means. Nothing is going to happen to you today, Izuku said, with the particular fierce certainty he reserved for promises he intended to keep at any cost. But thank you for telling me anyway. It means a lot to me too, more than you probably realize. You didn't just find a place to belong here. You gave the rest of us a reason to be a little braver about protecting it. Asia's eyes went bright, and she stepped forward on impulse and hugged him, quick and fierce, before pulling back with her cheeks coloring, flustered by her own boldness. Be careful, she said. Please. I will, Izuku promised. We all will. That's the whole point of doing this together. By late afternoon the full peerage stood assembled at the tree line overlooking the old church, its broken steeple silhouetted against a sky just beginning to bruise toward evening. Rias surveyed the building through a small pair of enchanted opera glasses, jaw set, calculating. 2 signatures inside, she said quietly. Strong ones. This will not be a simple cleanup like the stray devil. Everyone stays in formation. Akino and Kiba take the flanks. Kaneko, you're on containment if either of them tries to run. Izuku, Asia, you're with me at the center, same as before. If it comes down to a direct confrontation, I want you two ready to combine again exactly like you did in the district. It worked once. It will work again. Understood, Izuku said, and felt the old premission stillness settle over him, the particular quiet focus that had carried him through every major test of his old life, fear folded down into something smaller and more useful, purpose sitting where panic wanted to be. They crossed the overgrown churchyard in loose formation, past broken statuary and a rusted iron gate hanging open on one hinge, and the air grew colder with every step closer to the church doors, a wrongness that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the sheer density of hostile power gathering somewhere inside. Akino's fingertips crackled faintly with restrained lightning. Kiba's hand rested easy and ready on the hilt of his blade. Kaneko rolled her shoulders, cracking her knuckles with a small, businesslike sound. Whatever's waiting in there, Rias said, low, to the group at large, we handle it exactly the way we've handled everything so far. Together. No one goes in alone. No one gets left behind. The great wooden doors of the church groaned open at Rias's touch, revealing a nave lit only by the last orange light slanting through broken stained glass, dust hanging suspended in the air like something frozen mid-breath. And in the center of that ruined, waiting silence, 2 shapes unfolded from the shadows behind the altar, wings the color of old ash spreading wide against the fading light. Well, one of them said, voice carrying an amused, terrible calm across the empty nave, it seems the little devils finally came looking for us. How thoughtful. We were beginning to think we'd have to go collect the fallen sister ourselves. Izuku felt Asia go rigid beside him, and reached out, without thinking, to rest a steadying hand against her shoulder. Rias stepped forward, chin high, the full weight of her family's authority settling over her like a mantle she had been born to carry. You'll have to go through all of us first, she said, and behind her, in a loose unbroken line, the rest of her peerage stepped forward as one to stand at her side. The fallen angel who had spoken tilted his head, studying the line of devils arrayed against him with the lazy, unbothered confidence of someone who did not yet understand what he was looking at. Izuku felt the familiar pre-battle stillness settle over him again, sharper this time, layered now with 2 weeks of training, 2 weeks of trust built brick by brick with the people standing shoulder to shoulder around him. He thought of Asia's hand steady in his the night before. He thought of Akino's lightning and Kiba's blade and Kaniko's quiet, coiled strength, and Rias standing tall and unafraid at the very front of all of it. Whatever waited for them in the fading light of that broken nave, he was ready to meet it exactly the way Kiba had told him to, together, with people who had already proven, again and again, in a dozen small quiet moments, that none of them intended to let each other stand alone. The first fallen angel's wings snapped wide, and light began to gather, slow and deliberate, at the tip of an outstretched hand, and across the ruined nave, 6 devils settled into position without a single order needing to be spoken aloud, because after 2 short, extraordinary weeks, none of them needed the order anymore. Chapter 7. The first spear of light came fast, faster than the one that had killed Izuku in the alley 2 weeks earlier, and this time he was ready for it. He threw himself sideways, dragging Asia down with him behind an overturned pew, and felt the spear detonate against the stone floor where they had been standing, throwing splinters of marble in every direction. Akino met the second fallen angel head-on, lightning crackling from both hands in a torrent that lit the ruined nave in strobing violet-white light, and Kiba moved like water around the edges of the fight, his blade flashing in and out of the chaos with the precise, economical grace of someone who had spent years turning speed into an art form. Kaniko anchored the center, taking hits that would have broken a human spine and shrugging them off with a low growl, her enhanced strength driving one of the fallen angels back a full step with every blow that landed. Rias herself squared off against the one who had spoken first, the taller of the two, exchanging blasts of crimson destruction against violet light in a duel that scorched the air between them and sent waves of pressure rolling through the church strong enough to shatter what little remained of the stained glass windows. Izuku rose from behind the pew with Asia still close at his side, feeling the old, familiar calculation take over, reading the battlefield the way he had been trained to read one since his first year at UA, cataloging angles and openings and the precise rhythm of each combatant's movement. Akino's opponent was favoring his left wing, he realized, a small hitch in the wing beat that suggested an old injury not fully healed. Kiba's opponent kept overextending on his downward strikes, leaving a half-second gap before he could recover his guard. Asia, he said, low and urgent, can you hold a healing circle steady if I amplify it from a distance instead of standing right next to you? I think so, Asia said, already gathering the soft gold light around her hands. Why? Because I need to be able to move, he said, and pressed a hand briefly to her shoulder. Stay low, stay behind cover, and trust me to come back for you the second this is over. He broke from behind the pew in a dead sprint, closing the distance to where Kiba's opponent was winding up for another overextended strike, and felt one for all surge through his legs in a burst of speed that would have been impossible for his old body without shattering every bone from the ankles up. This body took the strain differently, the demonic energy woven through his cells cushioning the impact in a way his purely human physiology never could have managed, and he crossed 15 meters of broken church floor in under a second, driving a full-powered blow into the fallen angel's exposed flank exactly as it overextended, exactly the way he had calculated. The creature staggered, wings flaring in pained surprise, and Kiba capitalized instantly, driving his blade through the opening Izuku had bought him with a clean, decisive strike that ended the fight in a burst of dissolving black feathers. One down, Kiba called, already turning to help Kaniko, who was holding her own but beginning to tire under the sustained assault of her larger opponent. Izuku turned toward Akino's fight next, watching for the hitch in the wounded wing, and found his opening 3 exchanges later, calling out a warning half a second before he threw himself into the fray, driving a shoulder into the fallen angel's weakened side hard enough to spin the creature off balance directly into the path of Akino's next lightning strike. The combined force of the impact and the strike that followed was more than the creature's already strained wing could bear, and it went down in a shower of sparks and feathers, dissolving into nothing before it hit the ground. That left only Rias's opponent, the leader, still trading blows at the center of the nave, and Izuku turned toward that fight in time to see the fallen angel faint low and drive a spear of concentrated light directly at Rias's unguarded side, a killing blow disguised as a follow-up strike. He did not think. He simply moved, the same reflex that had carried him between Rias and the stray devil days earlier, and threw himself into the spear's path with his arms crossed in the same guard stance he had used before, bracing for an impact he knew, on some level, might genuinely hurt him this time. The spear struck his forearms and shattered against the amplified demonic barrier he had, without quite realizing it, layered instinctively over his own skin in the half-second before impact. The same trick he had practiced with Akino all week now applied under real pressure for the first time. Pain lanced up both arms, sharp and real, but the spear did not pierce, and Rias, freed by the block, closed the distance in an instant and ended the fight with a full, undiluted blast of her family's power of destruction, unmaking the last fallen angel in a wash of crimson light that left the ruined nave finally, completely silent. Izuku sank to one knee, breathing hard, his forearms throbbing beneath skin that was already, slowly, knitting itself back together. Asia was at his side within seconds, gold light already gathering around her hands, murmuring apologies for not reaching him faster even as the pain in his arms began to recede under her careful touch. "You blocked a killing blow meant for me," Rias said, crouching in front of him, her voice tight with an emotion that was not quite anger and not quite anything he had a name for yet. "Twice now. You have got to stop doing that without warning me first." "Wasn't really a plan I had time to run past you," Izuku admitted, wincing as Asia's healing worked deeper into the bruised muscle beneath his skin. "It was just the fastest option on the table." Rias stared at him for a long moment, something fierce and unguarded moving behind her eyes, and then, without any further warning, she pulled him into a hard, sudden embrace, her arms tied around his shoulders, her face pressed briefly against the side of his head. "Thank you," she said, muffled and quiet. "And also, please stop scaring me like that." "I'll work on the warning part," Izuku said, a little dazed, both by the pain fading from his arms and by the sudden, unexpected warmth of her against him. "Can't promise I'll stop jumping in front of things aimed at you. That part's kind of permanent." They lingered in the ruined nave a while longer, checking the rest of the group for any injuries Asia's earlier attention might have missed, and it was Kaneko who finally broke the settling quiet, nudging a scattered black feather with the toe of her shoe. "Good fight," she said, short and matter-of-fact, the highest praise Izuku had yet heard her offer anyone. "First real one. Won't be the last. Get used to nights like this if you're sticking around." "How do you know that?" Izuku asked, curious rather than worried. "Underworld's big," Kaneko said. "Lots of things out there that don't like devils, or like devils too much for the wrong reasons. Fallen angels, stray devils, rogue exorcists, sometimes worse. This was just the first. Rias tries to keep us out of the worst of it as long as she can, but it finds its way to her eventually. Always has." Kiba fell into step beside them as they made their way back through the churchyard toward the waiting car Rias had summoned, his usual easy grin dimmed slightly with fatigue but still present. "You held your own tonight," he told Izuku. "More than held your own, honestly. I've fought beside seasoned devils who didn't read a battlefield half as well as you did back there." "Had good teachers," Izuku said. "Both here and back home. Guess it turns out the fundamentals carry over between worlds better than I expected." Akino, walking a little ahead with Asia's arm looped through hers for support, glanced back over her shoulder with a teasing glint in her eye despite her own visible exhaustion. "Era, careful, Kiba," she called. "Keep complimenting him like that and his head won't fit through the car door." Izuku laughed, surprised by how easily it came even after everything the night had held, and found that the sound of it, genuine and unguarded, seemed to settle something loose and anxious in his chest that had been wound tight since the spear of light first tore through him 2 weeks earlier. Whatever this world asked of him next, he thought, watching his new family walk ahead of him through the scorched, quiet churchyard, he was beginning to believe he could actually meet it, one fight, one small ordinary moment of belonging, at a time. Chapter 8. They returned to the clubroom well after midnight, exhausted and battered but alive, all 6 of them, and Rias insisted on personally checking every member of her peerage for injuries before she would allow anyone to so much as sit down, a quiet, methodical ritual of care that Izuku was beginning to understand was as much about her own need for reassurance as it was about their actual well-being. "You did well tonight," she told them all, once the last bruise had been confirmed healed and the adrenaline had finally begun to drain from the room. "All of you." I could not have asked for a better response from a peerage barely 2 weeks into working together. "I am," she paused, seeming to search for the right word, "proud. That's the word. I am proud of every one of you." Kaneko allowed herself a small, rare smile at that. Kiba inclined his head in quiet acknowledgement. Akino, curled into her usual corner of the couch, simply looked pleased in the particular satisfied way of a cat that had gotten exactly the attention it wanted. Asia, still a little pale from the night's fear, reached over without quite meaning to and took Izuku's hand, and he let her, grateful for the small anchoring warmth of it. It was Akino who noticed, first, the letter still sitting untouched on the corner of Rias's desk, the same one bearing the wax seal Izuku had seen days earlier, the one Rias had folded away unopened rather than let herself deal with in front of him. Rias, Akino said, quiet but pointed, you should probably read that before it becomes someone else's problem to explain to him. Rias's face did something complicated, resolve settling over exhaustion, and she reached for the letter with the particular deliberate calm of someone bracing for an unpleasant but expected blow. She broke the seal, read the contents in silence, and when she finished, set the letter down with a controlled precision that told Izuku, even without reading a word of it himself, that whatever it said had cost her something to absorb. What is it? He asked, gentle, not pushing, simply offering the space for her to answer if she wanted to. Rias was quiet for a long moment before she spoke, and when she did, her voice had gone flat in a way he had not heard from her before, the composed authority stripped down to something more tired and more honest underneath. I am engaged, she said. Have been, for some time, to a member of another noble devil family. Riser Phoenix. It was arranged by our families when I was very young, long before I had any say in the matter, and my brother has apparently decided the engagement has been delayed long enough. This letter is confirmation that Riser intends to visit within the week, to formally solidify the arrangement, with the expectation that a wedding will follow shortly after. I had hoped, foolishly perhaps, that enough time and enough distance might make the whole arrangement quietly fade away. It seems I no longer have that luxury. The room went very quiet. Asia's grip on Izuku's hand tightened slightly. Kaneko's expression had gone flat and cold in a way that suggested this was not the first time she had heard the name Riser Phoenix, and had not liked it the previous time either. Do you want to marry him? Izuku asked, direct, because he had never learned how to dance around a question that mattered. Rias let out a short, humorless laugh. No, she said. I have never wanted that. Riser is exactly the kind of noble devil I have spent my entire life trying not to become, arrogant, entitled, cruel to anyone he considers beneath him, which in his worldview is nearly everyone. I built this peerage in part because I was hoping to prove to my family that I could stand on my own, that my worth was not simply a number attached to my bloodline waiting to be traded to the highest convenient bidder. But the Underworld's old families do not care much for what a woman wants when there is a political alliance to be gained. Then we stop it, Izuku said, immediate and certain, the same certainty he had used behind the chapel with Asia 2 weeks earlier, the same certainty that had thrown him between Rias and a killing blow that same night. Whatever it takes. You're not property, Rias. Nobody gets to decide who you spend your life with except you. It is not so simple, Rias said, though something in her expression had softened at the fierceness in his voice. Underworld law does allow one path to contest an arranged marriage. A rating game, a formal, sanctioned battle between peerages, with the terms of the engagement as the stake. If I challenge Riser and win, the engagement is dissolved, permanently, with no further claim from his family. If I lose, she paused, if I lose, the marriage proceeds immediately, with no further recourse. So we win, Izuku said, as though the matter were already settled. Rias studied him for a long moment, something warm and startled and grateful moving behind her tired eyes. Riser's peerage is fully matured, she said carefully. Experienced. Battle-tested over years, not weeks. Mine is, she gestured around the room, barely assembled. I would be asking all of you to risk everything on a fight none of you are remotely prepared for, against odds that are not, by any honest measure, in our favor. Kiba spoke up from where he leaned against the wall, his usual easy demeanor replaced by something harder, more focused. I've fought worse odds for less important reasons, he said. Count me in. Same, Kaneko said, short and final, arms folded. Riser's peerage looked down on me for what I used to be, back before Rias found me. Wouldn't mind one bit showing them exactly what I've become since. Era, Aquino said, stretching languidly, already looking more energized than exhausted. I have been waiting for an excuse to remind Riser Phoenix exactly why the Underworld calls me what it calls me. Count me in twice. Asia's hand was still in Izuku's, and she squeezed it once, gently, before letting go to speak for herself. I don't know how much use I'll be in a fight like that, she admitted, quiet but resolute. But I can heal every single one of you as many times as it takes. I want to help. Please let me help. Rias looked around the room at all of them, her peerage, assembled from accidents and rescues and reincarnations none of them had asked for, every single one of them choosing, without hesitation, to stand at her side against odds that should have sent any of them running. Something in her composed mask finally, fully cracked, and for a moment she simply pressed a hand over her own mouth, blinking hard against an emotion too large to easily contain. Thank you, she said, when she trusted her voice again. All of you. I don't, she stopped, started again. I don't think I have ever had people choose me like this before. Not for my name. Not for my family standing. Just, me. Get used to it, Izuku said, softly. This is what a team does. Once the others had finally gone to rest, exhaustion catching up with all of them at once now that the immediate crisis had a shape and a plan attached to it, Izuku lingered in the clubroom, unwilling to leave Rias alone with a letter that had clearly cost her more composure than she wanted anyone to see. She sat at her desk, the crimson wax seal still visible where she had broken it, tracing one finger absently along the edge of the parchment. Tell me about your family, he said, settling into the chair across from her. Not the political parts. The real parts. What was it like, growing up as a Gremory? Rias considered the question for a long moment, something distant and complicated moving behind her eyes. Lonely, mostly, she admitted finally. My brother is the current head of the family, and a good one, genuinely. He cares more about doing right by the Underworld than most of our peers ever bother to. But that meant he was busy from the moment I was old enough to understand what busy meant. My parents loved me, I don't doubt that, but love in a family like mine gets tangled up with expectation until it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. I was engaged to Riser before I was old enough to understand what marriage even meant. Nobody asked me. Nobody thought they needed to. That's not love, Izuku said, quiet but firm. That's ownership wearing love's clothes. I'm sorry that's what you grew up thinking you had to accept. Rias looked at him for a long moment, something raw and unguarded flickering across her face before she managed to smooth it back into something steadier. You have a way of saying things plainly that most people spend their whole lives learning to avoid, she said. It should probably bother me more than it does. Instead, I think it might be my favorite thing about you. I never saw the point in dressing up something true just to make it easier to hear, Izuku said. Especially not for someone who spent this much of her life being told what to want instead of being asked. Rias reached across the desk and covered his hand with hers, brief but deliberate, a small anchoring gesture that said more than either of them was quite ready to put into words yet. Whatever happens with the rating game, she said, quietly, I want you to know that having you say something like that to me, and mean it, matters more than you probably realize. It's not something I've had very much of in my life. I don't intend to take it for granted now that I do. Get used to it, Izuku said again, softer this time, echoing his earlier words to the whole room but meaning them, in this quieter moment, only for her. This is what a team does. What family does, if it's the right kind. Chapter 9. Riser Phoenix arrived 4 days later in a burst of gaudy crimson fire that scorched a perfect circle into the clubroom floor, an entrance so deliberately theatrical that Izuku understood, within the first 10 seconds of meeting him, exactly the kind of person Rias had spent her whole life trying not to become. He was tall, blonde, handsome in the practiced, self-satisfied way of someone who had built his entire identity around being looked at, and he surveyed Rias's peerage with an expression of open, undisguised contempt. So this is the collection you've assembled, Riser said, circling the room with slow, appraising steps, a flame idly dancing along one raised finger. A fallen church girl. A half-breed cat. A knight with a sword and no family name worth mentioning. He paused in front of Izuku last, his lip curling. And this? A reincarnated bishop with no pedigree at all, from what I hear. Quite the ragtag assortment, Rias. Even for you. They are worth 10 of anyone in your peerage, Rias said, sharp and immediate, stepping directly between Riser and the rest of her group with the same instinctive protectiveness Izuku had noticed in himself a dozen times over the last 2 weeks. Riser smiled, unbothered, clearly enjoying the reaction he had provoked. We'll see, won't we? I received your challenge. A rating game, to settle this engagement once and for all. I admit I'm amused. You could simply marry me and spare everyone the inconvenience. My family is prepared to be generous about the timeline. I would rather lose everything I own than spend one more day pretending your family's generosity means anything, Rias said, cold and level. I accept. I formally challenge you to a rating game, terms as previously discussed. The engagement is dissolved permanently if I win. Riser's smile did not waver, though something colder moved behind his eyes. As you wish. 10 days from now. I'll enjoy watching you lose everything you've built here in front of the pieces you're so fond of. He vanished in another burst of crimson fire, leaving behind only the scorch mark on the floor and a heavy, charged silence in the room. He's exactly as bad as you said, Izuku said, into the quiet, and Rias let out a short, humorless laugh. Worse, usually, she said. He was on his best behavior today. Now. We have 10 days. That is not much time to prepare a peerage this young for a fight of this magnitude, but it is what we have, and I intend to use every hour of it. The training that followed made the previous week's dawn sessions with Aquino look gentle by comparison. Rias drilled them relentlessly on formation tactics, on how to read a battlefield as a coordinated unit rather than 6 individuals fighting in loose proximity to one another, on contingencies for every conceivable way Riser's peerage might attempt to isolate and overwhelm them one at a time. Kiba sparred with Izuku for hours at a stretch, sharpening the raw instinct of his physical technique against a blade fast enough to punish any lapse in concentration. Kaneko worked with him on grappling and close-quarters combat, teaching him to fight effectively even when pinned or overwhelmed, a discipline that complemented the explosive power of One for All with something steadier and more patient. Aquino pushed his amplification work further still, teaching him to layer his demonic energy not just onto Asia's healing but onto every member of the peerage's abilities in turn, learning the particular signature of each person's magic well enough to boost it instinctively in the middle of a fight without needing to think through the process step by step. It was exhausting, methodical work, the kind Izuku had always secretly loved despite how much it demanded of him, and by the 5th day he found he could hold a stable amplification circle around 2 allies simultaneously, something Aquino assured him should have taken most bishops months rather than days to manage. You're not just talented, Aquino told him one evening, both of them slumped against a tree at the edge of the training clearing, exhausted in the pleasant, earned way that came after real progress rather than simple fatigue. You're relentless. I've never seen anyone push this hard this fast without burning out. Most people would have hit a wall by now, and stayed there sulking about it for a week before trying again. Sulking's never really fixed anything for me, Izuku said, managing a tired laugh. Trust me, I've tried it. Doesn't help nearly as much as just getting back up and figuring out what went wrong. I've hit walls before, Izuku admitted. Learned a long time ago that hitting one just means you found the next thing you need to figure out how to get past. Doesn't mean stop. Just means adjust. Aquino studied him for a long moment in the fading light, something warm and considering in her expression. You really do care about all of this, don't you, she said. Not just Rias. All of it. This whole strange, broken little family she's built. Every single piece of it, Izuku said, without hesitation. You all took me in when I had nothing left. I'm not going to let Riser Phoenix or anyone else take that away from any of you. Not while I've got anything left to give. Aquino leaned her head briefly against his shoulder, a small, unguarded gesture that surprised them both slightly, and neither of them moved away from it for a long, comfortable while. For what it's worth, she murmured eventually, I'm glad that fallen angel's spear missed whatever it was actually aiming for, that night in the alley. The world would have been a little less interesting without you in it. On the 6th day, Kaneko took over his training entirely, dragging him through close-quarters drills in the packed dirt of the clearing until his shirt was soaked through and his forearms ached from blocking blow after blow. She fought without wasted motion, every strike economical and precise, and it took Izuku the better part of an hour to understand that she was not simply beating him down but teaching him, correcting the angle of his guard with small, wordless adjustments each time he left himself open. "You rely too much on one for all showing up to save you," she said, during a brief pause, tossing him a water bottle without much ceremony. "Riser's Peerage won't give you time to build up to a big hit every time. Sometimes you need something fast and small that buys you the half second to get to the big hit later." "That's fair," Izuku admitted, catching his breath. "I got so used to needing one perfect opening back home that I think I forgot how to fight for the small ones in between. Good thing I've got a pretty patient teacher helping me relearn that." Kaneko studied him for a moment, her usual guarded expression softening slightly. "You're not bad at listening," she said. "Most people who show up this strong this fast stop listening pretty quick after that. Figure they don't need to anymore. I've been strong before and still gotten people hurt because I didn't know what I was doing," Izuku said, quiet and honest. "Doesn't matter how much raw power you're carrying if you don't know how to actually use it right. I'd rather stay someone who listens." Something shifted in Kaneko's expression, a small, genuine warmth breaking briefly through her usual reserve. "Good answer," she said, and without further comment, settled back into her stance, gesturing for him to do the same. "Again. And this time, watch my shoulders, not my hands. Hands lie. Shoulders don't." Chapter 10. On the 7th day of training, Rias called a full strategy session in the clubroom, laying out everything her scouts had managed to gather about Riser's Peerage across a map of the enclosed battlefield the raiding game would take place within, a pocket dimension built to resemble a small, ruined city, full of collapsed buildings and narrow alleys that could just as easily hide an ambush as provide cover from one. "Riser's greatest advantage is his own regeneration," Rias explained, tapping a marker representing his position at the center of the map. "He's a phoenix, from the same bloodline as the mythical Firebird. He can heal from almost any wound in seconds unless the damage is severe enough to outpace the regeneration entirely. Conventional attacks will wear him down eventually, but slowly, and he knows it, which is why he fights carelessly, throwing himself into exchanges most devils would avoid because he knows his body will simply knit itself back together." "What about the rest of his peerage?" Izuku asked, studying the map more closely. "If he fights that recklessly, does he trust them to actually hold their ground, or does he expect to just outlast everyone alone?" "A fair question," Rias said, tapping several more markers across the map. "His peerage is competent but largely untested outside of exhibition matches, which tend to favor his own showmanship over genuine strategy. I suspect if we pressure his supporting pieces hard and fast enough, he'll be forced to either abandon them to save himself, which would be a serious blow to his pride, or step in personally to bail them out, which is exactly the kind of opening we need. Pride has always been Riser's greatest weakness. We simply need to make him pay for it at the worst possible moment. So either way, we get a shot at him," Kiba said, nodding slowly as the shape of the plan came together. "Either way," Rias confirmed. "It simply depends on which version of Riser Phoenix shows up to the match, the coward or the fool. Fortunately for us, I've known him long enough to suspect we may get both. So we need something that hits harder than his regeneration can keep up with," Izuku said, already turning the problem over the way he turned over every problem, breaking it into pieces he could actually work with. "Or something that doesn't rely on physical damage at all," Rias said. "My power of destruction unmakes what it touches at a fundamental level. It doesn't give regeneration anything to work with, because there's nothing left to regenerate. If I can land a clean hit on him directly, the fight ends there. The difficulty is that Riser knows this too, and he will keep his own queen and rooks between himself and me for as long as he possibly can. Then we clear a path," Kiba said, simple and direct. "That's what the rest of us are for." They worked through the plan late into the night, contingency after contingency, Izuku's notebook filling with diagrams of formation shifts and fallback positions until the pages ran out and he started a new notebook without breaking stride. Rias watched him work at one point, head bent over the pages with the same intense, methodical focus she had seen from him during every training session of the past week, and found herself, not for the first time, quietly grateful for whatever strange twist of fate had dropped him into that alley 2 weeks earlier instead of anywhere else. You don't have to solve every piece of this alone, she told him gently, resting a hand briefly on his shoulder. We're a team. That includes carrying the planning, not just the fighting. Old habit, Izuku said again, echoing the same words he'd offered her days earlier, and Rias smiled, recognizing the callback for what it was. I know, she said. I'm not asking you to stop. Just, let me carry some of it too. That's what I'm here for. On the 9th day, with the rating game less than 24 hours away, Izuku found himself alone with Rias in the clubroom long after the others had gone to rest, both of them too wound up with anticipation to sleep, and the conversation drifted, as it often did between them now, into quieter, more personal territory. Can I ask you something, he said, and Rias nodded, setting aside the report she had been pretending to read. Why did you build this peerage the way you did? Asia, Kaneko, all of us, we're not exactly the pieces most noble devils would have picked. You could have recruited seasoned fighters instead. Made this whole thing easier on yourself. Rias considered the question for a long moment before answering, her gaze distant, turned inward towards something old and carefully guarded. Because every single one of you reminded me of something I saw in myself once, she said finally. Someone the world had already decided wasn't worth much, before you'd even had the chance to prove otherwise. Asia, cast out for showing mercy. Kaneko, running from a past that wasn't her fault. Kiba, carrying a grief the Underworld never bothered to properly acknowledge. I wanted to build something that proved worth isn't handed down by bloodline or old family expectations. I wanted to build a family instead of a portfolio. I think, she added, quieter, I think I built exactly what I was hoping to find for myself, all along. And where do I fit into that? Izuku asked, gently. Rias looked at him for a long moment, something unguarded and a little uncertain in her expression, rare enough from her that Izuku found himself holding perfectly still, unwilling to disturb whatever she was working up the courage to say. You fit into the part one wasn't expecting at all, she admitted quietly. I built this peerage to prove I could stand on my own. And then you landed in that alley and somehow made standing on my own feel less like something I had to prove and more like something I actually wanted to share. I don't entirely know what to do with that yet. But I know I don't want to lose it. Especially not to Rise or Phoenix. You won't, Izuku said, quiet and certain. Whatever happens tomorrow, that's one thing I can promise you without any doubt at all. He found Asia awake as well, later that same night, sitting alone in the small kitchen off the clubroom with a cup of tea gone cold in front of her, her expression drawn with a worry she was clearly trying and failing to hide. He sat down across from her without a word, and for a while neither of them spoke, the silence comfortable in the particular way that had grown between them over the past weeks. I keep thinking about tomorrow, Asia admitted eventually. Not about being hurt myself. About not being fast enough, or strong enough, to help when someone else needs me most. I've healed people before, but never in the middle of something like what's coming. What if I freeze? What if I'm not enough? You will be, Izuku said, simple and certain. I've watched you heal Kiba's shoulder in 15 seconds under real pressure, in the middle of an actual fight, on your very first mission. You didn't freeze then. You won't freeze tomorrow either. That was different, Asia said. That was one moment. Tomorrow could be hours of it, over and over, watching people I care about get hurt again and again. Izuku reached across the small table and took her hand, the same steady gesture he'd offered her the night before the fallen angel confrontation weeks earlier. Then we'll make sure you're never doing it alone, he said. I'll be amplifying every single thing you do out there. You won't have to carry any of it by yourself. None of us will. That's the whole point of what we've spent 10 days building. Asia's eyes went bright, and she managed a small, wavering smile. You always know exactly what to say to make the fear feel smaller, she said. I don't know how you do that. I'm not making the fear smaller, Izuku said, gently. I don't think that's actually possible, not for something this big. I'm just reminding you that you don't have to face it alone. Fear's a lot easier to carry when it's not the only thing in the room with you. Asia squeezed his hand once, gratefully, and some of the tension finally eased from her shoulders. "Thank you," she said. "For always making sure of that. For me, and for everyone. That's what I'm here for," Izuku said, and meant it completely. Chapter 11. The pocket dimension materialized around them in a wash of disorienting light, and when Izuku's vision cleared, he found himself standing at the edge of a ruined city block alongside the rest of Rias's Peerage, the sky above rendered in a flat, artificial twilight that never quite darkened or brightened. Somewhere across the battlefield, Riser's Peerage was doing the same, and a broadcast voice, calm and impersonal, announced the official start of the match to whatever unseen Underworld audience had gathered to watch. "Formation positions," Rias called, and the Peerage moved into the pattern they had drilled 100 times over the past 10 days, Kiba and Kaneko taking the flanks, Akino holding the center ready to unleash her lightning the moment a target presented itself, Asia and Izuku close to Rias, ready to support and amplify wherever the fight demanded it most. The first engagement came fast, one of Riser's rooks crashing through a collapsed wall directly into Kaneko's path, and the fight that followed was brutal and immediate, Kaneko's enhanced strength meeting the rook's own raw power in an exchange that shattered concrete and sent dust billowing through the narrow street. Izuku extended his amplification the moment the fight began, wrapping it carefully around Kaneko's already formidable strength, and watched her next blow drive the rook backward through an entire building's worth of debris. "Nice," Kaneko said, short and satisfied, already turning to help Kiba, who had engaged 2 of Riser's pawns simultaneously in a running duel through the ruined side streets, his blade a blur of motion too fast for either opponent to fully track. Akino's opening came next, one of Riser's bishops attempting to set up a long-range spell from cover, and Akino's lightning found the position before the spell could fully form, a single devastating strike that ended the engagement almost before it began. "Era," she called out, cheerful and merciless, "is that really the best this Peerage has to offer?" But Riser's queen proved a genuinely dangerous obstacle, a woman with icy composure and a mastery of defensive magic that turned back 3 of Rias's own attempts at a direct strike, and it was during that extended exchange that Izuku felt the battlefield shift, felt Riser himself finally emerge from behind his own lines, drawn by his queen's struggle, exactly the opening Rias had been hoping to create. Now, Rias breathed, and Izuku understood instantly, throwing every scrap of amplification he had left toward her without hesitation, layering his demonic energy directly onto the edge of her gathering sphere of destruction, feeling the power in it swell and sharpen under his focus in a way that made the air around them hum with barely contained pressure. Riser, arrogant and overconfident even now, did not fully register the danger until the amplified sphere was already closing the distance, too fast for even his considerable speed to fully evade. It caught him across the shoulder rather than the clean center mass hit Rias had been aiming for, but the power behind it was enough to tear through flesh and bone in a way his regeneration visibly struggled to keep pace with, his usual instant healing slowing, straining, the wound closing in seconds instead of the heartbeat it should have taken. He staggered back, genuine shock replacing his earlier contempt, staring at the slowly healing wound with an expression that suggested this was the first time in longer than he cared to admit that anyone had actually managed to hurt him in a way that mattered. "Interesting," Riser said, low, all trace of his earlier lazy amusement gone. "It seems you found yourselves a genuine amplifier, Rias. I'll have to take this a bit more seriously." He came at them properly then, wings of fire unfurling behind him, and the fight that followed tested every ounce of preparation the Peerage had built over the past 10 days, Riser's raw power and near-instant regeneration forcing them into a grinding, exhausting exchange that left everyone battered and breathing hard within minutes. Asia worked continuously at the edge of the fight, gold light flowing steadily to whichever ally needed it most, and Izuku found himself splitting his focus in 3 directions at once, amplifying Asia's healing, boosting Rias's next gathering strike, and holding a defensive barrier ready in case Riser turned his attention toward anyone too exhausted to properly guard themselves. It was during that grinding exchange that Riser, growing desperate as his regeneration continued to lag further and further behind the damage he was taking, turned his attention suddenly toward Asia, correctly identifying her as the reason his opponents kept recovering from wounds that should have taken them out of the fight entirely. He surged toward her with a burst of fiery speed that outpaced even Kiba's attempt to intercept, and for one terrible, suspended second, Izuku watched the distance between Riser and Asia collapse to nothing, too far away himself to close the gap in time. He did the only thing left to do. He poured every remaining scrap of demonic energy and every last thread of one for all he could safely call on into his own legs, and the resulting burst of speed tore a strained, protesting ache through muscles already exhausted from 10 straight days of training, but it got him there, exactly 1/2 second before Riser's strike would have landed, close enough to throw himself bodily between the blow and Asia's unguarded back. The impact was worse than the fallen angel's spear had been, worse than anything he had taken since the alley that first killed him, and he felt something crack deep in his side as he was thrown clear across the ruined street, skidding to a stop against a collapsed wall with his vision swimming and his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "Izuku," Asia screamed, already scrambling toward him, gold light flaring bright and desperate around her hands even as she moved, and Akino arrived a heartbeat later, lightning crackling with barely restrained fury as she drove Riser back with a strike sharp enough to make even his damaged regeneration flinch. "Stay down," Akino snapped at Riser, her usual playful cadence gone entirely, replaced by something cold and dangerous. "You do not get to touch either of them again." Asia's hands were shaking as she worked, gold light pouring into the cracked ribs beneath Izuku's skin, and he reached up, weakly, to cover her trembling fingers with his own. "Hey," he managed, voice rough. "I'm okay." "You're okay. That's what matters." "You could have died," Asia said, tears cutting clean tracks through the dust on her face even as her healing continued, steady despite her fear. "You keep doing that. You keep throwing yourself in front of things for us, and one day it's going to be too much, and I can't." "I'm still here," Izuku said, gently, cutting off the spiral before it could fully take hold. "Because you're healing me right now, better and faster than you think you can. You're not freezing, Asia. You're doing exactly what you said you were afraid you couldn't do. Look at yourself. You're saving my life." Asia's breath hitched, but her hand steadied, the gold light around them brightening, and within another 10 seconds the crack in Izuku's ribs had sealed fully, the pain fading to a dull, manageable ache. He sat up, testing his own breathing, and found it held. "See," he said, softer now, offering her a small, exhausted smile. "Told you." Across the ruined street, Riser had finally staggered back to something like his full footing, breathing hard, his usual arrogant composure fully stripped away, replaced by something that looked, for the first time all match, genuinely uncertain. It was Kaneko, finally freed from her earlier fight with the defeated Rook, who created the true opening, tackling Riser bodily from behind at the exact moment his attention was fixed entirely on Rias's next attack, driving him off balance for the crucial half-second the whole plan had been built around. "Now," Izuku shouted, and poured everything he had left into the amplification circle forming around Rias's outstretched hands, one for all and the demonic thread beneath it working together in a way that felt, for the first time, completely seamless, two inheritances finally, fully united in a single purpose. Rias's sphere of destruction struck Riser dead center this time, full and unimpeded, and for a long, breathless moment the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath around the impact. When the light finally cleared, Riser Phoenix lay unmoving amid the rubble, and the impersonal broadcast voice overhead announced, with the same flat calm it had used to open the match, that the king piece of the Phoenix Peerage had been retired, and that the match belonged to Rias Gremory. Chapter 12. The pocket dimension dissolved around them in a wash of light, depositing the exhausted, battered Peerage back into the familiar walls of the clubroom, and for a long moment nobody said anything at all, the silence heavy with the particular disbelief that came after surviving something everyone had quietly feared might not be survivable. Then Akino let out a whoop of pure delight, and the room broke into noise all at once, Kiba grinning wide and unguarded, Kaneko allowing herself a rare, satisfied smile, Asia bursting into relieved tears that turned quickly into laughter when Izuku caught her in a steadying hug. "We did it," Rias said, quiet at first, and then, louder, disbelieving, "We actually did it. 10 days. 10 days and you all learned to fight together well enough to beat a Peerage that's had years on us. You built something worth fighting that hard for," Izuku said, still holding a laughing, crying Asia against his side. "That's really the whole secret. It was never really about the 10 days. Rias crossed the room to him without hesitation, and this time, when she pulled him into an embrace, there was nothing hesitant about it at all, her arms wrapping fully around him, her face pressed against his shoulder, a quiet, unguarded relief moving through her whole body. "Thank you," she said, muffled and heartfelt. "For believing this was possible before I fully let myself believe it. For jumping in front of every single thing that tried to hurt me, tonight and every night before it. She pulled back enough to look at him properly, her eyes bright, for being exactly the kind of person I didn't know I was allowed to hope for. I told you," Izuku said, softly, "I don't really know how to be anything else." Around them, the rest of the peerage had gathered close, Akino draping an arm over Izuku's other shoulder with her usual playful ease, Kaneko leaning quietly against his side in a rare display of open affection, Kiba clasping his free hand in a firm, warm shake. Asia, still nestled against him, looked up with an expression so openly fond it made something in Izuku's chest ache in the best possible way. "You saved all of us tonight," she said. "Every single one of us, in a dozen different moments. I don't think you even realize how many times." "I had a lot of help," Izuku said, looking around at the whole assembled, exhausted, victorious group of them. "This was never a solo effort. Not one piece of it." Rias insisted on a proper celebration before anyone was allowed to so much as think about sleep, and within the hour the clubroom had been transformed with an impromptu spread of food summoned from somewhere in the Underworld's finer establishments. The whole peerage gathered loosely around the low table, still in their battered training clothes, none of them willing to break the fragile, hard-won warmth of the moment by leaving to change. Kiba found a quiet moment beside Izuku partway through the meal, 2 plates balanced between them, his usual easy grin softened into something more genuine. "I want to tell you something," he said, low enough that it stayed between them. "That grief I mentioned, the night of the Stray Devil mission. It's old. Goes back to before I was part of this peerage, back to people I couldn't save when it mattered. I've spent a long time being careful not to let myself get too attached to anyone again, in case I lost them too." "You don't have to tell me more than you want to," Izuku said gently. "I know," Kiba said. "That's actually part of what I wanted to say. Watching you tonight, throwing yourself in front of that hit meant for Asia without even hesitating, it reminded me of exactly the kind of person I used to be afraid to become again. And instead of scaring me off, it made me realize I already broke my own rule weeks ago. I already let myself care about all of you. About you specifically, if I'm honest. So thank you, I suppose, for making that feel like something worth the risk again." Izuku set down his plate and looked at him properly. "That means a lot, coming from you," he said. "For what it's worth, I don't plan on going anywhere. Not without a fight bigger than tonight's, anyway." Kiba huffed a small, surprised laugh, some old tension visibly easing out of his shoulders. "Good," he said. "Because I meant what I said in the churchyard, that first mission. None of us are doing this alone anymore. I think I finally actually believe that myself now, instead of just saying it to help you settle in." Across the table, Akino had commandeered Kaneko into recounting the exact moment she'd tackled Riser off balance, embellishing the story with increasingly dramatic flourishes until Kaneko finally swatted her arm in mild, affectionate protest, and Asia laughed so hard at the exchange that she nearly knocked over her own drink, catching it at the last second with a small triumphant gasp of gold-tinged reflexes that made the whole table erupt into fresh laughter. Izuku watched it all unfold from his spot at the table, warmth spreading slow and steady through his chest, and thought that whatever strange, dimension-crossing accident had brought him to this exact room, this exact family, he would not have traded it for any version of the life he had originally set out to build. "I had a lot of help," Izuku said, looking around at the whole assembled, exhausted, victorious group of them. "This was never a solo effort. Not one piece of it." Later, once the adrenaline had finally begun to fade and the others had drifted off to rest, Izuku found himself alone on the familiar balcony once more, looking out over the same mismatched stars that had greeted him on his very first night in this world. Rias joined him there a few minutes later, still glowing faintly with the last traces of victory, and settled against the railing beside him with a contented, exhausted sigh. "No more engagement," she said, testing the words like she was still getting used to the shape of them. "No more Riser. For the first time since I was a child, my future actually belongs to me. how does that feel? Izuku asked. Terrifying, Rias admitted, and then, softer, laughing a little at herself, and wonderful. Both at once. I don't think I've ever had a future that was genuinely undecided before. I have no idea what to do with that kind of freedom. You could start by figuring out what you actually want, Izuku suggested gently. Instead of what everyone else expects. Rias turned to look at him properly then, something warm and searching in her expression, close enough now that he could see the faint exhausted flush still coloring her cheeks from the fight. I think, she said slowly, I already have a fairly good idea of at least one thing I want. I'm just still working up the courage to say it out loud. Izuku held very still, hardly daring to breathe, some part of him already guessing at the shape of what she wasn't quite saying yet. Whenever you're ready, he said, quiet and steady. I'm not going anywhere. Rias smiled at that, small and genuine and a little shy in a way he had never seen from her before, and for a long moment they simply stood together on the balcony in comfortable, charged silence, the danger of the day finally, fully behind them, and something new and unspoken settling quietly into the space between them, waiting, patiently, for its moment to be named. Chapter 13. News of the rating game's outcome moved through the underworld faster than Izuku would have expected, and by the following afternoon the clubroom had already received 3 separate visitors, all of them curious in various degrees about the peerage that had somehow, against every reasonable expectation, dismantled a fully matured Phoenix household in a single match. The first was Sona Citri, student council president of Kuoh Academy and, as Izuku had only recently learned, a fellow devil of considerable standing in her own right, her composed, analytical manner a sharp contrast to the exuberant relief still lingering around Rias's peerage. I underestimated your group, Sona said, adjusting her glasses with a precise, deliberate motion, her tone carrying the particular respect of someone who did not offer it easily. 10 days is not enough time to build the kind of cohesion your peerage demonstrated. I would be curious to hear how you managed it, when you have a spare afternoon to discuss it properly. Teamwork, Rias said simply, and Sona's mouth curved into the smallest hint of a smile, as though she suspected there was considerably more to the story than that one word offered but was willing, for now, to let it stand. Before she left, Sona's sharp gaze settled briefly on Izuku, assessing in a way that felt less like suspicion and more like careful, professional curiosity. You're the transfer student, she said. The one my vice president mentioned amplified 3 different combat styles simultaneously mid-battle. That's not standard bishop function, from what the reports described. I've been told that a few times now, Izuku admitted. Still figuring out exactly what I am, honestly. Turns out being new to devilhood comes with a lot of open questions. Sona studied him a moment longer, something considering in her expression. Keep figuring it out, she said finally. I have a feeling the Underworld is going to want an answer eventually, whether you're ready to give one or not. In the meantime, congratulations on the win. It was well earned. The second visitor was less welcome, a stiff, formal messenger from the Gremory family estate bearing a letter from Rias's brother, and Rias read it in the corner of the room with an expression that shifted, over the course of several sentences, from wary anticipation to something closer to disbelieving relief. My brother is pleased, she reported afterward, folding the letter with considerably more care than she had shown the last one. Apparently word of the match reached him before I could send my own account, and he says, and I am reading this exactly as written, that a peerage capable of humbling House Phoenix in 10 days deserves to be left to grow at its own pace, without further family interference in its king's personal affairs. That's good, right? Izuku asked, watching relief visibly loosen something in Rias's shoulders that had been wound tight for as long as he had known her. That is very good, Rias confirmed. It means no new engagements, no new political maneuvering, at least not for a while. It means I finally get to simply be here, with all of you, without an expiration date attached to it. That's a strange thing to feel grateful for, but I do, more than I know how to properly say. The third visitor arrived just as evening was settling over the campus, a figure Izuku did not recognize, cloaked against the fading light, who left no name and delivered no formal message, only a single sealed envelope addressed to Rias personally before vanishing again without explanation. Rias's expression, upon reading its contents alone in the corner of the room, went carefully, deliberately blank in a way that immediately drew Izuku's attention. What is it? He asked, quiet, crossing to her side. Rias folded the letter slowly, tucking it away before answering, her earlier relief tempered now with something more guarded. Nothing that needs to concern any of you tonight, she said, and though her voice was even, Izuku had spent enough weeks learning to read her by now to hear the small, careful edge beneath the words, the sound of a king quietly deciding how much of a new problem to share with her peerage, and when. He did not push, trusting, the way Kaneko had once told him to, that whatever it was would find its way to the rest of them eventually, on Rias's own timeline rather than his. Instead he simply stayed close at her side as the last of the evening settled over Kuoh Academy, the whole exhausted, victorious peerage gradually drifting toward rest, each of them carrying a little more warmth into tomorrow than they had carried into today. Before she finally allowed herself to rest, Rias paused at the clubroom door and looked back at him, something soft and unguarded crossing her face in the low evening light. Thank you for not pushing, she said quietly. And for staying anyway. I know those two things don't always go together easily. You make it look simple. It's not that complicated, really, Izuku said. Staying doesn't have to mean knowing everything. Sometimes it just means being close enough to help when you're ready to share it. Rias smiled at that, tired and genuine, and the sight of it settled something warm and certain in his chest, the same quiet certainty that had carried him through every strange, dimension-crossing turn of the past month. Get some rest, she told him, gentle. Tomorrow, we start figuring out whatever that letter meant. Tonight, we just get to be glad we're all still here to worry about it together. Whatever that letter held, whatever new shape trouble was preparing to take next, Izuku found that he was not afraid of it, not in the way he might once have been. He had a family now, hard-won and still growing, gathered around him in a world that had never been meant to hold him, and for the first time since the light had torn through his chest in that narrow, rain-scented alley, he let himself believe, fully and without reservation, that whatever came next, they would meet it exactly the way they had met everything so far. Together. Somewhere beyond the walls of Kuoh Academy, beyond the borders of the human world entirely, something old and patient had already begun to take notice of the reincarnated bishop with two inheritances tangled together beneath his skin, and of the family he had built around himself in barely a month's time. But that was a concern for tomorrow. Tonight, there was only the quiet, hard-earned peace of a family still learning, one victory at a time, how to hold on to each other. And for Izuku Midoriya, who had once thought his story ended in a rain-scented alley beneath a stranger's wings of black feathers, that quiet, ordinary peace felt like the greatest victory of the whole extraordinary month behind him. Chapter 14. Rias called the full peerage together the morning after the celebration, the mysterious sealed letter from the previous evening now open on the table before her, and the careful blankness she had worn while reading it alone had given way to something closer to focused concern. It's a warning, from an old contact in the church's fractured intelligence network, she said without preamble. Someone I trust, despite the source. 2 fragments of an artifact called Excalibur have gone missing from official church custody, along with the exorcists assigned to guard them. Whoever took them is believed to be operating out of the old industrial district on the far side of Kuoh, and church leadership fears they may be planning to use the fragments against devil territory here, possibly with the cooperation of a fallen angel faction we have not yet identified. Excalibur, Izuku repeated. As in, the sword. The very same legend, yes, Rias confirmed. Split into several fragments centuries ago, each granting a different aspect of the original blade's power to whoever wields it. In the wrong hands, even a single fragment is dangerous to devils specifically, since the blade's power was originally forged to counter exactly what we are. 2 fragments together, wielded by someone willing to use them recklessly, could do considerable damage to this city before anyone managed to stop them. Kiba had gone very still at the mention of the sword, his usual easy composure replaced by something taut and unreadable, his hand drifting unconsciously to rest against his own hip where no blade currently hung. Izuku noticed, filed it away without comment, the same way he had learned to notice and respect the edges of Kiba's old, unshared grief. What's the plan? Akino asked, already sitting a little straighter, the prospect of a real threat visibly sharpening her attention. Zenobia Quarta, Rias continued, consulting a second page of notes. That's the name my contact provided for one of the exorcists assigned to guard the fragments before they went missing. I don't know her personally, but her file suggests considerable skill and an equally considerable stubborn streak. If she's still alive and still pursuing the fragments on her own initiative, she may prove either a valuable ally or a complication, depending on how rigidly she holds to church doctrine about devils. Only one way to find out, Izuku said. Indeed, Rias agreed. Which is precisely why I want careful reconnaissance first, not a direct confrontation. I'd rather understand the shape of this threat before any of you are standing in the middle of it. We investigate, carefully, Rias said. I do not want a repeat of walking into an ambush unprepared. Sona has agreed to lend 2 of her own Peerage for reconnaissance, given the danger to shared territory. Izuku, Akino, I want you 2 scouting the industrial district's perimeter today. Report back the moment you find anything. Do not engage alone. Understood, Izuku said, already reaching for his notebook out of habit, and beside him, Kiba spoke up, quieter than usual. I'd like to come as well, he said. If that's permitted. Rias studied him for a long moment, clearly recognizing the same tension Izuku had noticed, and after a moment, nodded. Permitted, and appreciated, she said gently. Just be careful. I know what that sword means to you. They set out an hour later, the 3 of them moving quietly through the outskirts of the industrial district as the afternoon light slanted low and orange across rusted warehouse rooftops. It was Kiba who finally broke the silence, once they had put enough distance between themselves and the school that the conversation felt safely private. My family, the ones I lost, he said, without preamble, the words clearly costing him something to offer freely rather than have pried loose. They were part of a church experiment, decades ago, testing whether ordinary children could be modified to wield Excalibur fragments without dying from the strain most human bodies can't survive. Almost none of us could. I was one of the only ones who lived, and only because a devil, not Rias, someone else, found what was left of the site and gave me the chance at a second life the same way Rias gave you yours. I've hated that sword for a long time. I'm not sure I can be objective about it today. You don't have to be objective, Izuku said, quiet and steady. You just have to be honest about what you're carrying into this, so the rest of us know how to have your back. That's all any of us can ask of each other. Kiba's jaw tightened, but something in his shoulders eased slightly at the words. Thank you, he said. For not flinching away from that. Most people don't know what to do with it once I tell them. We're not most people, Akino said, falling into step on his other side, her usual teasing tone gone soft and genuine. We're your family. Whatever that sword ends up meaning today, you're not facing it alone. Kiba was quiet for a while after that, and Izuku let the silence sit, unwilling to push further into a wound that had only just been opened voluntarily. It was Kiba himself who eventually broke it again, his voice quieter now, more contemplative. There's something else, he said. The devil who saved me back then, the one who wasn't Rias, she experimented on me too, in different ways, trying to see if what the church started could be pushed further, refined. I got out eventually, found my way to Rias's Peerage not long after. But I've never fully let myself trust that kind of second chance since. Kept waiting for the other half of it to turn out to be another kind of cage. Has it? Izuku asked, gentle. No, Kiba admitted, something loosening slightly in his posture. Rias has never once asked me to be anything other than exactly what I already am. I think some part of me still braces for it anyway. Old habit, I suppose. Hard to unlearn. Old habits do tend to stick around longer than we'd like, Izuku said. But I don't think you have to unlearn it alone either. That's kind of the whole point of what we're building back at the clubroom. Kiba managed a small, genuine smile at that, the tension in his shoulders easing further. You have a way of making even the heaviest conversations feel a little lighter by the end of them, he said. I don't know how you do that. Lots of practice talking people through hard things, back home, Izuku said. Guess some skills really do carry over between worlds. Akino, walking a step behind them, watched the exchange with a small, thoughtful smile of her own, something warm settling behind her usual teasing demeanor. You really do collect people's hardest truths without flinching, don't you? She observed, quiet enough that it felt more like an observation shared with herself than a question aimed at him. Didn't set out to collect anything, Izuku said. Just tried to actually listen when someone trusts me with something heavy. Rest kind of follows naturally from there. Well, Akino said, a teasing lilt returning to her voice even as something genuine remained underneath it. It's a good thing you're apparently very good at it, because I have a feeling this family is going to keep handing you heavy things to hold on to for a long while yet. I can live with that, Izuku said, and meant it entirely. They reached the edge of the industrial district as the sun continued its slow descent, and it was Akino who first sensed it, a faint, wrong hum in the air, the particular signature of holy energy clashing uneasily against the district's abandoned, rusted quiet. Someone's here, she murmured, lightning already gathering faintly at her fingertips. And they're not being especially careful about hiding it. Chapter 15. The girl who stepped out from between two rusted shipping containers carried a sword nearly as long as she was tall, its blade humming with a pale, holy light that made the air around it feel faintly, uncomfortably charged. She was young, blue-haired, dressed in the practical remnants of a church uniform, and she regarded the three of them with an expression of flat, assessing calm that reminded Izuku uncomfortably of a soldier sizing up a battlefield rather than a person meeting strangers. Devils, she said, not a question, shifting her stance slightly, the massive blade held with an ease that suggested significant training despite her apparent youth. I was told this territory belonged to the Gremory heiress. Are you her people? We are, Izuku said, keeping his hands visible, open, the same posture he'd used with Asia weeks earlier. We're not here looking for a fight. We heard the fragments went missing and wanted to understand what's happening before anyone gets hurt. The girl's grip on her sword eased marginally, though her wariness did not fully fade. My name is Zenobia Corda, she said. I was assigned to guard one of the fragments you're asking about. It was taken from me 3 days ago, along with my partner, by a rogue exorcist named Fried Selzen, someone the church itself considers dangerously unstable. I've been tracking him since, alone, because church command has been slow to authorize a proper response team. Alone, Kiba repeated, something sharp and disapproving in his voice. Against a rogue exorcist with 2 fragments of Excalibur. That's not a mission, that's a suicide run. Zenovia's expression flickered, something almost defensive crossing it before settling back into practiced composure. I don't require permission from a devil to assess my own risk tolerance, she said. But her voice had lost some of its earlier certainty, and Izuku, watching closely, recognized the particular exhaustion of someone who had been carrying more than she could reasonably manage for longer than was safe. When did you last eat something, or sleep more than an hour at a stretch? He asked, gently, and Zenovia's composure cracked just slightly at the unexpected question, enough to reveal how close to the edge she actually was. That's irrelevant, she said, though the words came out less certain than she likely intended. It's not, Izuku said. You can't fight well exhausted, and from what it sounds like, you're about to walk into something that needs every advantage you can get. We're not enemies here. Let us help. Zenobia studied him for a long moment, clearly weighing decades of church doctrine about the untrustworthiness of devils against the plain, practical truth of her own exhaustion. Why would devils help a church exorcist recover a weapon built to hurt them? She asked finally, genuinely curious rather than hostile now. Because a dangerous man with 2 pieces of a holy sword loose in our territory is a problem for everyone, not just the church, Akino said. And because it's the right thing to do, which I've noticed tends to matter more to the people in this particular peerage than it probably should, given how often it gets us into trouble. That surprised a small, tired huff of something almost like laughter out of Zenobia. Fine, she said. I'll accept help finding Fried. I make no promises about what happens after that, regarding devils, regarding anything. My orders are still my orders. Fair enough, Izuku said. One step at a time. As they moved deeper into the industrial district together, Zenobia fell into step beside Izuku, studying him with the same assessing curiosity she'd shown when they first met, though the wariness behind it had softened considerably. You fight unusually for a devil, she observed. That strike you were prepared to throw earlier, before I lowered my blade. It didn't move like demonic magic. It moved like something else entirely. It's a long story, Izuku said, and gave her the short version he was growing practiced at offering, careful to keep it simple. Different world. Different kind of power. Ended up here by accident and made the best of it. Zenobia considered this with the same measured seriousness she seemed to apply to everything. That's either the strangest thing I've heard all week, she said, or the least strange, given everything else currently happening in this district. I find I believe you regardless. You don't strike me as someone inclined toward unnecessary embellishment. I try to stick to the truth, Izuku agreed. Easier to keep track of, if nothing else. A practical philosophy, Zenobia said, something almost like approval in her voice, and for the first time since they'd met, the ghost of a genuine smile crossed her face before settling back into watchful focus as they pressed further into Freed's territory. They found Freed's trail an hour later, a scorched path of destroyed crates and scattered holy sigils leading deeper into the district's abandoned core, and it was there, in the gutted shell of what had once been a warehouse office, that they found the second exorcist, Zenovia's partner, unconscious but alive, a fragment of Excalibur missing from where it should have rested at her side. Irina, Zenovia breathed, dropping to her knees beside the unconscious girl, some of her earlier hardened composure finally slipping into open, unguarded worry. Izuku knelt beside her without hesitation, already reaching for the demonic thread inside him, calling silently for Asia even as he began the small first aid techniques his hero training had drilled into him years and a world ago. She's alive, he said, checking pulse and breathing with quick, practiced hands. Stable, but she needs real healing soon. Aquino, can you signal Asia? Already done, Aquino confirmed, a small magical pulse already sent winging back toward the clubroom. She'll meet us at the Treeline in 10 minutes. Zenobia looked up at Izuku, something raw and grateful breaking through her guarded exterior for just a moment. Thank you, she said, quiet. I wasn't expecting devils to move this fast for a stranger. You're not a stranger anymore, Izuku said simply. You're someone who needs help, and we're people who help. That's really the whole equation, far as I'm concerned. While they waited for Asia to arrive, Zenobia sat back on her heels beside her unconscious partner, some of her earlier hardened composure finally giving way to visible exhaustion, and Izuku settled down nearby, close enough to offer quiet company without crowding her. You didn't have to help me, she said, eventually, not looking up from Irina's still face. Church doctrine would say devils have no reason to. Most of what I was taught said you'd be more likely to exploit a moment like this than assist through it. Most of what you were taught sounds like it was wrong about a lot of things, Izuku said, careful but honest. I get that unlearning that isn't simple. But for what it's worth, helping people who need it isn't really a devil thing or a church thing, in my experience. It's just a people thing. The good kind of people, anyway. Zenobia finally looked up at him, something searching in her expression. You talk like someone who's had to rebuild his own worldview recently, she observed. More recently than you'd guess, Izuku admitted, and offered her the short version once more, a different world, a different kind of power, a rift that dropped him somewhere he never expected to land. Zenobia listened without interrupting, and when he finished, something in her wary posture eased fractionally further. That does sound disorienting, she said. Losing an entire framework for how the world works in a single afternoon. It was, Izuku agreed. Still is, some days. But I found people worth rebuilding around pretty quickly. Made all the difference. Zenobia glanced toward Aquino and Kiba, still keeping careful watch at the warehouse's edges, and something thoughtful crossed her face. I suppose I'll find out soon enough whether that's possible for me too, she said, quiet. Chapter 16. Freed Selzen found them before they found him, dropping from a catwalk above the gutted warehouse with a manic grin and both fragments of Excalibur crackling in his hands, one blade humming with holy light, the other pulsing with a strange, corrupted darkness that made Izuku's skin crawl on some instinctive level he did not fully understand yet. Well, Freed said, delighted, look what wandered into my little playground. A whole assortment of devils, and my favorite disappointing little exorcist besides. This is shaping up to be a genuinely fun afternoon. Zenobia was on her feet instantly, her own blade raised, positioning herself protectively between Freed and her unconscious partner without a moment's hesitation. Give back the fragment, she said, cold and level. This ends now, one way or another. Fried cackled, swinging both stolen blades in an idle, showy arc. "Oh, I do love that fire in you," he said. "Shame the church wasted it on someone who still believes in following the rules. Rules are for people who haven't figured out yet how much fun it is to break them." He came at her fast, faster than his lazy posture suggested he was capable of, and Zenobia met the first strike with a controlled, practiced parry that nonetheless sent her skidding back several feet from the sheer corrupted force behind the blow. Kiba was moving before she'd fully recovered her footing, placing himself at her flank with the easy, protective instinct of someone who had spent his whole life training for exactly this kind of moment, even without a proper sword of his own. "I don't have a blade to match yours today," Kiba said to Fried, settling into a bare-handed stance anyway, "but I've got considerably more reason to want you stopped than you might guess." "Ah, did I take something from you too, little devil?" Fried asked, mock sympathetic, before lunging again, forcing Kiba into a rapid series of evasions that tested every ounce of his considerable speed. Izuku moved to support, reading the fight the way he read every fight, cataloging the corrupted fragment's strange, unstable energy signature and comparing it against the steadier, cleaner hum of the legitimate one. "That corrupted blade," he called out to Akino, "it's not behaving like a real Excalibur fragment. Something's wrong with it, unstable, like it's fighting against whoever's holding it." Akino's eyes narrowed, assessing. "You're right," she said. "It's degrading with every strike. If we can force him to overextend on that side, it might backfire on its own." They adjusted their pressure accordingly, Kiba and Zenobia working in increasingly practiced tandem despite having fought together for less than an hour, driving Fried steadily toward exchanges that forced him to lean harder on the unstable corrupted blade. Izuku amplified every opening he could find, boosting Zenovia's next parry, sharpening Kiba's next evasion, and felt, for the first time, the strange new sensation of amplifying someone entirely outside his own peerage, a stranger an hour ago now folded seamlessly into the same protective instinct he extended to everyone he cared about. The corrupted blade finally gave out on Fried's next overextended swing, shattering in a burst of unstable dark energy that threw him backward and left him staggering, off balance, one weapon reduced to a smoking, useless hilt. "That's cheating," Fried snarled, though there was real alarm beneath the bravado now, backpedaling as Kiba pressed the advantage, forcing him into a defensive scramble that left no room for his usual theatrical taunting. "Cheating implies rules," Kiba said, cold and precise, closing the distance with relentless, controlled aggression. "We're just better at this than you expected. There's a difference." Fried's grin had entirely vanished now, replaced by genuine panic as he scrambled backward, glancing toward the exits with the particular desperation of someone recalculating whether the fight was still worth continuing. "You're supposed to be scattered, disorganized," he said, almost to himself. "Devils and a church washout, working together like this isn't supposed to happen. You'd be surprised how well people work together when they actually care about each other," Zenobia said, closing off his last remaining escape route with calm, practiced efficiency. "Something you might have learned yourself, before you decided chaos was more entertaining than loyalty." "No," Zenobia said, closing the distance in the opening his stagger created, "that's teamwork. Something you clearly never learned to value." Her blade found its mark a moment later, a clean, decisive strike that ended the confrontation with Fried crumpling, unconscious rather than killed, the true fragment of Excalibur clattering free from his grip to skid across the warehouse floor. Zenobia retrieved both her own blade and the recovered fragment with quick, professional efficiency, and it was only once the immediate danger had fully passed that her composure finally, visibly cracked, her shoulders sagging with released tension as she sank down beside her still unconscious partner. Asia arrived moments later, out of breath from running the last stretch, and immediately set to work on Irina with gentle, practiced focus, gold light spreading warm and steady across the injured exorcist's still form. "She'll be fine," Asia said, after a tense minute. "Just needs rest. Whoever hurt her wasn't trying to kill, just incapacitate. Small mercy." Zenobia watched Asia work with an expression Izuku recognized, the particular disbelieving wonder of someone realizing the world contained more kindness in unexpected places than they had been taught to expect. "You're a devil too," she said, quiet, to Asia. "And you heal people. With twilight healing. That's," she stopped, seeming to reconsider several things at once. That's not supposed to be possible. The church would call that a corruption of a sacred gift. The church was wrong about a lot of things, Asia said, gentle but firm, the old flinch that used to accompany such statements finally, fully absent from her voice. I used to believe them too. I don't anymore. Kiba lingered near the shattered remains of the corrupted blade after the others had begun the walk back, staring down at the smoking hilt with an unreadable expression, and Izuku came to stand quietly beside him, offering no words yet, simply presence. I thought seeing one of these again would hurt more, Kiba said eventually. Instead I mostly just feel relieved it's finished. Relieved nobody else has to go through what my family went through, chasing power that was never meant to be forced into a body that couldn't hold it safely. That's not nothing, Izuku said. Sounds like healing, actually, even if it doesn't feel dramatic. Kiba managed a small, tired smile. Maybe, he agreed. Thank you for standing here while I worked that out. You didn't have to. Wanted to, Izuku said simply, and they turned together to catch up with the rest of the group already making their way back toward the tree line, evening settling soft and orange over the industrial district behind them. Chapter 17. They brought Zenobia and the still recovering Irina back to the clubroom despite Zenovia's initial, half-hearted protests about church protocol, and Rias, upon hearing the full account of the warehouse confrontation, extended the same quiet, deliberate hospitality she had once offered Asia, tea and food and a place to simply rest without demand or agenda attached. You saved my partner and recovered a church asset that command had all but written off, Rias said, once Irina had woken and been settled comfortably, once Zenobia had finally allowed herself to eat something after what was clearly several days of running on adrenaline alone. That is worth more to me than any political consideration about devils and exorcists working together. You're welcome here, both of you, for as long as you need. Zenobia was quiet for a long moment, turning her teacup slowly in her hands, something conflicted moving behind her usually composed expression. The church cast Asia out for showing mercy, she said finally, not quite a question. I heard about that, before I ever met her properly. I told myself it must have been more complicated than the rumors made it sound. Meeting her today, watching her heal Irina without a second thought, without expecting anything in return, I'm not sure I can keep telling myself that story anymore. What are you going to do? Izuku asked, gentle, not pushing. I don't know yet, Zenobia admitted, honest in a way that seemed to cost her something significant to voice out loud. I've given my whole life to the church's mission. But today I fought alongside devils who moved faster to help a stranger than my own command structure did for one of their sworn exorcists. I don't know how to reconcile that. I'm not sure I want to pretend I don't have to. Rias set down her own cup, her expression carefully gentle. You don't have to decide anything tonight, she said. Rest. Recover. The offer to stay, to think it through properly, remains open for as long as you need it. It was 3 days later, after Irina had fully recovered and departed to file her own report with Church Command, careful to omit any mention of exactly how much devil assistance had featured in the mission's success, that Zenobia sought Izuku out alone on the training clearing where he was running through his morning forms. I've made a decision, she said, without preamble, and something in her voice carried the particular weight of a choice that had not come easily. I want to join Rias's Peerage. Formally. As a devil. Izuku lowered his hands, studying her carefully. That's a big step, he said. Are you sure? Once it's done, there's no simple way back to the life you had before. I'm not sure of much these days, Zenobia admitted, but I am sure of this. I spent my whole life following a structure that told me exactly what to believe and who deserved my loyalty. That structure abandoned a girl for showing mercy and left me to chase 2 stolen fragments of a holy sword alone, with barely a second thought for whether I survived the attempt. Meanwhile, a household of devils I'd been taught to consider enemies moved heaven and earth, so to speak, to help me and my partner without hesitation. I think, she said, more certain now, I think I'd rather build a life around people who actually show up, than a doctrine that only talks about showing up. Izuku smiled, warm and genuine. Then let's go find Rias, he said. I think she'd be glad to make it official. The reincarnation ritual that evening took longer than any Izuku had yet witnessed, Zenovia's considerable holy resistance initially fighting the transformation the way his own soul had resisted weeks earlier, and it took the combined effort of Rias's full concentration and Izuku's careful, practiced amplification, layering his demonic energy gently around the edges of the ritual circle, to finally coax her soul into accepting the new nature being offered to it. When Zenovia finally opened her eyes again, gasping slightly at the strange doubled sensation Izuku remembered so well from his own first waking moments as a devil, the first thing she did was reach for her sword, testing her grip, testing whether the holy blade still answered to her hand despite everything that had just changed inside her. "It still works," she said, relief plain in her voice. "I was worried becoming a devil might sever that connection entirely." "Some things carry over between what you were and what you're becoming," Izuku said, thinking of the two green and crimson threads still tangled together beneath his own skin. "Doesn't have to be a clean break. Just a new shape for the same strength." The rest of the peerage gathered around Zenovia once the ritual's immediate strangeness had settled, Akino offering a warm cup of tea with a knowing, welcoming smile, Kaneko sizing her up with open, curious interest rather than her usual reserve, clearly pleased at the prospect of another capable fighter joining their ranks. Asia hugged her without hesitation, the same instinctive warmth she extended to everyone, and Zenovia, visibly unused to this kind of easy affection, stood a little stiffly through it before something in her posture finally, gradually relaxed into acceptance. "I don't entirely know how to do this part," she admitted, quiet, glancing around at the assembled, welcoming group. The being part of something, rather than following orders within it. "You'll figure it out," Kiba said, easy and warm. "None of us knew how either, at first. It's less about knowing and more about just letting yourself stay long enough to learn." Zenovia considered that for a moment, then nodded, something settling more firmly into place behind her eyes. "Then I suppose I'm staying," she said, and the small, genuine smile that followed the words looked entirely unpracticed, entirely new, and entirely her own. Rias watched the whole exchange from across the room with quiet satisfaction, and later that evening, once the celebration had wound down and the newest member of her peerage had finally retired to rest, she found Izuku on the familiar balcony, the same spot that seemed to have become their unspoken meeting place for every quiet moment that mattered. "Another piece of this family," she said, settling beside him. "Every time I think I understand the shape of what we're building, someone new arrives and it grows into something a little different, a little bigger than I expected." "Good different, though," Izuku said. "Good different," Rias agreed, smiling. "I don't think I'd trade a single piece of it, however strange it looked from the outside." "Not anymore." Chapter 18. Zenovia settled into the peerage's rhythms faster than Izuku would have expected, her disciplined church training translating easily into the group's own demanding routines, though her blunt, unfiltered honesty occasionally left Kaneko blinking in startled amusement and Akino delighted at having found someone even less inclined towards subtlety than herself. "You fight well," Zenovia told Izuku during one of their early joint training sessions, both of them breathing hard after an exchange that had tested his amplified physical technique against the considerable weight and reach of her blade. "Strange power, though. Two different sources tangled together. I've never felt anything quite like it." "Long story," Izuku said, and gave her the short version he'd learned to offer people: a different world, a different kind of power, a rift that dropped him somewhere he never expected to land. Zenovia absorbed this with the same practical, unflinching calm she seemed to apply to everything. "That sounds lonely," she said, after a moment, unexpectedly perceptive. "Losing an entire world in one afternoon. How did you not fall apart from that?" "I almost did," Izuku admitted, honest in a way he did not often allow himself to be about it. "But I landed somewhere that gave me a reason not to. People worth staying steady for. I think that's really the only thing that got me through it." Something in Zenovia's expression softened, recognition passing between them, two people who had each lost the shape of the life they thought they were building and found, unexpectedly, something worth rebuilding around instead. "I understand that better than I expected to," she said. "The church was the only family I knew. Losing my place in it should have broken something. Instead I found this, and it turns out I don't miss what I lost nearly as much as I thought I would." Word of the recovered Excalibur fragments and Fried's capture reached wider ears within the week, and it was Sona who delivered the more troubling follow-up news, arriving at the clubroom with her usual composed precision undercut by genuine urgency. Church command is treating this as an isolated incident, a rogue exorcist acting alone, she reported. But my own intelligence suggests otherwise. Freed didn't act in a vacuum. Someone provided him access to both fragments, someone with resources far beyond what a single rogue exorcist should have. I believe a fallen angel faction is involved, possibly the same one responsible for the attack that first brought your bishop into this peerage. Kokobile, Rias said, quiet, the name clearly carrying weight even before Sona confirmed it with a grim nod. One of the most dangerous fallen angels still active, and one with a long-standing grudge against devil territory specifically, Sona confirmed. If he's orchestrating this, the stolen fragments were likely never the actual goal. They may simply have been a test, a way to gauge how quickly and effectively your peerage would respond to a genuine threat. So this isn't over, Kiba said, tension returning to his shoulders. I don't believe it is, Sona said. I would recommend continued vigilance, and continued preparation. If Kokobile is indeed testing you, I suspect the next move will be considerably less subtle. Rias called the peerage together once Sona had departed, her expression settling into the same focused, protective resolve Izuku had come to recognize from the days before the raiding game. We prepare, she said, simply. Whatever Kokobile intends, we do not let him find us unready a second time. Zenobia, welcome properly to the peerage. I'm afraid your first true test as a devil may come sooner than any of us would like. I'm ready, Zenobia said, without hesitation, and something in her tone carried the particular steadiness of someone who had spent years training for exactly this kind of pressure, even if the shape of her loyalty had shifted since. The days that followed folded back into the familiar rhythm of intense preparation, dawn training sessions stretching longer, strategy discussions running later into the evening, the whole peerage sharpening itself against the looming shadow of a threat none of them had chosen but all of them intended to meet head-on. Izuku split his time between refining his amplification work with Akino and testing his growing physical synergy against Zenovia's considerable blade work, the two of them developing, within days, an instinctive read on each other's rhythm that reminded him, warmly, of how quickly Kiba had once become someone he trusted implicitly in a fight. You compensate well for not having a weapon of your own, Zenovia told him, during a pause in one such session, both of them breathing hard. Most fighters I've trained with rely too heavily on their blade. You've built your whole approach around not needing one at all. Never really wanted one, honestly, Izuku said. Where I trained, the idea was that your body was the tool, and everything else was just an extension of decisions you'd already made about how to fight. Guess that habit stuck, even with everything else that's changed. Zenovia considered this, then nodded slowly, something thoughtful in her expression. There's a kind of discipline in that, she said. I respect it, even if I could never quite give up my own blade to test the theory myself. Wouldn't ask you to, Izuku said, smiling. Different tools, same goal. That's really all that matters. On the third evening of preparation, Rias called the peerage together for a fuller strategic briefing, laying out everything Sona's intelligence network had managed to gather about Kokobile's known tactics and history. He favors overwhelming numbers first, she explained, tracing possible engagement patterns across a rough sketch of the academy grounds. Lesser fallen angels, corrupted spirits, anything he can throw at us to exhaust our resources before he ever engages personally. If the pattern holds, our priority has to be efficient crowd control early, so we still have strength left when he finally does show himself. That's where Zenovia and I come in, Kiba said, glancing at his newest teammate, who nodded in confirmation. Sustained close-range work, clearing space for the rest of you to focus your strength where it matters most. And I'll keep everyone standing long enough to make that possible, Asia added, quiet determination in her voice, a far cry from the uncertain fear she'd confessed the night before the raiding game months, though really only weeks, earlier. Izuku listened to the plan take shape, already turning over contingencies in his notebook, cross-referencing amplification priorities against every possible sequence the fight might unfold in. If Kokobile does engage directly, he said, thinking aloud, we need to hit him with everything at once, the same way we did with Riser. Split pressure won't work against something that dangerous. It has to be coordinated, all 6 of us contributing to one decisive opening rather than trying to wear him down individually. Agreed, Rias said. Which means continued drilling on exactly that kind of synchronized strike until it's second nature. We don't get to improvise against Kokobile. We get one clean opening, if we're lucky, and we need to be ready to take it the instant it appears. The following days blurred into exactly that kind of relentless, focused preparation, the whole Peerage running the same synchronized strike sequence over and over under Rias's exacting supervision until the movements settled into pure muscle memory, until Izuku could feel, without needing to consciously track it, exactly where each teammate would be in the half-second before a coordinated strike, exactly how to layer his amplification across all of them simultaneously rather than one at a time. You've gotten faster at that, Aquino observed, watching him hold a 6-person amplification web steady for the first time during one particularly grueling session. Faster than I thought possible, honestly, even accounting for how relentlessly you've been pushing yourself. Had good motivation, Izuku said, a little breathless from the effort. Wasn't about to let any of you walk into something this dangerous without giving you every advantage I could manage. Aquino's expression softened, something warm and fond breaking through her usual teasing composure. We know, she said. That's rather the whole reason this works as well as it does. On the final evening before whatever confrontation Kokobile had planned, the whole Peerage gathered for a quiet meal together, no training, no strategy discussion, simply the deliberate, grounding ordinariness of sharing food as a family before facing something uncertain. Zenobia, still new enough to these gatherings to watch them with a kind of quiet wonder, found herself seated between Kaneko and Asia, gradually drawn into the easy, overlapping conversation despite her usual reserve. This is nice, she admitted, at one point, surprising herself with the observation. I don't think the church ever made time for something this simple. There was always a mission, always a next assignment. I don't think I understood how much I was missing until now. You get to have both now, Asia told her, gentle and warm. The missions and this. I don't think you have to choose one over the other anymore. Zenobia considered that for a long moment, something settling more fully into place behind her eyes, and when she finally spoke again, her voice carried a warmth that had not been there even a week earlier. No, she agreed. I suppose I don't. Chapter 19. Kokobile announced himself 3 nights later with a pillar of dark light that split the sky above Kuoh Academy, visible even to the human students who would wake the next morning with only a vague, dreamlike memory of the disturbance thanks to careful cleanup work by Sona's Peerage. Rias led her own Peerage out to meet the threat directly, and Izuku felt, standing in the school courtyard beneath that torn, unnatural sky, an echo of the same fear and focus that had carried him through every major crisis of his old life, sharper now, layered with weeks of hard-won trust in the people standing beside him. Kokobile descended from the pillar of light with slow, deliberate menace, wings vast and black against the disturbed sky, his expression carrying none of Fried's manic showmanship, only the cold, ancient patience of someone who had waited centuries for an excuse to unleash exactly this kind of chaos. So, he said, surveying the assembled Peerage with open contempt, this is what passes for a threat these days. A Gremory heiress and her collection of strays. I expected more resistance, given how thoroughly you dismantled my little experiment with the fragments. That was a test, Rias said, cold and certain. And an attack on my territory. Both of which I intend to answer in full. Kokobile's laugh was low and humorless. Answer away, he said, and the sky above them fractured further, a dozen smaller pillars of dark light descending around the courtyard as a legion of lesser fallen angels and corrupted spirits poured through, more enemies than the Peerage had faced in any single engagement yet. Formation, Rias called, and they moved as one, the same practiced coordination they had built through weeks of training and the crucible of the raiding game now tested against a genuinely overwhelming force. Zenovia's blade carved through the front ranks with brutal, disciplined efficiency, Kiba weaving alongside her in a partnership that had grown remarkably seamless in the short time since her arrival. Kaneko anchored the center, taking hit after hit and giving back twice as much, while Aquino's lightning arced continuously across the courtyard, thinning the numbers with relentless, focused strikes. Izuku moved through the chaos the way he had learned to, reading the battlefield, amplifying whichever ally needed it most in any given second, throwing himself bodily into gaps whenever a strike threatened to land somewhere it shouldn't. Asia worked steadily at the fight's edges, gold light flowing continuously now with a confidence that bore no trace of the fear she had once confessed to him the night before the raiding game. But Kokobile himself remained apart from the chaos, watching with cold amusement, and it was clear to everyone that the lesser fallen angels were simply a distraction, a way to grind the Peerage down before he engaged personally. When he finally did move, it was with a speed and power that outstripped anything they had faced yet, a single strike catching Rias off guard and throwing her hard against the courtyard's stone steps, the impact leaving her stunned, struggling to rise. No, Izuku heard himself say, the word tearing out of him with a force that surprised even himself, and he was moving before conscious thought could catch up, one for all surging through him in a way it never had before, the crimson demonic thread beneath it flaring in sympathetic response, the two inheritances finally, fully merging under the pressure of a threat that demanded everything he had. He crossed the distance to Kokobile in a blur, driving a punch amplified by every scrap of power he could safely call on into the fallen angel's exposed side, and for the first time since the confrontation began, Kokobile actually staggered, genuine surprise breaking through his cold composure. Interesting, Kokobile said, straightening slowly, a thin line of dark blood at the corner of his mouth. A reincarnated bishop hitting like that. There's something unusual tangled up inside you, boy. I wonder what it would take to unravel it. You're not getting the chance to find out, Izuku said, breathing hard, already moving to plant himself firmly between Kokobile and the still recovering Rias. Whatever you came here for, you're going to have to go through me and everyone standing with me first. Rias, still gathering herself from the earlier blow, managed to push herself upright with visible effort, and Asia was at her side instantly, gold light already working to ease the worst of the pain even as Rias waved off any further delay, her attention fixed entirely on the fight still unfolding around her. I'm not finished yet, she said, more to herself than anyone else, gathering the familiar crimson glow of her family's power back into her hands despite the exhaustion still evident in every line of her posture. Zenobia used the brief opening Izuku's strike had bought to press forward, her blade humming with holy light as she engaged two of the remaining lesser fallen angels simultaneously, her church-trained precision cutting through their defenses with a discipline that spoke to years of preparation finally finding its true purpose. Beside her, Kiba matched her rhythm without needing to be told, the two of them moving now with the seamless coordination of partners who had fought together far longer than the handful of days since her arrival actually allowed. Kaneko took a hit meant for Akino, planting herself bodily in the path of a corrupted spirit strike and absorbing the blow with a pained grunt rather than let it reach her friend, and Akino's answering lightning strike a heartbeat later carried a ferocity that spoke plainly to exactly how much that sacrifice had cost her to witness. Don't do that again, Akino snapped, voice tight, even as she pressed healing energy of her own toward Kaneko's side between strikes. Wasn't planning to make a habit of it, Kaneko said, breathless but steady, already turning back toward the fight. Zenobia, meanwhile, had begun to notice the same pattern in Kokobile's lesser fallen angels that she'd once exploited against Fried's corrupted blade, a subtle instability in how they drew on their master's borrowed power, and she called out the observation across the chaos of battle without breaking her own rhythm. Their strength is tethered to him directly, she shouted. If we can pressure him enough to force his focus elsewhere, the ones still fighting us should weaken. Then let's give him plenty to focus on, Rias said, grim determination settling over her exhaustion, and gathered the last of her strength into another sphere of crimson destruction, hurling it toward the cluster of corrupted spirits nearest Kokobile's position with enough force to scatter them entirely, exactly the kind of pressure Zenobia had predicted would matter. It worked precisely as she'd theorized, the remaining lesser fallen angels faltering visibly the moment Kokobile's attention split between the ongoing assault and his scattering forces, and the Peerage pressed the advantage without hesitation, driving the weakened front lines back until only Kokobile himself remained standing at the battle's center, his earlier cold amusement finally, fully replaced by something that looked, for the briefest moment, almost like genuine respect. Around him, the rest of the Peerage had regrouped, closing ranks at his side despite exhaustion and injury, Zenobia's blade raised, Akino's lightning crackling fresh and furious, Kaneko planted immovable at the front line, Kiba steady at her flank, Asia already reaching to pour healing into whoever needed it most. Kokobile surveyed the reformed line with something that, for the first time all night, looked almost like genuine consideration rather than simple contempt, Chapter 20. It was the arrival of reinforcements that finally tipped the balance. A contingent from the underworld itself, summoned by an urgent call Sona had sent the moment Kokobil's pillar of light first split the sky, led by a figure whose sheer presence made even Kokobil's cold composure falter slightly. Rias's brother, Izuku realized, recognizing the family resemblance immediately, arriving with a small honor guard and an aura of restrained, absolute authority that settled over the battlefield like a physical weight. Kokobil, the newcomer said, his voice carrying easily across the courtyard without any apparent effort. This ends now. You've made your point about the underworld's vulnerabilities. Continue further and you will be treated as an act of open war rather than a rogue provocation. The exhausted Peerage, still holding their ground around Izuku and the fallen angel he'd stared down moments earlier, watched the exchange with a mixture of relief and wary caution, none of them quite ready to lower their guard until the threat had genuinely passed. Rias, finally steady enough to stand fully on her own, moved to her brother's side with quiet, grateful acknowledgement, though her attention remained fixed warily on Kokobil throughout. You didn't need to come yourself, she said, low, meant only for him. I disagree entirely, her brother replied, equally quiet. When someone threatens my sister's territory with this level of force, I intend to make my presence personally known. Some messages carry more weight delivered in person. Kokobil studied the new arrival for a long, tense moment, visibly weighing the cost of continuing against an underworld response he had clearly not anticipated arriving quite this quickly. Fine, he said finally, contempt still coloring his voice but retreat plain in his posture. Consider your little household's resilience, noted, Rias Gremory. This is not finished. Merely delayed. He vanished in a final burst of dark light, the remaining lesser fallen angels and corrupted spirits scattering in his wake, and the courtyard fell, at last, into exhausted, battered silence. Rias's brother crossed to her side immediately, checking her over with brisk, efficient concern before allowing himself to properly survey the rest of her peerage, his gaze lingering, curious and assessing, on Izuku in particular. This is the reincarnated bishop I've heard so much about, he said, something almost like approval in his tone. The one who dismantled House Phoenix and apparently just traded blows with Kokobil himself and lived to describe it. I confess, I underestimated exactly what my sister found in that alley. He's more than earned every bit of trust I've placed in him, Rias said, still catching her breath but managing to stand fully upright now, something fiercely protective in the way she said it. All of them have. This household is stronger than anyone in the underworld gave it credit for, myself included, until tonight. Her brother studied the assembled, battered peerage for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted, a formal authority giving way to something warmer, more genuinely fraternal. Then I look forward to watching what you build next, he said. Rest. Recover. I'll ensure the underworld understands exactly what happened here tonight, and exactly who is responsible for holding this territory as capably as any established household twice your age. Before he departed, he drew Izuku aside for a brief, quiet word, his earlier formal authority softening into something more personal. My sister speaks of you often, in her reports, he said. More often than protocol strictly requires. I confess I was curious what sort of person could earn that particular kind of attention from her. Now that I've seen you fight, and more importantly, seen the way this entire household rallies around you without hesitation, I think I understand a little better. I just try to show up for the people who matter, Izuku said, a little uncertain where the conversation was heading. That's rarer than you might think, among devils bred into old bloodlines and old expectations, Rias's brother said. Whatever brought you into this world, whatever strange accident of fate landed you at my sister's side, I find myself grateful for it. Take care of them. All of them. And let them take care of you in turn. That's not weakness, whatever the old houses might teach otherwise. It's the only kind of strength that actually lasts. I intend to, Izuku said, quiet and certain, and something in the older devil's expression suggested that answer had been exactly the one he was hoping to hear. The days that followed passed in a slow, grateful blur of recovery, the whole peerage gathering each evening in the clubroom to simply exist together in the aftermath of everything the past weeks had asked of them. Zenobia settled further into her new life with each passing day, her blunt honesty softening at the edges into something warmer, more openly fond of the strange, hard-won family she had chosen. Asia's confidence continued to bloom, her healing steadier and surer with every use. Kaneko allowed herself, more and more often, small unguarded moments of open affection that would have seemed impossible from her a month earlier. Kiba, having finally spoken his old grief aloud, seemed to carry it more lightly, the shadow of it no longer quite so heavy across his easy smile. Izuku found a quiet moment with each of them in turn over those recovering days, small, unhurried conversations that felt, in their own way, just as important as anything the battlefield had demanded of him. With Kaneko, it was an afternoon spent simply sitting together in comfortable silence while she worked her way through an entire bag of sweets, occasionally offering him one without comment, a gesture he had learned meant more from her than any lengthy speech could have. With Kiba, it was a sparring session that ended not in exhaustion but in easy laughter, the two of them collapsing onto the training clearing's grass afterward, trading stories about their respective old lives with the particular openness that came from having already shared the heaviest parts. With Asia, it was a quiet evening in the clubroom kitchen, the two of them cooking together while she recounted, hesitant but increasingly steady, small pieces of the childhood she had rarely spoken of before, moments of genuine warmth from her early years at the church that she had almost forgotten existed beneath the weight of everything that came after. "Thank you for asking," she told him, when the story finished. "Nobody's really asked about the good parts before. Only ever the ending. The good parts deserve remembering too," Izuku said, gently. "All of it does. That's part of who you are, not just the parts that hurt." With Akino, it was a longer conversation than any they had shared before, late one evening on the training clearing under a sky finally, fully clear of any trace of Kokobeel's disturbance, in which she finally told him the fuller shape of the old history she had alluded to weeks earlier, a mother lost to a war between factions that should never have touched an innocent family, a father whose bloodline she still struggled to fully reconcile with her own identity. Izuku listened the way he always listened, completely, without flinching from any part of it, and when she finished, something in her posture had visibly, permanently eased. "I don't think I've ever told anyone the whole of that before," Akino admitted, quiet. "Not even Rias knows every piece of it." "Thank you for trusting me with it," Izuku said. "I'll take good care of it. I promise." "I know you will," Akino said, and the certainty in her voice carried a warmth that lingered with him long after the conversation ended. And Rias, sitting beside Izuku on the familiar balcony on the first fully quiet evening since Kokobeel's attack, finally allowed herself to finish the thought she had left unspoken the night of the raiding game's victory. "I told you I already knew what I wanted," she said, quiet, turning to face him fully in the low evening light. "I think I've known for a while now, honestly. I want this. All of it. The family we've built, the fights we've survived together, and you, specifically, in whatever way you're willing to let me have you." Izuku felt something in his chest go warm and full and slightly overwhelmed, the particular feeling of a moment he had hoped for without quite letting himself expect it. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, echoing the promise he'd made her weeks earlier, except this time it carried a different weight, a different kind of certainty. "Whatever shape this takes, whatever the underworld throws at us next, I want to build it with you. With all of you. That's not a small thing to offer, and I mean every bit of it." Rias's smile, when it finally broke free, was unguarded and genuine and brighter than anything he had seen from her yet, and somewhere below them, in the warm light of the clubroom, the rest of their strange, hard-won family carried on without them, laughing at something Akino had said, entirely unaware that on the balcony above, something long unspoken had finally, quietly, been named. Chapter 21. The invitation arrived a week after Kokobeel's defeat, delivered by a formal underworld courier rather than the usual scorched or folded messages the Peerage had grown accustomed to, and Rias read it aloud to the assembled group with an expression caught between wry amusement and genuine apprehension. "A gathering of young devils," she explained, setting the elegant parchment down on the table. "Hosted this year by the Astaroth family, meant to bring together the heirs and peerages of the underworld's major households for several days of supervised diplomacy, sparring exhibitions, and what the invitation rather delicately calls relationship building. In practice, it's equal parts genuine politics and elaborate social theater. Attendance is not strictly mandatory, but given recent events, my absence would be noticed and almost certainly misread. Sounds exhausting, Akino said, though her tone carried more curiosity than complaint. It usually is, Rias admitted. But it's also an opportunity. The underworld took notice of what we accomplished against Riser and again against Kokubio. This gathering is where that reputation either solidifies into something that protects us going forward, or gets picked apart by households looking for an excuse to dismiss a young peerage as an anomaly rather than a genuine force. What do you need from us? Izuku asked, already reaching for his notebook. Rias considered the question for a long moment. Yourselves, she said finally. Exactly as you are. I am not interested in polishing any of you into something more palatable for old-fashioned sensibilities. If this gathering cannot accept a peerage built the way I built mine, then their opinion was never worth courting in the first place. That said, she added, a small smile tugging at her mouth, it would not hurt to be on your very best behavior for at least the first evening. The estate that hosted the gathering sprawled across a private pocket of the underworld's more temperate regions, gardens and pavilions arranged with the kind of deliberate, old-money elegance that made Izuku acutely aware, within minutes of arrival, of exactly how far he still was from understanding every unspoken rule of this world's aristocracy. Kiba, walking beside him, seemed to sense his unease and offered a quiet, reassuring word. Don't overthink the formality of it, Kiba said. Most of the pageantry is just old habit dressed up as tradition. The devil's worth actually knowing here will judge you by how you carry yourself in a real fight, not by whether you use the correct fork. Good, Izuku said. Forks were never really my strong suit anyway. Zenobia, walking on his other side, surveyed the assembled nobility with the same flat, assessing calm she'd once turned on Izuku in the industrial district, clearly unimpressed by the sheer scale of performed elegance surrounding them. This reminds me of certain church functions, she observed. Everyone smiling while quietly calculating exactly how much political capital the person across from them represents. I never much cared for that particular game. Doesn't mean you have to play it the same way they do, Izuku said. Just means paying attention to who's being genuine and who isn't. A fair distinction, Zenobia agreed, and Asia, walking close at Izuku's other side, offered a small, nervous smile of her own, still visibly uncertain in a setting so far removed from anything she'd experienced since joining the peerage. I've never been anywhere like this before, she admitted, quiet. It's a little overwhelming. Stay close, Izuku told her, gentle. We'll get through it together, same as everything else. Asia's nervous smile steadied slightly at that, and the four of them made their way further into the reception hall, Rias moving ahead to exchange careful pleasantries with several older, more established households while her peerage trailed behind, absorbing the particular strange spectacle of underworld high society in full performance. Akino drifted back to join them after a while, having made her own rounds of polite conversation with an ease that spoke to considerably more practice navigating this kind of gathering than the rest of them possessed. You're all standing together like a small, wary herd, she observed, amused. Might I suggest mingling, at least a little? Half the appeal of these gatherings is finding out which households are worth actually knowing. And the other half? Izuku asked. Watching everyone pretend not to be doing exactly that, Akino said, eyes glinting with familiar mischief, while looking deceptively relaxed doing it. Kaneko, trailing a step behind with a small plate of hors d'oeuvres she'd claimed from a passing tray, offered a rare, dry comment of her own. Rich people food is smaller than it should be, she said, unbothered by the surrounding grandeur in the particular way that only Kaneko ever managed. Doesn't fill you up nearly as much as it should for how fancy it looks. That startled a laugh out of Izuku, genuine and warm enough that several nearby nobles glanced over with mild curiosity, and some of the earlier tension in the group eased into something more comfortable, the six of them gradually settling into their own version of navigating the evening, together rather than performing separately. Sona Citri found them not long after, her own peerage trailing at a respectful distance, and greeted the group with the same composed precision Izuku had come to associate with her, though something warmer than usual colored her expression tonight. I see you've all adapted to the underworld's particular brand of theater reasonably well, she observed. That's more than I can say for most first-time attendees from newer households. We're managing, Izuku said. Mostly by sticking together and ignoring the parts we don't understand. A sound strategy, Sona said, something almost like approval in her tone. For what it's worth, I'd recommend staying alert regardless. Gatherings like this tend to attract more than simple diplomacy. Old grudges, new ambitions, the occasional opportunist looking to make a statement in front of an audience large enough to matter. I don't say that to alarm you, only to suggest that vigilance rarely goes to waste in settings like this one. Zenobia, listening closely, nodded with the same serious attentiveness she brought to any tactical assessment. Noted, she said. We'll keep our guard up. Sona's gaze lingered on her a moment longer than strictly necessary, evaluating. You've settled into devilhood remarkably well, for someone who was exorcising devils rather recently, she observed. I confess I'm curious how that transition felt, from the inside. Disorienting, at first, Zenobia admitted, honest as always. Considerably less disorienting once I understood that the people I joined actually meant what they said about looking out for each other. That part made the rest easier to accept. Sona's small, considering smile suggested the answer had told her something useful, though she didn't press further, simply inclining her head in polite acknowledgement before moving on to continue her own careful circuit of the reception hall. The gathering's opening reception introduced them to a wide cross-section of the Underworld's younger nobility, most polite enough on the surface, though Izuku noticed more than a few appraising, faintly dismissive glances directed at Asia and Zenobia in particular, remnants of old prejudice against reincarnated devils and former church affiliates that no amount of battlefield success had fully erased. Kaneko, walking close at Izuku's side, noticed it too, her expression flattening into the particular guarded neutrality she wore whenever old wounds threatened to resurface. Ignore them, she said, quiet, more to herself than to him. Doesn't matter what they think. Matters what we've actually built. It was during a lull in the reception's early formalities that a new arrival drew a ripple of quiet attention across the gathered nobility, a young woman with striking orange hair and sharp, guarded eyes, flanked by an entourage that Izuku recognized, with a sinking feeling, as bearing the Phoenix family crest. That's Rebel Phoenix, Rias said quietly, appearing at Izuku's side, her own expression carefully neutral. Riser's younger sister. I imagine this gathering was always going to include an uncomfortable reunion of some kind. I simply hoped it might wait a little longer than the opening reception. Chapter 22. Rebel Phoenix crossed the reception hall with the deliberate, unhurried pace of someone who had rehearsed this exact confrontation many times before arriving, and when she finally stopped in front of Rias, her expression carried none of her brother's lazy arrogance, only a cold, precise anger that had clearly been sharpening itself for weeks. You humiliated my family, she said, without preamble, her voice pitched just loud enough to carry to the nearby cluster of curious onlookers without quite becoming a scene. My brother has not fully recovered his standing since the raiding game. Do you have any idea what that cost House Phoenix, socially and politically? I have some idea, Rias said, even and calm, though Izuku could hear the careful control beneath her composure. I also have a fairly clear idea of what your brother's engagement would have cost me, had I lost. I make no apology for defending my own future. Ravel's jaw tightened. That's easy to say, when you were never the one expected to salvage what's left of the family's reputation afterward, she snapped, and for just a moment, the cold anger cracked to reveal something rawer underneath it, something that looked, to Izuku's practiced eye, considerably more like exhaustion and fear than genuine fury. He stepped forward before he had fully decided to, drawing Ravel's sharp attention toward him instead. That sounds like a heavy thing to be handed, he said, gentle but direct. Cleaning up a mess you didn't make yourself. Ravel's glare turned on him with fresh intensity. And who exactly are you to comment on my family's affairs? Izuku Midoriya, he said, offering a small, polite bow despite her hostility. Rias's bishop. I'm not trying to comment on anything I don't understand. Just noticing that you sound like someone carrying a lot of weight that maybe shouldn't be entirely yours to carry. Something flickered behind Ravel's eyes, surprise at the unexpected gentleness where she had clearly braced for further conflict. You're the one they're calling the reincarnated bishop with no pedigree, she said, though the earlier venom had drained somewhat from her tone. The one who apparently traded blows with Kokubile himself. That's me, Izuku confirmed. Also apparently the one who threw the punch that ended your brother's raiding game, if the stories are accurate. I'm not going to pretend I regret that particular outcome. But I also don't think you deserve to be stuck cleaning up consequences that weren't your choice to begin with. Ravel studied him for a long, silent moment, some of the rigid anger in her posture slowly, visibly deflating into something more uncertain. My brother is not a bad person, she said finally, quieter now. Arrogant, certainly. Careless with people's feelings, absolutely. But he raised me, in his own imperfect way, after our parents grew too busy with the family's larger obligations to manage it themselves. Watching him humiliated, watching the whole underworld treat our family name as a punchline since that match, it's been harder to witness than I expected. That's a real thing to grieve, Rias said, gently, some of her own earlier defensiveness softening in response. I'm not sorry for winning the match, Ravel. But I am sorry it's cost you something you didn't choose to risk. It's strange, Ravel admitted, more to herself than either of them now. I spent years quietly hoping someone would finally challenge Riser properly, force him to grow past the arrogance our parents never bothered correcting. I just never expected it to also mean watching our family's name become something people whispered about at gatherings like this one. Both things can be true, I suppose. I'm relieved and resentful in roughly equal measure, and I haven't yet figured out what to do with that particular combination. That sounds exhausting to carry alone, Izuku said. It has been, Ravel admitted, something rawer slipping through her guarded composure for just a moment. My parents are of little help. They're occupied with damage control, which mostly means reminding me, constantly, of exactly how much rests on my own eventual marriage prospects now that Risers have been so thoroughly complicated. I confess I came to this reception already exhausted by the prospect of navigating that particular conversation with half the gathered nobility. Rias's expression turned sympathetic in a way that carried genuine, personal understanding rather than mere politeness. I know something of that particular pressure, she said, quiet. Being reduced to a marriage prospect rather than a person in your own right. I'm sorry your family is putting you through a version of that same weight now, especially so soon after everything with Riser. Ravel glanced at her with visible surprise, clearly not expecting quite that level of understanding from someone she'd arrived tonight fully prepared to resent. I hadn't considered that we might have that particular experience in common, she admitted. I suppose it makes sense, given our family's similar standing. I don't know many other heiresses who've spoken about it quite so plainly, though. Most simply endure it silently and call the silence dignity. Silence has never really suited me, Rias said, something wry in her tone. I'd rather fight for the life I actually want than endure one I don't. That's rather what today has shown me too, Izuku added, and Ravel's attention shifted back to him, something thoughtful crossing her expression once more. Ravel's composure wavered further, and for a moment it looked as though she might simply turn and walk away rather than let anyone witness whatever she was fighting to hold back. Instead, she took a slow, steadying breath, and when she spoke again, her voice had lost most of its earlier sharpness entirely. I didn't come here tonight to make a scene, she admitted. I came because I wanted to see, for myself, whether the peerage that beat my brother was truly as formidable as the reports suggested, or whether it was simply luck. I think, she added, glancing between Rias and Izuku with something more thoughtful now than hostile, I think I owe you both a slightly more honest assessment than I arrived with. What assessment is that? Rias asked, careful, giving Ravel the space to answer honestly rather than pressing. That it wasn't luck, Ravel said, simple and direct. I watched the footage of the match more times than I'd like to admit, looking for some flaw in your strategy, some proof that my brother simply had a bad day rather than lost fairly. I never found one. Your peerage outthought and outfought his at every stage. That's a harder thing to accept than luck would have been, but it's the truth, and I find I'd rather sit with an uncomfortable truth than a comfortable lie. That's a rare kind of honesty, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. Most people I've met find it easier to hold on to the comfortable version. My family doesn't have much patience for comfortable versions of things, Ravel said, something wry crossing her expression. We're expected to be useful, first and always. I suppose that's at least given me some practice at facing facts I'd rather avoid. Rias studied her for a moment, something thoughtful behind her own composed expression. For what it's worth, she said, I don't think less of your family for what happened. Riser made his choices, and I made mine in response. That doesn't have to define whatever comes next between our households. Ravel considered that, some of the tension finally, visibly draining from her shoulders. I appreciate that, she said. More than you probably realize. Chapter 23. The gathering's second day settled into a rhythm of supervised sparring exhibitions held across the estate's expansive training grounds, young devils from various households testing their skills against one another under the watchful, evaluating eyes of their elders. Izuku found himself paired, somewhat to his surprise, against one of Ravel's own Peerage members, a capable young knight whose speed tested every bit of the physical technique he had refined over the past weeks. He won the exchange, though not without considerable effort, and it was Ravel herself who approached afterward, her earlier hostility from the reception replaced now by something closer to genuine, if still guarded, curiosity. You fight unlike anyone I've trained against, she observed. That final exchange, the way you redirected his momentum rather than simply overpowering it. That's not standard devil technique. Different background, Izuku said, offering the same short version he'd grown practiced at sharing. A different world, before this one. Different training entirely. Ravel absorbed this with visible interest rather than the skepticism he half expected. That would explain a great deal, she said. I confess I've been curious about you since the reception. It's rare to meet someone in the underworld's younger nobility who isn't performing some version of themselves for political advantage. You seem to simply mean what you say. Easier that way, Izuku said. Costs less energy than keeping track of a performance. That startled a small, genuine laugh out of her, the first he'd heard since her arrival, and something in her guarded posture eased fractionally further. Perhaps I should try that approach myself sometime, she said. Though I suspect my family's particular brand of politics makes it considerably more complicated than you're describing. Politics usually are, Izuku agreed. But it sounds like you're already halfway to figuring out which parts of it are actually worth your energy. Ravel tilted her head, considering him with fresh curiosity. You're an unusual sort of devil, Izuku Midoriya, she said. I mean that as a compliment, in case it wasn't clear. Taken as one, Izuku said, smiling. It was mid-afternoon, during a lull between exhibition matches, that the gathering's carefully maintained order shattered entirely. The first sign was a subtle wrongness in the air, the same particular hum of corrupted power Izuku remembered from Kokobil's assault, and it was Akino who sensed it fastest, her expression snapping instantly from relaxed observation to sharp, focused alarm. Something's here, she said, already moving. Something big. The attack came from beneath the estate itself, corrupted spirits and masked figures bearing the crest of what Izuku would later learn was a splinter faction of old, dissatisfied devils who considered the underworld's current peace an unforgivable weakness, tearing up through the manicured gardens in a coordinated assault clearly timed to catch the gathering's younger, less battle-hardened attendees at their most vulnerable. Panic rippled instantly through the assembled nobility, most of the younger devils present, sheltered by generations of relative peace, freezing entirely at their first genuine taste of real danger, and it was the estate's own security forces, caught similarly flat-footed by the assault's timing, who struggled hardest to organize any kind of immediate, coordinated response. Rias's Peerage, battle-tested in ways few of the other households present could claim, moved with a speed and decisiveness that stood out starkly against the surrounding chaos. Formation, Rias called, the same command that had carried them through every crisis before this one, and the Peerage snapped instantly into practiced coordination, Kiba and Zenobia moving to intercept the nearest cluster of masked attackers while Kaneko planted herself protectively in front of a group of younger, clearly terrified devils from a minor household who had frozen in shock rather than flee. Akino's lightning tore through the garden's ornamental hedges as she moved to cover Rias's flank, her usual playful energy replaced entirely by sharp, focused intensity. Asia stayed close at the group's center, already reaching for the familiar gold light of her healing, scanning the chaos for anyone who might need it most urgently. It was, Izuku thought even amid the mounting danger, a strange kind of comfort, watching the same practiced rhythm they'd built over weeks of training now hold steady under a threat none of them had chosen or expected. Ravel, caught in the open without her own Peerage immediately at hand, found herself suddenly exposed as one of the masked attackers turned toward her, recognizing, with obvious malicious intent, the value of a Phoenix heiress as a hostage. Izuku was moving before he'd fully registered the danger, the same instinct that had carried him between Rias and countless threats now redirecting itself towards someone he'd known for barely a day. He reached her half a second before the attacker's strike would have landed, driving a precisely amplified blow into the masked figure's exposed side hard enough to send them sprawling, and pulled Ravel bodily behind him without hesitation. "Stay close," he said, already scanning the chaos for the next threat. "I've got you." Chapter 24. Ravel stared at him, momentarily too stunned by the speed of the rescue to fully process it, before her own training reasserted itself and she summoned a burst of protective fire around both of them, an instinctive defensive reflex that spoke to considerable skill beneath her earlier guarded composure. "I don't need rescuing," she said, though there was no real heat behind the protest, only the reflexive pride of someone unused to accepting help so readily offered. "Didn't say you did," Izuku said, already moving to intercept the next wave of masked attackers pressing toward the group of frozen younger devils Kaneko was still shielding. "Just said I've got you. There's a difference. Now, can you handle covering fire while I clear a path to get those kids somewhere safer?" Something in Ravel's expression shifted, surprise giving way to focused determination, and she nodded once, sharp and decisive. "Covering fire," she confirmed. "Go." They moved together with a coordination that surprised them both, Izuku clearing the immediate threats with amplified, precise strikes while Ravel's flame scorched a protective perimeter around the retreating younger devils, guiding them toward the relative safety of the estate's fortified main hall. It was, Izuku noted even amid the chaos, remarkably similar to the instinctive partnership he'd built with Zenobia during their first fight together, two strangers finding an immediate, unspoken rhythm under pressure. "You're good at this," Ravel called over the chaos, incinerating a masked attacker's incoming strike before it could reach the group of terrified younger devils. "Reading a fight this fast, adjusting on the move. Most people freeze the first time real danger gets this close." "Had plenty of practice not freezing," Izuku called back, driving another attacker off balance with a precisely timed strike. "Trust me, it's a skill, not a talent. Anyone can learn it if they get enough reason to." Once the younger devils had been safely delivered to the fortified hall, Ravel turned back toward the ongoing chaos of the garden with fierce, protective focus, clearly unwilling to simply wait out the rest of the fight in safety now that she'd tasted real, meaningful action. "We should get back out there," she said. "Your peerage is still fighting." "Agreed," Izuku said, already moving, and together they cut back across the scorched, chaotic gardens toward the heart of the ongoing battle, where Rias's confrontation with the Splinter faction's leader had grown increasingly tense. Across the gardens, the rest of the peerage fought with the same practiced coordination that had carried them through Kokobil's assault, Zenobia and Kiba cutting through the masked attackers' front ranks with brutal efficiency, Akino's lightning arcing continuously to thin their numbers, Asia moving steadily at the fight's edges to heal whichever ally needed it most. Rias herself engaged the apparent leader of the Splinter faction directly, her sphere of destruction meeting his own corrupted magic in an exchange that scorched deep furrows into the estate's once pristine gardens. It was Ravel, watching Rias's fight from the relative safety of the fortified position they'd secured, who first noticed the leader's strategy shifting, a subtle repositioning meant to draw Rias away from the rest of her peerage, isolating her for a decisive strike. "He's trying to separate her," Ravel said, urgent, grabbing Izuku's arm. "Look, he's herding her toward the eastern wall, away from any support." Izuku's focus sharpened instantly, reading the battlefield the way he'd trained himself to for weeks now, and he felt the old, familiar surge of protective instinct override every other consideration. "Stay here, keep them safe," he told Ravel, and was moving before she could respond, cutting across the chaos of the garden with every scrap of speed one for all and his demonic energy could provide. He reached Rias's side just as the Splinter faction's leader launched his decisive strike, a concentrated blast of corrupted magic aimed to catch her fully exposed, and Izuku threw himself into its path without hesitation, the same reflex that had defined every major crisis since the alley that first ended his old life, arms crossed in the guard stance that had become, over these past weeks, as natural to him as breathing. Ravel, having followed close behind him across the chaotic garden, watched the whole exchange unfold with something between horror and awe, the speed of the decision leaving no room for hesitation, no moment where he seemed to weigh the risk against anything other than the simple, immediate need to protect someone he cared about. She had heard the stories, the raiding game, Kokobil, but witnessing it firsthand, the sheer unthinking certainty of it, struck her with a force she hadn't fully anticipated. She found herself moving before she'd fully decided to, adding a burst of her own protective flame to bolster the barrier he'd formed, an instinctive reinforcement rather than a calculated decision, and together the combined defense held firm against the blast's full force in a way that neither of their individual strength alone might have fully managed. That is precisely the kind of reckless devotion the stories failed to properly capture, Ravel said afterward, breathless, equal parts alarmed and impressed. You didn't even pause to consider whether you could survive it. Didn't need to consider it, Izuku said, still catching his own breath. Some decisions make themselves. That's usually how you know they're the right ones. The blast staggered him badly, pain lancing up both arms, but he held, and Rias, freed by the interruption, closed the distance and ended the confrontation with a single, decisive burst of her family's power, the splinter faction's leader dissolving in a wash of crimson light that finally, fully broke the coordinated assault's momentum. The remaining masked attackers scattered soon after, and within minutes the estate's own considerable security forces, alerted by the commotion, arrived to secure the grounds fully. Rias turned to Izuku immediately, checking him over with the same fierce, practiced concern she'd shown after every previous injury. You did it again, she said, equal parts exasperated and grateful. Threw yourself directly into danger without warning me first. Old habit, Izuku said, wincing as Asia arrived to begin healing the worst of the damage. Working on the warning part. Still not great at it under pressure. Rias huffed something that was almost a laugh despite the lingering fear in her eyes, and pulled him into a brief, fierce embrace before Asia's healing had even fully finished its work. I don't think I'll ever fully get used to that, she admitted, quiet. But I'm endlessly grateful for it all the same. Chapter 25. Ravel found Izuku alone later that evening, sitting on the steps of the estate's east wing while Asia finished the last of his healing. The chaos of the afternoon settled now into the particular exhausted quiet that followed any real crisis. She settled beside him without asking permission, an easy familiarity that would have surprised him from the guarded, hostile young woman he'd met at the previous evening's reception. Thank you, she said, without preamble. For today. Both for pulling me out of danger and for trusting me enough to hold the line while you went after Rias. Nobody's really trusted me with something that important before, outside my own peerage. You handled it well, Izuku said. Better than well, honestly. Those kids are safe because you kept your head under real pressure. That's not nothing. Ravel was quiet for a moment, turning something over. I've spent so much of my life being defined by my family name, she admitted eventually. Riser's sister. The Phoenix heiress expected to marry well and maintain the family's standing. Today is the first time in longer than I can remember that I got to simply be useful because of what I actually did, not because of who I happened to be born to. That sounds like it matters, Izuku said, gentle. It does, Ravel confirmed, quiet. I think I've spent so long being useful in the specific ways my family expected that I forgot what it felt like to be useful simply because I chose to be, in a moment that actually mattered. Today reminded me of that. I'm not sure I want to forget it again. Then don't, Izuku said, simple. Doesn't have to be a grand decision. Just something you keep choosing, one moment at a time, same as everything else worth holding on to. It does, Ravel agreed. More than I expected it to. She hesitated, then continued, more careful now. I came to this gathering half convinced I hated Rias's peerage for what it did to my family's reputation. I'm leaving it, I think, genuinely impressed by what you've all actually built. That's an uncomfortable thing to admit, given where I started. For what it's worth, Izuku said, I think that kind of honesty takes more courage than most people manage. Easier to hold on to a grudge than admit it might not be pointed the right direction anymore. Ravel considered that, something thoughtful in her expression. My family has never been particularly good at admitting when we've misjudged something, she said. Pride tends to get in the way. I'd like to be different about that, if I can manage it. Watching all of you today, the way you moved as a unit, the way you trusted each other completely even in the middle of genuine chaos, that's not something pride alone could ever build. It has to actually be earned, moment by moment. It is, Izuku agreed. Took a while to get here too. Wasn't always this seamless. That's somewhat reassuring, actually, Ravel said, a small, genuine smile crossing her face. Suggests it's something that can be built, rather than something you either have or don't. Exactly that, Izuku said. Give it time and the right people, and it grows into something sturdier than you'd expect. Growth's usually a little uncomfortable, Izuku said. Doesn't mean it isn't worth it. Ravel studied him for a long moment, something warmer than simple gratitude moving behind her eyes now. I don't suppose, she said, careful and a little hesitant in a way that suggested this admission cost her something too, that Rias's peerage might have room for someone still figuring out how to be more than her family's expectations. I'm not asking to abandon my own household. But I find I'd like to stay closer to whatever you're all building here, if that's possible. Izuku smiled, warm and genuine. I think that's exactly the kind of thing Rias would want to hear, he said. Come talk to her. I don't think room is really the issue. It's more a question of whether you're sure. I'm sure, Ravel said, and the certainty in her voice, so different from the guarded hostility of their first meeting, carried its own quiet, hard-won weight. Rias, when approached later that evening, listened to Ravel's request with the same careful, thoughtful attention she'd once given Zenovia's similar decision, and after a long moment of consideration, extended not a full reincarnation but something more flexible, an alliance between households, a standing invitation for Ravel to train and fight alongside the peerage whenever her own family obligations allowed. It's not everything you might have wanted, Rias said, honest as always. But it's a real place among us, without asking you to give up the family that, whatever its flaws, clearly still matters to you. Ravel accepted without hesitation, something settled and grateful in her expression that had not been present at any point since her arrival. It's more than enough, she said. Thank you. All of you. Chapter 26. The gathering concluded 2 days later with considerably more warmth than it had begun. Whatever lingering skepticism the underworld's older nobility had carried toward Rias's unconventional peerage largely dissolved by the visible proof of exactly how capably they had handled a genuine, coordinated attack. Sona, present throughout as a fellow young devil navigating the same political currents, found a quiet moment with Izuku during the closing reception, her usual composed analysis carrying an unusual note of genuine warmth. You've built quite a reputation in a remarkably short time, she observed. Riser's defeat, Kokobil's retreat, and now a splinter faction's attack repelled with minimal casualties among the gathering's attendees. The underworld is taking notice, in ways that will matter for Rias's standing going forward. Wasn't really the goal, Izuku admitted. Just tried to keep everyone safe. The rest kind of followed from there. Sona's mouth curved into a small, knowing smile. That's precisely why it matters as much as it does, she said. Reputation built on genuine action carries more weight than reputation built on careful political maneuvering. You do well to remember that, going forward. Not everyone in the underworld will be pleased by how quickly your peerage has risen. Some of that displeasure may not stay as contained as today's attack ultimately was. Any idea who specifically might be unhappy? Izuku asked, turning serious. Nothing concrete yet, Sona admitted. The splinter faction behind today's attack was opportunistic, testing the gathering's security more than specifically targeting Rias. But opportunists tend to notice when a target proves harder to hit than expected. I'd simply encourage continued vigilance. The underworld rewards visible strength, but it also occasionally resents it, particularly from a household as young as yours. Thanks for the warning, Izuku said. I mean that. Feels like the kind of thing worth taking seriously. I generally only offer warnings worth taking seriously, Sona said, something almost fond beneath her usual composed precision. Safe travels back to Kuoh. I suspect we'll be seeing considerably more of each other, given how our two households seem to keep ending up in the same complicated situations. Aboard the transport craft, the peerage settled into the comfortable, exhausted quiet that always followed a genuine crisis, Kaneko already dozing against Kiba's shoulder, Zenovia methodically cleaning and inspecting her blade with the same careful discipline she applied to everything, Asia sketching something idle and unhurried in a small notebook she'd taken to carrying since the gathering began. Akino settled across from Izuku and Rias, watching the two of them with a small, knowing smile she made no particular effort to hide. You two have gotten rather comfortable sitting together like that, she observed, teasing but gentle. I don't think either of you has quite noticed how obvious it's become. Rias, to Izuku's quiet amusement, did not deny it, only offered Akino a small, unbothered smile of her own. I'm not sure I'm particularly interested in hiding it anymore, she said. Feels like a waste of energy, at this point, pretending otherwise. Good, Akino said, satisfied. It suits you both. Took long enough for either of you to admit it plainly, though I suppose I can't blame either of you for taking your time. Some things are worth being careful with. Careful's not really been my strong suit, historically, Izuku admitted, and Rias laughed, genuine and warm, the sound of it settling something comfortable and certain in his chest. No, she agreed, it really hasn't. I find I don't mind that nearly as much as I probably should. It was a warning offered gently, but a warning all the same, and Izuku found himself turning it over carefully during the journey back to Kuoh. The whole peerage gathered comfortably in the transport craft, exhausted but genuinely content after several intense, eventful days. You're thinking hard about something, Rias observed, settling beside him partway through the return journey. Sona mentioned we might have made some enemies, along with the reputation, Izuku admitted. Wanted to make sure I understood what that actually means, going forward. Whether there's more coming we should be preparing for. There's always more coming, Rias said, honest rather than reassuring. That's simply the nature of the world we live in now. But I'd rather face whatever comes with a peerage built the way ours is than with one assembled purely for political convenience. We've proven, twice now, that genuine trust and real coordination outperform raw pedigree. I intend to keep betting on that, whatever the underworld throws at us next. Izuku considered that, watching the strange, mismatched stars of the underworld sky gradually give way to the more familiar constellations of the human world as their transport crossed back through the dimensional boundary. I can work with that, he said, finally. Whatever's coming, we'll meet it the same way we've met everything else. Together, Rias finished, and something in the simple, easy way she said it, the shared certainty of it, settled warm and steady in his chest. Ravel, seated nearby with her own small honor guard, caught Izuku's eye across the cabin and offered a small, genuine smile, considerably different from the cold hostility of their first meeting barely 3 days earlier. I meant what I said, she called over. About staying close to whatever you're all building. I intend to hold you to that invitation. Looking forward to it, Izuku called back, and meant it entirely. The transport touched down at Kuoh's dimensional gate as evening settled fully over the human world, and the whole peerage made their way back toward the familiar clubroom in comfortable, companionable quiet, carrying with them not just the exhaustion of several eventful days but the deepened, hard-won certainty of exactly what they had built together, and exactly how far they were willing to go to protect it. Chapter 27. The clubroom, when they finally arrived, felt smaller and warmer than Izuku remembered it, the familiar clutter of training notes and half-finished teacups a welcome contrast to the estate's vast, formal grandeur. Kaneko claimed her usual windowsill immediately, already reaching for a bag of sweets she'd apparently smuggled back from the gathering's considerable buffet. Kiba stretched out on the couch with a contented sigh, the tension of the past several days visibly draining from his shoulders. Asia busied herself brewing tea for everyone, humming softly under her breath in a habit Izuku recognized as one she'd picked up from Akino over the past weeks. Zenobia settled beside Izuku on the low couch, her usual blunt directness softened by evident exhaustion. That was considerably more eventful than I expected a diplomatic gathering to be, she said. Though I suppose eventful has rather become the norm for this particular household. You get used to it, Izuku said, smiling. Or at least you stop being surprised by it. I'm not sure I'd call it used to, Zenobia said, though there was warmth rather than complaint in her voice. But I find I don't mind it nearly as much as I might have expected, before I understood what it actually meant to be part of something like this. Akino, curled into her usual corner of the couch with a fresh cup of tea, glanced across the room at the whole assembled, exhausted, contented group of them, and something soft and unguarded crossed her expression. We keep growing, don't we, she observed. Asia, then Zenobia, and now it sounds like Ravel intends to be a regular fixture as well. This family keeps getting bigger every time I turn around. Bigger's not so bad, Kaneko said, around a mouthful of sweets. More people to watch each other's backs. Rias, standing near the window with a cup of tea of her own, watched the easy, warm chaos of her peerage settling back into familiar rhythms, and something in her expression carried the particular, quiet satisfaction of someone who had built exactly the family she'd once told Izuku she'd always hoped to find. This household started with 6 of us, barely 2 months ago, she said, half to herself. I don't think I could have imagined, back then, exactly how much it would grow, or exactly how much it would come to mean. Izuku crossed the room to stand beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, watching the same warm scene she was watching. Good growth, though, he said, echoing the words Ravel had used days earlier without quite realizing it. Good growth, Rias agreed, smiling. Every single piece of it. Across the room, Zenobia had apparently talked Kiba into a rematch of some earlier sparring disagreement from the gathering, the two of them now debating the finer points of blade technique with the easy, comfortable energy of old friends rather than the newer acquaintance they technically still were. Asia had settled beside Kaneko on the windowsill, the two of them sharing the last of the smuggled sweets in companionable quiet, occasionally murmuring something that made them both laugh softly. Akino moved between the small clusters of conversation with her usual easy warmth, checking in on each member of the peerage in her own quiet, attentive way. It struck Izuku, watching it all unfold, exactly how far they had all come since that first strange, disorienting night in this same room, when he had woken from near death to find 6 unfamiliar faces watching him with a mixture of curiosity and cautious hope. 2 months, he thought. Barely 2 months. And an entire family built from nothing but choice and effort and the stubborn refusal to let each other face anything alone. You've gone quiet, Rias observed, glancing over at him with gentle curiosity. Just thinking about how far we've all come, Izuku said. Feels like longer than 2 months, somehow. In a good way. Rias's smile softened further. It does, doesn't it? She agreed. I think that's what happens when the time is actually spent building something real, rather than simply passing. They stood together in comfortable silence for a while longer, watching the warm light spilling from the clubroom windows below, listening to the muffled sound of Akino's laughter and Kiba's easy protests over whatever game had apparently started among the others. Izuku found himself thinking, not for the first time, of the version of himself who had woken on this same building's floor 2 months ago, disoriented and grieving a world he thought he'd lost forever, with no idea that he was about to gain something just as precious in its place. I used to think losing my old life was the worst thing that could have happened to me, he admitted, quiet. I still miss it, some days. My mother, my mentor, the friends I trained with. That's never going to fully go away, and I don't think it should. But I don't think I'd trade what I found here to get it back, either. That's a strange thing to sit with, but it's true. Rias leaned her head gently against his shoulder, a small, unguarded gesture that had become, over these past weeks, another one of their quiet, comfortable habits. You don't have to choose between missing what you lost and loving what you found, she said. Both things can live in the same heart. I don't think either one makes the other any less real. Izuku considered that, something settling warm and certain in his chest. Yeah, he said, finally. I think you're right about that. Later that night, once the others had finally drifted off to rest and the clubroom had settled into its familiar late-hour quiet, Izuku found himself once more on the balcony, the same spot that had witnessed so many of the quiet, important moments of the past 2 months. Rias joined him there, as she so often did now, and for a while they simply stood together, comfortable in the shared silence, watching the familiar human world stars that had once felt so foreign and now felt, simply, like home. Whatever comes next, Rias said eventually, quiet and certain, we'll face it the way we've faced everything so far. Together, Izuku finished, and the word, spoken now for what felt like the 100th time between them, still carried every bit of the warmth and certainty it always had, a promise renewed, one quiet evening at a time, by a family that had chosen, again and again, against every reasonable expectation, to keep choosing each other. Chapter 28. 3 days after the gathering's chaotic conclusion, a second, quieter piece of news reached the clubroom, delivered this time not by formal courier but by Sona herself, arriving unannounced with an expression that carried none of her usual composed certainty. The Splinter faction's leader, the one Rias defeated, he wasn't acting entirely alone, Sona said, without preamble, spreading a small collection of intelligence reports across the clubroom table. My people traced some of his communications before the estate's security fully secured the area. He was in contact with someone considerably more dangerous than a disgruntled faction of old traditionalists. Someone the Underworld has been quietly tracking for some time. Who? Rias asked, already tensing. We don't have a confirmed name yet, Sona admitted. Only a designation used in the intercepted communications. They refer to him only as the White Dragon Emperor's current host, which suggests a sacred gear wielder of considerable, potentially catastrophic power, one the Underworld has largely lost track of since he apparently severed ties with his previous affiliations some time ago. That doesn't sound like good news, Kiba said, quiet. It isn't, necessarily, Sona agreed. But it also isn't confirmed danger, not yet. I wanted you to have the information regardless, rather than let you walk into anything unprepared a second time. Whatever connection exists between this figure and the faction that attacked the gathering, I suspect we haven't seen the last of it. Once Sona had departed, the clubroom settled into a thoughtful, considering quiet, the earlier warmth of the evening now layered with the familiar weight of a new uncertainty on the horizon. Rias studied the intelligence reports for a long moment before finally setting them aside, her expression settling into the same resolved, protective focus Izuku had come to recognize preceded every major challenge they'd faced together. Whatever this is, we'll face it the same way we've faced everything else, she said, echoing the promise from the balcony that still felt warm and present in the room. Prepared, together, and without letting fear decide our next move for us. Izuku felt the familiar settle of purpose beneath the uncertainty, the same steady resolve that had carried him through every crisis since the alley that first ended his old life. Whatever's coming, he said, we'll be ready. We always have been. Later that night, once the others had drifted off and the intelligence reports had been carefully filed away for further study, Rias found Izuku once more on the balcony, the weight of the evening's news still visible in the careful, thoughtful set of her shoulders. A White Dragon Emperor host, she said, quiet, half to herself. Do you know what that means, in the old texts? The boosted gear is one of the most dangerous sacred gears ever recorded, capable of doubling its wielder's power at intervals until it rivals even the strength of the old dragon kings themselves. If this figure is even half as dangerous as the designation suggests, we may be facing something considerably beyond anything we've handled so far. I've read a little about sacred gears since joining this world, Izuku admitted. Never anything quite that specific, but enough to understand the scale you're describing. That's not the kind of thing you beat through raw strength alone. No, Rias agreed. It would take exactly the kind of coordinated, trusting teamwork we've spent 2 months building. If nothing else, that gives me some confidence, even facing something this uncertain. Then we'll train harder, Izuku said, simple and steady. Same as we did before the raiding game. Same as we did before Kokobile. We don't know everything about what's coming yet, but we know how to prepare for uncertainty. We've done it before. Rias looked at him for a long moment, something warm and grateful settling behind the concern still visible in her eyes. I don't know what I'd do without that particular brand of stubborn confidence of yours, she admitted. It's become something I rely on more than I probably should. Reliable's not a bad thing to be, Izuku said, smiling. I plan on staying that way, whatever comes next. Whatever this White Dragon Emperor turns out to be, whoever's pulling strings behind that splinter faction, we'll figure it out the same way we've figured out everything else. Together, one problem at a time. Rias reached over and laced her fingers through his, a small, simple gesture that had become, over the past weeks, one of their quiet and comfortable habits. Then let's face it together, she said, echoing words that had become, by now, less a promise and more a simple, settled fact of how they intended to live. Whatever it turns out to be. They stayed on the balcony a while longer, the weight of the evening's uncertain news settling into something more manageable in the quiet, shared silence between them. Below, the lights of the clubroom had finally dimmed as the rest of the peerage drifted off to rest, and beyond the school's walls, the ordinary rhythms of Kuoh continued undisturbed, students and shopkeepers and families entirely unaware of the strange, hidden world of devils and fallen angels and ancient sacred gears unfolding just beneath the surface of their everyday lives. Izuku thought, watching the quiet, unaware city stretch out below them, of everything the past 2 months had asked of him, and everything it had given him in return. A family built from accidents and rescues and the stubborn refusal to let each other face anything alone. A second chance in a world he never expected to land in, shaped now into something worth protecting with everything he had. Whatever the White Dragon Emperor's host turned out to be, whatever threat still lingered on some distant horizon, he found himself, in this quiet moment, not afraid of it, only ready, the same steady readiness that had carried him through every trial so far, standing beside the people who had taught him, over and over, that he never had to face any of it alone. Around the room, the rest of the peerage nodded in quiet, unified agreement, and outside the clubroom windows, the ordinary lights of Kuoh continued their familiar evening glow, unaware of the storm that intelligence reports suggested might be gathering somewhere beyond the horizon, patient, powerful, and drawing, slowly but surely, closer to the family that had built itself, against every expectation, into something worth testing. Chapter 29. 2 weeks passed in a strange, watchful quiet after the gathering, the peerage settling back into the familiar rhythms of school and training while Sona's intelligence network continued its careful search for anything more concrete about the White Dragon Emperor's host. Rias used the time well, pushing everyone's abilities further, and it was during one such session, testing a new variation of his amplification technique against Zenovia's blade, that Izuku felt something shift subtly in the air, a faint, unfamiliar pressure that made the hair on his arms rise. "You feel that?" Zenovia asked, lowering her sword, her own expression sharpening into alertness. "Yeah," Izuku said. "Something's watching us. Has been for a few minutes, I think." They found him seated on the low wall at the edge of the training clearing when they turned, as though he had simply always been there, a young man with silver hair and pale, faintly draconic eyes, dressed in plain, unassuming clothes that did nothing to disguise the sheer density of power radiating off him even at rest. He regarded them both with open, curious interest, entirely unbothered at having been discovered. "You're better than the reports suggested," he said, to Izuku specifically, hopping down from the wall with easy, unhurried grace. "Reincarnated bishop, no pedigree, and yet here you are throwing punches that actually worry people who matter." "I wanted to see for myself." Zenovia's blade came up instantly, positioning herself between the stranger and Izuku with practiced speed. "Who are you?" she demanded. The young man's smile widened slightly, amused rather than threatened by her readiness. "Valley," he said, simply. "Some circles call me the White Dragon Emperor, which I've always found a bit theatrical, but it saves time on introductions. I'm not here to fight. Not today, anyway. Just curious about the reincarnated devil who apparently traded blows with Kokobile and walked away smiling about it." Izuku studied him carefully, reading the loose, coiled readiness in his stance, the particular quality of someone who had never in his life needed to fully commit to a fight because his raw strength alone had always been enough to end them early. "So you're the one Sona's intelligence flagged," he said. "The one connected to the faction that attacked the gathering." Dalla's expression flickered with something like mild irritation. "Connected is generous," he said. "I was aware of them. I did not endorse or assist them. Old, dissatisfied devils clinging to grievances about a peace they consider weakness rarely interest me. I'm considerably more interested in strength itself, wherever it happens to be found. Which is, incidentally, why I'm standing here right now." "What do you want?" Izuku asked, direct, the same bluntness he applied to every uncertain situation. "A fight, eventually," Dalla said, simple and unashamed. "Not today. You're not ready yet, and I have no interest in ending something before it's actually become interesting. But I wanted you to know I'm watching. Whatever you're building here, whatever strange fusion of power you're carrying, I intend to test it properly once it's had time to mature. Consider this a courtesy, of sorts. Most people don't get advance warning before I come looking for them." Zenovia's grip on her blade did not loosen. "That sounds less like a courtesy and more like a threat." Dalla's pale, draconic eyes shifted to her with mild, unbothered interest. "You're new," he observed. "Former church, if I had to guess, from the way you hold that blade. Interesting company you're keeping these days. I'd have thought old habits would die harder than that." "Old habits die exactly as hard as you let them," Zenovia said, cool and level. Mine died faster than expected, once I found something worth trading them for. Dallas' smile suggested he found the answer genuinely amusing rather than dismissive. Fair enough, he said. I respect conviction, wherever it happens to land. Perhaps I'll have reason to test yours as well, someday. Izuku stepped slightly forward, drawing Vala's attention back toward himself. You said you're not here to fight today, he said. What exactly are you here for, then, if it's not just curiosity? Vala considered the question with genuine thought rather than his earlier easy dismissiveness. Partly curiosity, he admitted. Partly, I suppose, a kind of courtesy rarely extended to me in return. Most people who eventually face me do so without warning, without the chance to prepare properly. I find unprepared opponents tediously easy to defeat, and tedium is, frankly, my greatest enemy. Consider this me ensuring our eventual match remains worth having. Vala shrugged, unbothered. Perspective, he said. I find the distinction rarely matters much in practice. He turned to leave, and Izuku, against every instinct telling him to simply let the strange, unsettling visitor go, found himself speaking anyway. The faction that attacked the gathering, he said. If you didn't send them, who did? Vala paused, glancing back over his shoulder with something that might have been genuine consideration. That, he said, is actually a fair question, and one I don't fully have the answer to myself. Someone is gathering the Underworld's old grievances into something more organized than scattered resentment. I've been tracking pieces of it, out of curiosity more than concern. You might want to do the same, before it grows into something considerably harder to ignore. And with that, he was simply gone, no dramatic burst of light or sound, only the sudden, disorienting absence of a presence that had, moments before, felt as inevitable as gravity. Zenobia lowered her blade slowly, some of the tension finally draining from her shoulders. That was unsettling, she said, quiet. Not the threat itself, exactly. More the sense that he could have ended either of us at any point in that conversation without any real effort, and simply chose not to. Yeah, Izuku agreed. Got that same read. Whatever he's actually after, it's not us specifically. Not yet, anyway. But I don't think that makes him any less dangerous, long term. We should tell Rias immediately, Zenobia said, already turning back toward the clubroom. This changes the shape of whatever we thought we were preparing for. Chapter 30. Rias listened to the account of Vala's visit with an expression that grew progressively more troubled as the details unfolded, and once Izuku and Zenobia had finished, she sat back with a slow, careful breath, clearly recalculating the shape of every plan she had built around the more distant, theoretical threat of the White Dragon Emperor. He's not lying about his interest in raw strength, she said finally. Vala's reputation precedes him even among younger devils. He fights for the sake of testing himself against genuine power, nothing more calculated than that, usually. If he says he's not behind the faction, I'm inclined to believe him. Which means Sona's earlier intelligence was only ever pointing toward the wrong half of the threat. So who's actually organizing it? Kiba asked, tension evident in his posture. I don't know yet, Rias admitted. But I intend to find out, before it grows into something we can't easily contain. It was Akino who suggested, cautiously, reaching out to an old contact of her own, someone with connections deep in the Underworld's more fractured, dissatisfied circles, and it was through that careful, quietly dangerous inquiry that a name finally surfaced 3 days later, a faction calling itself the Old Satan Alliance, remnants of the original Satan bloodlines displaced generations ago during the Underworld Civil War, nursing a grievance that had apparently never fully faded despite the passage of centuries. They believe the current peace is a betrayal of what the Underworld was meant to be, Akino explained, laying out the fragments of information her contact had provided. Old power, old hierarchy, restored by force if necessary. The splinter faction at the gathering was a testing ground, an early strike meant to gauge how effectively the newer, younger households would respond to real pressure. I suspect, given how thoroughly we handled it, that they'll escalate rather than retreat. That's not a comforting thought, Asia said, quiet. No, Rias agreed. It isn't. But it does mean we have a clearer target now, rather than an uncertain shadow. That's something, at least. Zenobia, studying the gathered intelligence with the same tactical focus she brought to everything, spoke up from where she'd been quietly reviewing the reports. If they consider the current peace a betrayal, she said, then striking at a young, prominent household like this one serves two purposes at once. It weakens a symbol of the new order, and it demonstrates, to any other old bloodline sympathizers watching, that the alliance still has teeth. That's not a group planning one attack. That's a group planning a campaign. An uncomfortably astute assessment, Rias said, something grim in her agreement. Which means we need to prepare not just for a single confrontation, but for sustained pressure. I'd rather we go into that eyes open. Kiba nodded slowly, already turning the strategic problem over. Then we train for endurance as much as raw strength, he said. Whatever's coming, we can't afford to burn out chasing one decisive victory if this really is the opening move of something longer. The days that followed folded into another period of intense preparation, though this time the shape of the threat remained frustratingly abstract. No confirmed location, no clear timeline, only the growing certainty that whatever the old Satan alliance intended, it would eventually, inevitably, find its way to Rias's Peerage, given how visibly they had become a symbol of exactly the kind of new order the faction despised. Izuku spent the uncertain waiting period the way he always did, refining his technique relentlessly, pushing his amplification work with Akino further, sharpening his physical synergy with Zenobia and Kiba, and it was during one such session that Ravel arrived unannounced, her own small honor guard trailing at a respectful distance, having apparently heard through Underworld channels about the growing tension. I came the moment I heard, she said, without preamble. About Valley, and the old Satan alliance. I want to help, if you'll have me. My family has old grievances of their own with some of those bloodlines. I might know things that could prove useful. Rias considered the offer carefully before nodding. We'd welcome it, she said. Whatever you know, whatever resources your family can offer, it's appreciated. This threatens all of us, not just this household. Ravel's relief at being taken seriously was plain, and she settled into the peerage's preparations with the same fierce, focused energy she had shown during the gathering's attack, her knowledge of the Underworld's older bloodlines and their old grudges proving genuinely valuable as Rias and Akino pieced together a clearer picture of exactly what the old Satan alliance might be planning. My family kept detailed records after the Civil War, she explained, spreading a small collection of her own gathered documents across the clubroom table. Old habit, born from wanting to know exactly which grudges might still be simmering close enough to our own territory to matter. Several of the bloodlines mentioned in Akino's contacts information appear here too, families that lost standing and territory when the old Satan line fell and the current government rose in its place. If they're organizing again, this is likely the core of it. This is remarkably thorough, Rias said, genuinely impressed, studying the documents with careful attention. My family may be exhausting in a great many ways, Ravel said, something wry in her tone, but thoroughness has never been one of our failings. I'm glad it's finally useful for something beyond marriage negotiations and political posturing. With Ravel's records providing a clearer map of the old Satan alliance's likely reach, Rias reorganized the peerage's training around the specific threats her intelligence suggested they might face: deep, sustained magical assaults from alliance loyalists trained in older, more esoteric techniques than the Underworld's modern devils typically encountered. Akino took point on that particular challenge, drilling Izuku and the others on recognizing and countering unfamiliar magical signatures, an exercise that tested his amplification work in ways their previous battles never quite had. These old techniques don't behave the way modern spells do, Akino explained, during one particularly grueling session. They're built on structures our current magical education mostly abandoned generations ago. You can't amplify what you don't understand, so we need to make sure you understand the shape of what you might be facing before it actually arrives. Feels like learning a whole new language, Izuku admitted, wiping sweat from his brow after another failed attempt to properly read one of Akino's deliberately old-fashioned spell constructions. In a sense, it is, Akino agreed. But you've never struck me as someone who backs away from a new language just because it's difficult. Again. He threw himself back into the drill with the same relentless focus he'd applied to every challenge since arriving in this world, and by the end of the week, something in his understanding had shifted, the old, unfamiliar magical structures beginning to make a strange, intuitive sense he couldn't quite articulate but could reliably act on. "You've made more progress in a week than most bishops manage in a year," Aquino told him, watching him hold a complex, old-fashioned counter spell steady for the first time without her guidance. "I keep saying this, and I keep meaning it more each time. Whatever you are, exactly, it's remarkable." "Had good motivation," Izuku said, echoing words that had become, over these past months, something close to a personal refrain. "Wasn't about to let any of you walk into a fight against something I hadn't at least tried to understand first." Aquino's expression softened, something warm and familiar in it now. "I know," she said. "That's precisely why it works as well as it does." By the time the week's training concluded, the whole peerage had absorbed some version of the same intensive preparation, Kiba and Zenobia refining coordinated strikes against simulated old-fashioned magical defenses, Kaneko learning to recognize and disrupt the particular unstable energy signatures the Alliance's forces seemed to favor, Asia practicing sustained healing under increasingly demanding, chaotic conditions meant to mirror the sustained pressure of a real, extended engagement. Rias herself trained separately with careful, focused intensity, refining her control over her family's power of destruction to a precision even sharper than what had ended the raiding game against Riser. "We're as ready as we can reasonably be," Rias said, on the final evening before the intelligence suggested the Alliance's next move might come. "Whatever they're planning, whenever it arrives, I don't think we'll be caught unprepared a second time." Ravel's relief at being taken seriously was plain, and she settled into the peerage's preparations with the same fierce, focused energy she had shown during the gathering's attack, her knowledge of the Underworld's older bloodlines and their old grudges proving genuinely valuable as Rias and Aquino pieced together a clearer picture of exactly what the old Satan Alliance might be planning. Chapter 31. The attack, when it finally came, arrived not at the clubroom or the school but at the Underworld gate itself, the dimensional passage connecting Kuoh to Rias's family territory, struck during a routine supply transfer with enough coordinated force to suggest weeks, if not months, of careful planning. Sona's own Peerage, caught nearest the breach, sent an urgent alert that reached the clubroom within minutes, and Rias mobilized her full Peerage without hesitation. "This is it," she said, grim determination settling over her features as she read the details of Sona's report. A direct strike at the gate itself, meant to cut off Underworld reinforcement and isolate Kuoh entirely. "If they succeed, whatever comes next happens without any outside help arriving in time to matter. Then we make sure they don't succeed," Zenobia said, already reaching for her blade. Ravel arrived within minutes of the alert going out, her own honor guard scrambling to keep pace as she fell into step alongside the mobilizing Peerage. "I felt the disturbance from my family's estate," she said, breathless. "Whatever's happening at that gate, it's significant enough to register that far out." "I'm coming with you." Rias didn't argue, only nodded once, sharp and grateful, and the full assembled group, Peerage and ally alike, moved out toward the gate with the same practiced urgency that had carried them through every crisis before this one, the weight of exactly how much rested on the next several hours settling heavily but manageably over each of them in turn. Kiba fell into step beside Izuku as they moved, his usual easy grin replaced by focused, quiet determination. "Feels different this time," he observed. "Bigger than the gathering. Bigger than Kokobile, even if it really is meant to cut Kuoh off entirely." "Yeah," Izuku agreed. "Feels that way to me too. But we've handled bigger than expected before. Just means we lean harder on each other than usual." Kiba's grin returned, smaller but genuine. "Wouldn't have it any other way," he said, and the two of them quickened their pace to keep with the rest of the group already surging ahead toward the gate. They arrived at the gate to find Sona's Peerage engaged in a desperate, grinding battle against a force considerably larger than anything the Splinter faction at the gathering had mustered, corrupted spirits and armed exorcist mercenaries and what appeared to be several genuinely powerful devils bearing the old, faded crest of the fallen Satan bloodlines, all converging on the gate's fragile dimensional anchor with clear, coordinated purpose. "Formation," Rias called, and the Peerage snapped into the same practiced coordination that had carried them through every crisis before this one, Kiba and Zenobia driving into the enemy's front ranks with brutal efficiency, Kaneko anchoring the center alongside Sona's own considerably strained rook, Aquino's lightning arcing to relieve pressure wherever it built too dangerously, Asia working steadily at the fight's edges to keep everyone standing. Izuku moved through the chaos, reading the battlefield the way he always did, and it was Ravel, fighting at his side with the same instinctive coordination they'd built during the gathering's attack, who first spotted the true danger, a figure at the battle's rear directing the assault with cold, calculating precision, clearly the operation's actual commander rather than simply another soldier in the fray. "That's him," Ravel said, urgent. "The one my family's old records call Kruzuri Asmodai, one of the last surviving heirs of the original Satan bloodline. If he's here personally, this isn't a probing attack. This is meant to actually succeed." Izuku's focus sharpened instantly. "Then we need to reach him before he can commit fully to whatever he's planning," he said, and together they began cutting a path through the chaos toward the battle's rear, Ravel's flames clearing space while Izuku's amplified strikes broke through every attempt to slow them down. Kruzuri noticed their approach with something like genuine amusement rather than concern, his cold, ancient composure entirely undisturbed by the sight of two young devils fighting their way toward him with clear, deliberate intent. "The reincarnated bishop," he said, almost fondly, "and the phoenix heiress besides. I confess I expected this confrontation eventually, given how thoroughly you dismantled my earlier testing ground. I simply didn't expect it quite so soon." "Whatever you're planning here ends now," Izuku said, settling into a ready stance. Kruzuri's smile widened, cold and certain. "Ends," he agreed. "Though perhaps not in the direction you're imagining." He moved then, faster than his relaxed posture had suggested, and the fight that followed tested every ounce of the synergy Izuku and Ravel had built over the past weeks, Kruzuri's ancient, deeply refined power meeting their combined strikes with a precision that spoke to centuries of accumulated skill rather than simple raw force. He fought like someone who had survived far longer than any single lifetime should reasonably allow, each movement economical and devastatingly precise, and Izuku found himself falling back on every scrap of technique he'd built since that first alley, reading angles and openings with the same desperate focus that had once carried him through his hardest days of hero training. Ravel matched him step for step, her flames weaving through his amplified strikes in a rhythm that felt, despite having only fought alongside her twice before, remarkably natural. "You're better than the reports suggested too," Kruzuri observed, almost conversational despite the fight's intensity, parrying a combined strike with contemptuous ease. "Riser's Peerage, Kokobil's assault, and now this. I begin to understand why the old bloodlines have grown so nervous about what your household represents." "Good," Izuku said, breathing hard. "Means we're doing something right." Chapter 32. The fight against Kruzuri ground on with neither side gaining a clear, decisive advantage, his ancient technique proving frustratingly resistant to even Izuku's most carefully amplified strikes, and it was during a brief, breathless pause in the exchange that Izuku felt something shift in the battle's wider rhythm, a subtle change in the pressure of the fight that made his instincts sharpen with sudden, urgent focus. "He's stalling," Izuku realized aloud, parrying another of Kruzuri's strikes. "This whole confrontation, he's not actually trying to win it. He's buying time for something else." Ravel's eyes widened with sudden understanding, glancing back toward the gate's dimensional anchor, still under heavy assault from the remaining forces. "The anchor," she said. "If he's stalling us specifically, it's because we're the ones capable of stopping whatever's actually happening back there." Kruzuri's cold smile confirmed the realization without need for further words, and Izuku felt a fresh surge of urgency drive through him, the same protective instinct that had carried him through every crisis since the alley that first ended his old life now sharpening into something harder, more determined. "Then we finish this faster," he said, and threw everything he had left into a final, decisive exchange, one for all, and his demonic energy merging with a completeness that had grown, over these past months, into something closer to a single, seamless power rather than two separate inheritances layered awkwardly together. The strike that followed caught Kruzuri fully off guard, staggering him badly for the first time in the entire confrontation, and Ravel capitalized instantly, her flames driving him back further still, buying the crucial opening they needed. Elsewhere across the battle, Sona's Peerage continued their own grinding defense of the gate's outer perimeter, her queen matching corrupted spirits blow for blow with grim, exhausted determination, while Kaneko and Kiba fought back to back against a cluster of armed mercenaries, their coordination sharpened by weeks of exactly this kind of shared, high-pressure training. Akino's lightning continued to arc across the battlefield in relentless bursts, thinning the enemy's numbers wherever the pressure threatened to overwhelm any single point in their defense. Go, Ravel said, urgent. I can hold him. Stop whatever's happening at the anchor. Izuku hesitated only a moment before nodding, trusting her the same way he trusted every member of his own peerage, and broke away toward the gate's dimensional anchor at full speed, arriving to find the remaining forces attempting to force a corrupted, unstable rift directly into the anchor's fragile structure, an act that would have collapsed the gate entirely, severing Kuoh from any underworld support indefinitely. Rias and the rest of the peerage were already engaged there, but the sheer number of attackers had spread them dangerously thin, and Izuku threw himself into the fray without hesitation, amplifying whoever needed it most while driving back the attackers closest to the anchor itself with everything he had left. Asia, working desperately at the edge of the fight to keep Sona's exhausted rook standing, spotted Izuku's arrival with visible relief. The anchor's destabilizing faster than we can hold it back, she called, gold light flaring bright around her hands even as she spoke. Rias needs an opening, but they haven't given her one, not for more than a few seconds at a time. Then let's give her longer than a few seconds, Izuku said, and turned his full attention toward the cluster of attackers most aggressively pressing Rias's flank, amplifying his own strikes with everything the old, unfamiliar magical structures Aquino had drilled into him over the past week could offer, cutting through their coordinated assault with a precision that surprised even himself. Rias felt the pressure ease almost immediately, the crucial opening she'd been denied for the past several minutes finally, fully materializing, and she gathered every remaining scrap of her strength into a final, decisive sphere of destruction, her focus absolute despite the exhaustion visibly straining her posture. Now, Izuku called, and threw the last of his amplification directly into her gathering strike, the two of them working in the same seamless, practiced tandem that had once ended the raiding game against Riser, that had once turned back Kokobil's assault, a rhythm built now from months of shared trust rather than simple tactical necessity. It was Rias, finally freed by Izuku's intervention, who delivered the decisive blow, her sphere of destruction tearing through the corrupted rift's unstable core with enough force to collapse it entirely before it could fully form, the backlash scattering the remaining attackers in a wash of chaotic, dissipating energy. The battle's momentum broke almost instantly after that, the old Satan Alliance's forces, deprived of their central objective, beginning a hasty, disorganized retreat, and Izuku turned back toward where he'd left Ravel and Cruisery to find the confrontation there similarly resolved, Ravel standing victorious over a Cruisery too badly wounded to continue, though notably, pointedly, still alive. You could have finished him, Izuku said, arriving breathless at her side. I could have, Ravel agreed. I chose not to. There's more to learn from a captured enemy than a dead one, and I suspect the Underworld's investigators will want considerably more information about exactly how deep this old Satan alliance actually runs. Smart, Izuku said, genuinely impressed. Ravel's small, tired smile carried real warmth. I had a good teacher, in that particular philosophy, she said. Something about people worth staying steady for, if I recall correctly. Chapter 33. The aftermath of the gate's defense stretched long into the night, Underworld security forces arriving in force to secure the breach and take custody of Cruisery and the handful of other captured attackers, while Sona's own considerably battered peerage received the first wave of medical attention from Asia and several of the arriving reinforcements' own healers. Rias moved through the chaos with the particular exhausted authority of someone who had just prevented a genuine catastrophe, coordinating with the arriving officials while making sure, at every opportunity, to check on the condition of her own peerage. We held it, she said, finally allowing herself a moment's rest once the worst of the immediate crisis had passed, sinking down beside Izuku on a low stone wall overlooking the now secured gate. I wasn't certain we would, honestly. That was closer than I want to admit. We held it because we worked together, Izuku said. Same as always. That's really the whole secret, far as I can tell. Rias managed a tired smile at the familiar sentiment. I don't think I'll ever get tired of hearing you say that, she admitted. Even when I already know it's true. Sona found them there a while later, her usual composed precision considerably more worn than Izuku had ever seen it, though her expression carried genuine, grateful relief. Your household saved considerably more than just the gate tonight, she said. Had that rift fully formed, the resulting instability could have destabilized dimensional boundaries across a much wider area. I don't think the Underworld fully understands yet exactly how close we came to a genuine catastrophe. Wasn't just us, Izuku said. Your Peerage held the line just as hard before we even arrived. Ravel too. This was everyone, working together. Sona's small smile suggested she appreciated the correction more than she'd admit aloud. Regardless, she said, I suspect the Underworld's older households will be considerably less dismissive of young peerages after tonight. That's not nothing, for whatever comes next. Once Sona had departed to continue coordinating with the arriving officials, Izuku found a quiet moment alone with Rias, both of them still catching their breath from the night's exhausting confrontation. You went straight for the anchor without hesitating, she said, studying him with something between exasperation and profound gratitude. I watched you break away from Ravel's fight the instant you understood what Kuoh was actually stalling for. That's not a small thing to trust yourself to do, mid-battle, with that much on the line. Didn't really feel like a choice, honestly, Izuku admitted. Once I understood what was actually happening, there wasn't really another option that made sense. That's precisely what makes you so effective in a crisis, Rias said, quiet. You don't waste time deliberating once you understand the stakes. I used to worry that kind of instinct would get you killed someday. I've started to understand, instead, that it's exactly what keeps the rest of us alive. Izuku felt something warm settle in his chest at that, a different kind of relief than the simple exhaustion of the fight's aftermath. That means a lot, coming from you, he said. Considering how much of tonight rested on all of us trusting each other's instincts under real pressure. Nearby, the rest of the peerage had begun to gather in loose, exhausted clusters, Kaneko accepting a healing pass from Asia with a small, grateful nod, Kiba and Zenovia comparing notes on the fight with the easy camaraderie of two people who had grown genuinely close over the past weeks of shared training and battle. Akino moved between them, checking on everyone in turn, her usual teasing energy tempered tonight by real, visible concern for each member of the family she'd helped build. We really held it, Akino said, settling down beside Rias and Izuku with a tired but satisfied smile. I don't think I fully believed we would, not against a force that size, not with Kuoh himself directing it. But we did. We did, Rias agreed, something fierce and proud beneath her own exhaustion. Every single one of us. I don't think I'll ever stop being amazed by what this family manages to pull off when it actually matters. Ravel, still nursing a minor burn along one arm from her extended confrontation with Kuoh, settled into the loose circle of exhausted devils with a small, contented sigh, clearly savoring the easy warmth of the group despite her injury. I don't think I've ever felt quite this exhausted and quite this satisfied at the same time before, she admitted. It's a strange combination. I rather like it. Get used to it, Kaneko said, not looking up from the sweets she'd somehow produced even amid the battlefield's aftermath. Happens a lot around here. Ravel's answering laugh was warm and genuine, and something in the easy, comfortable way she'd folded herself into the group's exhausted celebration suggested, plainly, exactly how thoroughly she'd come to belong among them, whatever formal arrangement her standing invitation technically represented. It was 3 days later, once Kuoh's interrogation had yielded its first useful fragments of information, that Rias's brother arrived personally to deliver the fuller picture, his expression carrying the particular grave weight of someone bearing news that mattered considerably beyond the immediate crisis already survived. The old Satan alliance runs deeper than a single faction, he explained, spreading a series of newly gathered reports across the clubroom table. Kuoh was a genuine heir to the old bloodline, yes, but he was also, we've since confirmed, working beneath someone considerably more senior within the organization, someone who has apparently been patient enough to let tonight's operation fail as a controlled loss, gathering information about exactly how capably your peerage would respond under genuine pressure. So this isn't over, Kiba said, the same weary resignation in his voice that had followed every previous revelation of a threat not yet fully resolved. No, Rias's brother confirmed. It isn't. But you've proven, decisively, that this household is no longer simply a young, untested anomaly. Whatever comes next, you'll face it with the full backing of the Underworld's official forces, rather than standing alone the way you did tonight. That's not nothing, either. Chapter 34. The weeks that followed the gate's defense settled into something Izuku had not fully expected to find in this strange, dangerous new world, a genuine, if fragile, period of peace, the old Satan Alliance's remaining leadership gone quiet and cautious in the wake of Cruisery's capture, the Underworld's official forces now actively investigating threads that had, until recently, gone entirely unnoticed. Rias used the quieter stretch to formalize several long-overdue arrangements, official recognition of Zenovia's place within the Peerage now fully processed through Underworld channels, a standing diplomatic agreement with House Phoenix regarding Ravel's continued alliance, and, quietly, a renewed correspondence with her own family that carried, for the first time in longer than Izuku had known her, more warmth and obligation. "Things are settling," she told him one evening, reviewing the latest batch of correspondence with visible relief. "Not perfectly. Not permanently, probably. But settling all the same." Dowley reappeared once more during this quieter stretch, dropping into the training clearing with the same unhurried, unsettling ease as his first visit, though his expression this time carried something closer to genuine respect than idle curiosity. "You held the gate," he observed, watching Izuku run through a familiar training sequence. "Against Cruisery specifically, and a force considerably larger than what you handled at the gathering. I confess I'm impressed. You're closer to interesting than I expected this soon." "Wasn't really trying to impress you," Izuku said, lowering his hands, though there was no real hostility in the words. "No," Valley agreed. "That's rather the point. People who fight for an audience rarely become genuinely strong. You fight for something else entirely, and it shows. I'll be watching, still. But I think our eventual match is going to be worth the wait, considerably more than I originally estimated." Before he go, Izuku asked, careful, "What happens when we finally do fight? What are you actually looking for, out of all this?" Dowley considered the question with more genuine thought than Izuku expected. "A worthy opponent," he said, simple and unadorned. "Someone who pushes me past the point where victory feels certain before the fight even begins. Most devils, most sacred gear wielders, everyone I've faced so far, they fall short of that eventually. I find myself hoping, more than I usually allow myself to hope for anything, that you won't." "No pressure, then," Izuku said, dry, and something that might have been genuine amusement flickered across Vala's usually unreadable expression. "Considerable pressure, actually," Vala said. "But I suspect you handle that particular kind of weight better than most." He left as abruptly as he'd arrived, and Izuku found himself, despite everything, almost looking forward to whatever that eventual confrontation might bring, a strange, settled confidence that had grown, over these past months, into something closer to genuine readiness than simple stubbornness. Ravel became a regular, welcome fixture at the clubroom during those quieter weeks, her standing invitation from Rias evolving naturally into something closer to full integration, training alongside the Peerage often enough that Kaneko had taken, with quiet satisfaction, to simply assuming she'd be present for meals without needing to ask. Zenovia and Ravel developed an easy, competitive camaraderie built on their shared experience at the gate's defense, sparring matches between them growing into something the rest of the Peerage had taken to watching with genuine entertainment. "You've built something remarkable here," Ravel told Izuku one evening, watching the whole Peerage settle into their familiar, comfortable rhythms around the clubroom. "I don't think I fully understood, before I started spending real time among you, exactly how deliberately all of this had to be built. It looks effortless from the outside." It clearly wasn't. "Wasn't effortless," Izuku agreed. "But it was worth every bit of the effort. Still is." Akino, listening from a few steps away, drifted closer with her usual easy warmth. "Speaking of effort," she said, teasing but genuine, "I don't think any of us properly thanked Ravel for choosing to spare Cruisery rather than finish him at the gate. That was a harder call than it probably looked from the outside." Ravel's expression softened at the unexpected acknowledgement. "It didn't feel especially difficult in the moment," she admitted. "Mostly it felt like exactly the kind of choice this family has been quietly teaching me to make, since that first afternoon at the gathering. I suppose I have all of you to thank for that particular instinct." Kaneko, curled into her usual spot with a fresh bag of sweets, offered a small, approving nod without looking up. "Good instinct to have," she said. "Glad you kept it." Kiba raised his cup in a small, informal toast toward Ravel, his usual easy grin warm and genuine. "To growing instincts, then," he said, and the rest of the peerage, Ravel included, echoed the small gesture with easy, comfortable laughter, the warmth of the moment settling over the whole room like something solid and lasting. It was on a quiet evening near the end of those settled weeks that Rias gathered the full peerage together, her expression carrying the particular warm gravity Izuku had learned to associate with moments that mattered. "I want to formally thank all of you," she said, looking around at each of them in turn, Akino, Kaneko, Kiba, Asia, Zenovia, and finally Izuku himself. 2 months ago, I built this household hoping to prove I could stand on my own, apart from my family's expectations. What I found instead was something I never expected to need quite this badly, a family built entirely on choice rather than obligation. Whatever the underworld throws at us next, and I suspect it will throw a great deal, I have never once doubted, since that night at the gate, that we'll meet it together, and that together will always be enough. Chapter 35. The clubroom balcony, on that particular quiet evening, held the same soft, settled light it always seemed to gather at dusk, and Izuku found himself there once more, Rias beside him, the whole warm chaos of their family carrying on in the room below, exactly as it had on so many evenings before this one. Earlier that day, Izuku had found himself standing in the same training clearing where Valley had first appeared weeks earlier, running through the same familiar forms, and had caught himself thinking, with a kind of quiet, settled wonder, about exactly how far this strange, borrowed life had carried him. A raiding game won against impossible odds. A fallen angel turned back at genuine cost. A splinter faction's coordinated assault repelled at the underworld's own gate. Friendships and something deeper than friendship, built one deliberate choice at a time with people who had, each in their own way, chosen to stay. He carried that same quiet wonder with him into the evening, into the familiar warmth of the clubroom, and finally out onto the balcony where Rias waited, the last golden light of dusk catching in her crimson hair exactly the way it had on that very first night, when he'd woken disoriented and grieving on this same building's floor, with no idea yet of everything this new life was about to offer him. 2 months, Rias said, quiet, watching the familiar stars emerge over Kuoh's rooftops. It feels like considerably longer, somehow. In the best possible way. Feels that way to me too, Izuku agreed. Guess that's what happens when you pack this much living into every single day. Rias turned to look at him properly, something warm and settled and entirely certain in her expression now, none of the earlier hesitation that had colored their conversation on this same balcony months before. I've been thinking, she said, about everything we've built, everything we've survived together. And I find myself considerably more certain now than I was even a few weeks ago about exactly what I want going forward. Yeah? Izuku said, quiet, giving her the space to continue. I want this, she said, simple and direct in the way he had taught her to value, gesturing at the whole warm, chaotic family below them, at the two of them standing together in the settled evening light. All of it, for as long as it's willing to have me. You, specifically, at the center of it, in whatever way you're willing to let me claim you. Izuku felt something in his chest go warm and full and entirely certain, the particular feeling of a promise finally, fully spoken rather than simply understood between them. I'm already yours, he said, quiet and steady. Have been for a while now, honestly. Just glad you finally said it out loud. Rias's answering smile was the brightest he had ever seen from her, unguarded and complete, and when she leaned in to close the last small distance between them, it felt, to Izuku, less like a beginning and more like the natural, inevitable conclusion of everything the past 2 months had been quietly building toward, one shared crisis, one quiet balcony conversation, one act of stubborn, unhesitating protection at a time. Below them, the sound of Akino's delighted laughter drifted up through the open window, someone, probably Kaneko, having apparently won whatever game had claimed the evening's attention, and Asia's soft, answering giggle followed a moment later, warm and familiar and entirely unaware of the quiet, significant moment unfolding on the balcony above. This is really happening, Izuku said, when they finally parted, something like wondering disbelief still coloring his voice despite the settled certainty underneath it. It really is, Rias confirmed, smiling. And for what it's worth, I don't think this ends with just the two of us. Akino's made her own feelings plain more than once. Asia adores you completely, in her own quiet way. Zenovia respects you more than she respects almost anyone. Even Kaneko, careful as she is with affection, has grown remarkably fond. I don't intend to stand in the way of any of that, if it's something you'd want to. This family was never meant to be small. Izuku considered that, warmth and wonder and a settled, certain happiness all tangled together in his chest at once. I think, he said, finally, that sounds exactly like the kind of family worth building, one relationship, one choice, at a time. They stayed on the balcony a long while after that, the conversation drifting into smaller, quieter things, plans for the following week's training, a gentle debate about whether Kaneko's sweet tooth had grown worse or simply more visible since Ravel's arrival, the small, ordinary texture of a life built carefully around people who mattered. It was, Izuku thought, exactly the kind of evening he had once believed impossible for himself, back in the alley, back when the light had torn through his chest and he had thought his story simply ended there. Instead, it had only just begun, reshaped into something stranger and richer than anything he could have planned for, a devil's life built from choice rather than fate, from a family assembled out of rescues and accidents and the stubborn, unshakable decision to keep showing up for each other, no matter what the underworld decided to throw at them next. Rias laced her fingers through his once more, and together they stood on the familiar balcony a while longer, watching the stars settle fully over a world that had never been meant to hold him, and that had, against every reasonable expectation, become, completely and irrevocably, home. Whatever the underworld had waiting beyond the horizon, whatever the old Satan Alliance's deeper leadership or Vala's eventual challenge or 100 threats not yet imagined might bring, Izuku found himself certain, standing there in the gathering dark with Rias's hand warm in his own, that he would meet every bit of it exactly the way he had met everything so far, surrounded by a family built entirely on the simple, stubborn choice to keep choosing each other, one ordinary, extraordinary day at a time. Chapter 36. Morning arrived at Kuoh Academy the way it always did, cherry blossoms drifting lazily past the old school building's windows, students filtering across the courtyard with the ordinary, unhurried rhythm of a world that remained, for the most part, blissfully unaware of everything that moved beneath its surface. Izuku walked to his usual literature class with Asia at his side, the two of them trading quiet observations about the previous night's reading assignment, indistinguishable, to any passing classmate, from any other pair of ordinary students. It still surprises me sometimes, Asia admitted, quiet, glancing around at the familiar, mundane scenery of the campus. How easily all of this fits alongside everything else. The fighting, the underworld, all of it, and then Tuesday morning literature homework is somehow still a real, pressing concern. That's kind of the whole trick of it, Izuku said, smiling. Keeping both halves running at once. Took me a while to get used to it too, back when I first landed here. Gets easier with practice. Asia's answering smile was warm and settled, entirely different from the frightened, uncertain girl he'd found crying behind the old chapel 2 months earlier. I'm glad you're the one who found me that day, she said, quiet. I don't think I would have found my way to any of this on my own. You'd have found your way somewhere good, Izuku said, gentle. I just got lucky enough to be part of how you got there. After classes, the whole peerage gathered once more in the familiar clubroom, the ordinary rhythms of homework and tea and easy conversation settling comfortably alongside the quieter, more serious undercurrent of continued vigilance that had become, since the gate's defense, simply another part of their shared life. Rias moved through the room checking in with each of them in turn, the same careful, deliberate attention she'd shown since the very first night Izuku had woken on this building's floor, disoriented and grieving a world he'd thought he'd lost forever. Whatever comes next, she said, settling finally beside Izuku with a cup of tea in hand, watching the warm, familiar chaos of her peerage unfold around them, I find myself considerably less afraid of it than I once might have been. I think that's the greatest gift this family has given me, more than any of the battles we've survived together. Not fearlessness, exactly. Just the certainty that whatever comes, I won't be facing it without people who'll stand beside me. Izuku reached over and took her hand, the same simple, grounding gesture that had become, over these past months, one of their quiet and comfortable habits. That's really all any of us can ask for, he said. Whatever the underworld throws at us next, we'll figure it out. One day, one fight, one quiet evening at a time. Across the room, Akino had commandeered Kiba into another light-hearted debate, this time about whose turn it was to handle the next round of tea, while Kaneko quietly claimed the last of the good sweets before anyone else noticed they were nearly gone. Zenobia sat nearby, sharpening her blade with the same methodical care she brought to everything, occasionally glancing up to offer a dry, amused comment that never failed to catch the rest of the group off guard. Asia moved between all of them with her usual quiet warmth, checking in, offering tea, simply present in the particular way that had become, over these past 2 months, entirely her own. Ravel arrived partway through the evening, her own small honor guard waiting patiently outside as she settled into the increasingly familiar rhythm of the clubroom's gatherings, greeted by easy, welcoming warmth from every corner of the room. It never fails to surprise me, she admitted, settling beside Izuku, how quickly this place stopped feeling like a courtesy and started feeling like somewhere I actually belong. That's kind of the whole point, Izuku said, smiling. Glad it worked. Outside the clubroom windows, the ordinary evening light of Kuoh continued its familiar descent toward dusk, and somewhere beyond the horizon, in corners of the underworld still shrouded in uncertainty, new threats and old grudges continued their patient, watchful gathering, waiting for whatever came next. But within the walls of the old school building, surrounded by a family built entirely from choice and effort and the stubborn refusal to let each other face anything alone, Izuku Midoriya found himself, for the first time since a spear of light had torn through his chest in a rain-scented alley in a world not his own, completely and entirely at peace with exactly where he had landed, and exactly who he had found waiting for him there.